Aloha, good morning everybody. Aloha kakahiaka. I'm Kalai Miller here with Ocean Paddler, and thank you for joining us on our Facebook page, or maybe you're on the HCRA, Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association Facebook page. And we are here in beautiful Hilo Bay on the big island of Hawaii. And what a gorgeous day for regatta racing we have got ourselves here today. We have our first cruise paddling out to the lineup, and I believe this is the women's 70s event. But what a perfect day to be here in Hilo. It is not raining, believe it or not. Not to say that it won't later, but we are just stoked to be here. And this is the first time Ocean Paddlers ever had the opportunity to cover the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association's state championship regatta. And I'm here with HCRA's president, Dana Miyake. Thank you for joining us, Dana.
Thank you for having me.
Making it here to Big Island all the way from Kauai. And we are going to have a little talk story as we watch these first few races happen. As I said, it's right about 8 o'clock, so HCRA is on time. Good job, Dana. Our first crews are making their way out. And one of the items that definitely has to be mentioned about today's race is that all of the competitors are racing in traditional koa Hawaiian canoes made from wood, sourced here in the islands, made by local craftsmen. The designs have to fit certain specifications, but they are by far not all identical, right, Dana?
Correct, yes. So yesterday at the weigh-in, each canoe has to meet certain specifications. They have to be a certain weight. They have to be a certain length. And there was variations in the weight, a little variation in the length as well. But as long as they meet the minimum requirements, then they are good to go. They're official.
Okay, so just for those of you that are tuning on that maybe your first time watching canoe paddling, there's 6 paddlers in the boat. We're going to have all kinds of races happening today, different lengths up to, the keikis are the shortest race is quarter mile, and then the senior men and women will be a mile and a half. Mile and a half. So different distances based upon, your age or your skill, your proficiency. And we're going to be showing you the lanes right now, what it looks like at the starting line. So there are going to be different races, different lengths, but it'll be happening all day today. Dana, how many different individual races are we going to be seeing today?
There's 43 events today, and it starts with the female and male 70s, which is a combined race, and then it finishes with our 40s, and then you have everything in between, from 12 and under to our novices, and then to, I would say, our more elite, which is our freshman, sophomore, junior, senior.
And there's even some races where there's mixed crews, 3 women
Correct.
and 3 men.
Yep.
There are a race called Open Fours, which I love paddling Open
That's
Fours.
That's like the beast race.
Yeah. So you only have 4 paddlers in a 6-person canoe.
Correct.
And, really where you line up your power seats and all of that really kind of matters. But that is a great race. I loved Open Fours. So it's going to be exciting that we're getting our canoe started here. So we have all of these paddlers here are running in the same race, though, right?
Yes. So the first lanes 1 through 6 are the women's 70s. And then lanes 8 through 13 are the men's 70s. Okay.
So we can see representation from all the different islands. Va'okapaimua in lane 3 for the women there. That's a Molokai crew. Keho from here on the Big Island. Manu'ukekai, west side of Oahu. Hawaiian Canoe Club there from a real powerhouse club
yes.
from the island of Maui. Kailua Canoe Club and Huinalu, which are 2 mainstays over on Oahu. And that's just for the women. So in all of those lanes, there'll be 6 women's races, 6 men's. And what's neat about the state race is that this is the culmination of a season of racing. So it's like a lei. It strings together your whole season, and we're really putting it together. But what it does, too, is it strings together paddlers from all the island. Dana, we have representation from pretty much every island, every county. And so they qualify by county. What is that process like?
So the process for qualification is dependent on each association,
okay.
and it could be different for each one. So you can have a number space, which you get points every race, or you can do it just the one time at the Island Champs, which is how we do it on Kauai, and the winner of that Island Champs is the one that gets to go to states.
Okay, cool. So they had to work to get here, and you're not seeing today all the paddlers. You're just seeing, quote-unquote,
the
best crews,
yes.
best crews that qualified, right? Not necessarily the best paddlers, right? Because this is definitely a team sport, right? So we have the start of our 70s race, and you were mentioning earlier, Dana, that participating in canoe paddling is for you, whether you're Kane or Wahine, and no matter your age in particular, right?
Correct, yes.
The span of ages participating here today was incredible to me. Share that with us.
Yeah, so the youngest paddler that we have paddling today is 9 years old. The oldest paddler we have today is 85 years old, who is racing in this event, the 70s event, which is actually a new event that was voted in a few years ago based on demand. So previous to this, the 60s division was the highest that we had, and our Kapuna rallied and wanted to request that a 70s division be added, and that was voted in a few years ago. So this is new.
And you're not going to tell the aunties and uncles no, right? All right, so we're looking at, what does this look like? Probably in red. That might be Outrigger Canoe Club there racing. So it's neat that these paddlers, I would imagine that would be the men. Now, is that coming into the finish, or is this a turn?
That's the turn.
Okay. So this is a half-mile race.
It's a half-mile race.
So today's course is a quarter-mile course, and if you are racing a mile-and-a-half race, you got a lot of 5 turns. Holy mackerel.
They're only one turn. The 70s is only one turn today.
So just like in distance paddling, where a change is a big part of the race, making changes, in regatta paddling, your turn is a huge part of your race.
Make you or break you.
Yes, this is a difference maker. So you see, we got a steersman coming into the turn right there. They need to make sure that their ama clears, and what you're seeing the 2 front paddlers there doing is what's called a uni. The steerswoman in this case will call an uni when she wants the front 2 paddlers to pull the front of the boat around, assisting her in the second half of the turn. And then once she feels she's got enough momentum to clear the turn, she'll usually call a out or imua or whatever they've decided on, and those paddlers will start paddling forward again and return to their cadence and finish the next part of the race. So the turn is a big deal, big deal, especially when you have up to 5 of them in one race. That's crazy, right?
Yes.
So having not only a steers person that knows what to do, but having someone that has a good coordination with the front 2 paddlers is...
It's all about the timing, and especially in a race where there's multiple turns. If you do one bad turn, you don't approach it correctly, or you poke too soon, it can hurt you. And then hopefully you just make it up in the next one.
Yep. So you're getting a nice drone footage of the second half of the 70s race. Again, these are 6 male crews, 6 women crews. And I remember the days when it was only like 55, 60s, never have, all these older divisions. And what's neat about that is it's something you can do. Paddling is definitely something you can do your whole life.
Entire life.
Yeah. And this is not something that, you can get into it for a season or 2, but it's something you can do, and life takes you away. You can come back to, once you really get involved in it. So we have a finish line coming up. Ooh, that's a tight one. We're not going to be making any calls over here unless they are super obvious, and they will be unofficial at best. So you're going to see right there in the water a couple of people swimming. What that is boat holders. Just prior to the start of the race, those boat holders are helping the steersperson keep that canoe aligned and in their lane, making sure that they're going to have a good, clean start where they want to be in their lane. What do you think of the conditions going on here this morning, Dana?
I think the conditions are wonderful today. So there's not a lot of wind. There's no rain currently, thankfully. The ocean looks pretty clean and Malia for the most part. So I think the conditions are ideal right at this moment.
Yeah, excuse me. And sometimes we have like a current coming out of the stream in the corner if there's a lot of rain, and it looks like none of that's happening today. So it's great. It's pretty good. So, Dana, let's talk story a little bit more about you and your new role as president of HRA. I see you on the phone. Do you need to go? Are you getting?
No, I'm okay.
Are they calling you up?
There's things going on.
Yeah. So Dana comes from a paddling family. Your husband paddles, Brian. I paddled with him a number of times. Your brother-in-law, your whole family is into paddling. And as you were mentioning earlier, for you, paddling is something that, or just getting in the ocean is something that it's almost strange if you don't do.
Correct, yeah. So I started paddling when I was 8, and my mom was like, "You're going to paddle and you're going to love it," and I did. My mom she was really the inspiration. She was president of our canoe club. She was also our head coach, and being her oldest child, I did everything that she did. So she taught me at a young age, and it's funny now that she sees me in the role, and I was like, "You're the one that put me in this role, Mom."
You're the one to blame for this.
Exactly.
Cool. We're going to be having a quick replay of the action here for HCRA while Dana takes this important phone call.
Can I take this?
Yeah, go ahead, Dana. Go ahead.
Hello?
So, again, we're looking at the start. You see the boat holders holding the two ends of the boat, and those other 3 power boats in the background are official boats. They're making sure people are safe and people are staying in their lanes.
TV tent.
But, yeah, you can see these kupuna. These 70-plus-year-olds are no joke, man.
You.
I'm sure they're all getting good marks from their cardiologist.
Could we do it maybe like a little bit later?
Yep. Coming into the finish here for the first race of the day here at the 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships.
At the Matson thing, I'll be out in
Coming into the finish. It's a little bit of an optical illusion. Seems like the near crews are swinging in, but
at the Matson,
where the lanes are lined up, they're all pretty tight right there. Okay. So it looked like that middle canoe had a little bit of a nose up from the other ones, but you can't really tell unless you...
sure, I will.
Unless you're in the officials' tent. Whatever they say goes.
Okay, perfect.
What's neat about the state race is that not every canoe club can afford to have a koa canoe. They're tens of thousands of dollars to have one built. And so some of the clubs that have a canoe and maybe not have a crew in a certain race, they'll loan it to another club that doesn't necessarily have a canoe. Yeah. So, Dana, you come from Pu'uvai Canoe Club on the island of Kauai, and you had been volunteering with Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association for how many years before they handed you the mantle and you became the president of the whole darn thing?
I think I was the COA delegation person for maybe about 5 years. COA
being Kauai Outrigger Association, yes. Okay.
Association, yeah. So I would go to the meetings as a representative for Kauai for our association and attend the meetings. And then in the passing of Uncle Bo Campos,
yes,
and
yes,
with
good man.
Our prior president also passing, Walter Vieira, there was a hole.
There was a void, yeah.
Yes, so our vice president, Mr. Mike Atwood, became our president, and he asked me if I would be willing to step up and run for VP. And so I did, and I served as VP for 2 years, and then now I am the president.
So they didn't just throw you into the fire. Mike kind of broke you in a little bit, right? Let you kind of, okay. Yeah. We all miss Uncle Bo and Bo Campos, and I think it's important now that we're on, Big Island Mokokiawe that we acknowledge him and all that he's done.
I feel him in my heart. One of the last times I saw him, I think I was on Molokai, and it was funny. I just saw him, and I think he knew he was sick, but I didn't know he was sick at the time. And he told me, he said, "Dana, I would vote for you to take my job." And I was like, "Nobody can take your job, Uncle Bo," And he's like, "No, you would have my full support and everything," and that really made me feel good. I didn't realize kind of later on that I would be so involved, in the association. But I feel a responsibility, especially because Uncle Bo gave me that kind of vote of confidence, and then Uncle Mike asking me to, fill the role for vice president. So.
Well, for sure, I mean,
you can't say no to the kapuna.
No,
right?
you can't say. Yeah, once again, it's a theme here in Hawaii. But I think it's important also to acknowledge that, you're not Uncle Bo and you're not Mike Atwood, but you're Dana, and your mana'o is incredible, and you're going to do it in your own way, and you're going to be fantastic at it, as
I'm
is
learning.
evidenced
I have
by
a whole
us
book.
being here.
I have a whole book of notes of things that can be improved upon.
But no, it's great. I think the association and all these paddlers are lucky to have somebody willing to step up. And so, what is, so we're looking again at a little bit of a history of regatta racing in Hawaii. If you could give us a short synopsis. We were talking earlier, and you said it's been 70 plus years that there's been canoe clubs and regatta racing in Hawaii.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes. So the association, HCRA, started in 1950. I'm not sure, Samantha would probably know how many canoe clubs and associations were around at that time. And it's just kind of grown from year to year to year. So I think in the beginning, even Kauai, we didn't have our own association, so we had to join Oahu Association and be a member before we had enough canoe clubs to start our own. So that was, I want to say, back in maybe 70s or 80s, and then we eventually were able to become our own.
Wow. So it's incredible that it's been such a huge part of our culture, and everybody growing up here, you all know about canoe paddling. A lot of people participate in canoe paddling, but 70 plus years. We better start planning something for the 75th, girl, because that's gonna be a fun one. But we also were talking earlier about it being special, being here in Hilo. I remember the last time I was regatta racing here in Hilo was for the IVF World Sprints. I don't know.
It was 2004.
It was a long time ago. I know it was a long time ago. And you were explaining that the crews racing here today are not only racing for this season or today's medal, but they're really vying for a position to get into the World Sprints representing Team Hawaii, right? So
yes.
What does that pathway look like? And maybe you can start by explaining to us, what is the World Sprints and what is IVF? And is HCRA like a participating member of IVF?
Yes. So IVF is the International Federation. We actually have our president here today to check out the scene. And so what it is, it's the way to compete internationally. So Team Hawaii actually is its own country, which is a little unique. So typically you would think of USA. But in this case, Hawaii is by itself, and then all the other 49
kind of like surfing, right?
Are Team USA.
Well, hey, God bless them. They did it correctly.
Right.
All I can say, they did it. Some people would argue we are our own nation, but anyway, let's keep going.
And it's similar to the Olympics, where it's held every 2 years, and each country puts in a bid to be a host. And this was Uncle Bo's thing. He put in a bid a while ago, maybe 8 years ago, in order for Hawaii to be the host. And the last time we were the host were in 2004, and we were awarded the bid. And we were actually supposed to be the host in 2020. And then COVID happened, and we had to shut down and not have it. So this is kind of our makeup opportunity for that. So the paddlers today who are racing at the state level, we're thinking a lot of them are also going to be trying out for the team, which will probably occur in April. And we'll have Team Hawaii tryouts. And then based on the winners of that will be the representation for Team Hawaii.
Wow, that is... So it's this today is kind of a path to get to the World Sprints, but it's also kind of a path for HCRA. Like, this is more or less a dry run for states, right?
Yes,
today.
Exactly. We had a lot of people from the county here.
Okay, we just had a start of another race here. This what race is this, Alex? We've been so busy Vala'au over here talking about all kinds of stuff. We just want to make sure. Okay. All right, here we go. Thank you. So this is the women's 65 and over. So you have to be at least 65 by when, like you're going to see 1st. All these age. So January 1st of the year of the race. So by...
Oh, actually, I think it has to be your birth date. So you have to be, by the day of the race, you have to be 65.
Ah, okay. That changes things a little bit, right? Because you could be in one...
I believe so. My race rules person would probably...
Okay, we'll talk to them a little later. All right. So all of these women are 65 and over. Again, like we spoke earlier, there's been a huge increase in participation in the older levels. These ladies, maybe if they have kids, they're out of the house, they want to get away from their husband. Maybe some of them are retired. It's a great opportunity for them to get back with the girls and have fun and stack more medals in the closet. A lot of these women were, bully paddlers when they were younger ladies and stuff. And like we spoke of, sometimes life pulls you away from paddling, but what's great about it is that's something you can always come back to, right? It's not like, I guess, playing football when you're in high school. Once you power play football, you don't want to go back play football anymore. The body can't take it. But paddling is actually great for you. It keeps fitness and all that going good. So we're going to continue to watch this race. This is a half-mile race again as well. Half-mile race. So we'll see these ladies make a turn here. Yep, this is Kailua. I wonder if that's Corleen Ornelas steering there. I don't know who she's been with lately. She's with
Kailua.
She is?
I would think she's steering.
Yeah. You definitely.
Awesome.
Corleen Ornelas is a very storied and experienced steerswoman from Kailua Canoe Club. And, man, what a hoot that lady is. She is so good fun, and she loves paddling, man. The lady lives and breathes the va'a. Nice cadence coming out of that turn. You definitely can see them digging in and trying to pull themselves back up out of the water, having that canoe get a little bit of lift and glide coming out of that turn, heading back towards the finish line. So these are some of the ladies that will be vying for the IVF, and it's going to be in 2024. Oh, next year already. All right. Okay, so we'll be back here next year.
Exactly. Around this time. It's in August.
Around the same time? Okay.
Yes.
Which is good because everybody comes right off regattas and they're primed, right? You don't have to.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Okay. Right. Okay. One last thing I wanted to cover with you, Dana, before your duties pull you away is, I don't know what you've noticed, and you see the numbers of signups and participations, but coming off of the pandemic where paddling definitely took a dip in participation, as did every other team sport, right? I've seemed to have noticed as I drive by the canoe clubs, the parking lot is full, girl. It seems like there's been a real resurgence of an interest in canoe paddling at the club level. Have you guys been seeing that as well?
Definitely, especially on Kauai. We're a smaller island. We usually don't have as much participation, but after the pandemic, we've seen, I would say, we had 200 new kids this year. I know that for a fact.
Just your canoe club?
No, just our
on Kauai.
On Kauai, which
wow.
is amazing.
Wow.
Amazing.
200 from just Kauai, new kids.
New kids.
And that's what I've noticed too. It's at the keiki level.
Yes.
And as we were speaking earlier, COVID went down. The first year out of COVID, it was allowed. Oh, these ladies are going for it. Yeah, that's Kailua Canoe Club in their call. Wow. Ooh, those are some aunties with mana. Look at that. I wouldn't want to get a putty from them. Yeah, unofficial Kailua Canoe Club. We look like an inside crew coming up there with a strong finish for second place. But yeah, great race by those ladies. Half mile, that's women's 65 and over. But I've seen a real resurgence. Statewide, have the HCRA numbers reflected that?
Yes. We have about 11,000 paddlers, and on each association, as I indicated, we had 200 more on Hawaii, but overall as an association, I think we've had maybe 3,000 to 4,000.
Wow, that's a good-sized jump.
Yes,
that's like a third.
That's a big jump.
Wow, that's awesome. So what do you accredit that to, Dana? What do you think's causing that?
I think it's because you kind of don't know how good you have it until something's taken away. And I think it was taken away, and I think it was a time for people to reflect and really think about what's important in life. And I think a lot of people determine canoe paddling is a generational sport, so something you can do with your whole family. And I think that was the biggest thing out of the pandemic is family. Family time is the most important thing, spending time with your loved ones and with your friends. Canoe paddling is something that you can do for your whole family and for your friends. And I think that's actually what has created the rise in it.
That's a fantastic perspective. I couldn't agree more. I would only add that I think, a lot of people can be at the softball field for hours in a day when you could come over here and be at the beach and paddling. That's kind of a nicer participation sport as a parent for your kids. But really, I agree. It's something you can do generationally as a family and as part of your community.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's every club represents their side of the island, their ahupua'a, so to speak, or their moku. They're part of that island, and there's a certain pride, and you get to know not only your area, you get to know the coastline in your area. A lot of clubs, they participate in, they'll beach cleanups. They'll go to the lo'i together as a crew. They'll do all of that kind of stuff, and I see it also as a great intro for somebody that's moving here from out of state. And they're saying, after a year of being here or so, they're like, wow, how do I really immerse myself in this place culturally or get out in the open spaces and meet other people? And, joining a halau is kind of a big step, right? That's a different level of cultural immersion. But getting out there and being part of your canoe club, meet people, experience it, I think it's neat. And what you'll see as you walk up and down this beach today, you're going to see... Yeah, sorry if I offend anybody, but you're going to see people of all different races. Yes. You're going to see Japanese people and Filipinos. You're going to see mix. You're going to see Hawaiians. You're going to see Haoles. You're going to see everything, as is Hawaii, right? We're the Great Pacific melting pot.
The melting pot.
And everybody has something that they bring to the island that's their own piece of their own culture, which is great. But at its core, at its pico, our local culture is Hawaiian. Yes. But you don't have to be Hawaiian to participate. Right. And I'm borrowing that and I'm paraphrasing. And it's somebody else's concept that I was exposed to. But gosh darn, I'm adapting it. Because we all feel really fun and attached to our local culture. But as people that are part Native Hawaiian, there's a struggle. Like, hey, this is our land. And I think we just need to realize that it's okay. We are multicultural. All of us are multi-ethnic. Yes. All of us. There's so few pure Hawaiian. Yeah, right? We all are like this. But the core of our local culture and is that Hawaiian. And being part of a club and paddling is one of the best expressions of that. Yes. And so, I mean, are you kind of seeing that too with Koa over on Kauai?
Yes, I am. So it's funny, we just added on HCRA on our website for our race secretaries, we added a box for Native Hawaiian so that you can check for each canoe club. And one of our canoe clubs is 80% Native Hawaiian. We have some clubs that are only 4% Native Hawaiian and so forth. And the whole purpose of that was to see what our numbers are, because as president, one of the things I want to do is I want to try and encourage every Native Hawaiian to be a paddler, because it's part of our culture, it's part of our history. And of course we welcome everybody, but I really want to try and tap into that group and have them all be paddlers and have them all rise up and take leadership roles in the community, because it's a great, amazing opportunity for us to be the voice for our culture and for our history.
Awesome. And for sure, one of the voices. And, as you said earlier, you grew up in paddling. And you feel that if you're not in the ocean, near the ocean, part of paddling on a daily, weekly basis, hey, you know what? Like, something's off.
Yes.
Right? And you said, it's in your blood. Your cocoa runs with the sea, yes. But I think, as I shared with you, I feel like all of our ancestors came here on a va'a. We all are canoe people, yes. And almost more so than anything else, being on a canoe and paddling and being in the ocean, that is our lifeblood. That's our heritage. That's our legacy, and it's something that we can give and share with the world too,
Yes.
And yeah. Okay. We're going to go back to a quick drop in on the replay of the 65 and over women's race right here. This is going to be our start. It looks like Lanikai in the first lane. It's really hard, Kalamai, for us to see. Maybe we can get a...
I was going to say, you can get a lane. Let me get you a lane.
Yeah. How do... Dana, how did lane selection happen?
Oh, the lane draw we had last week. So there's 6 associations, and each association, we do a draw, numbers 1 through 6. And that's what we do in the first round. And so if you pick Number one, you get to choose your lane, and there's a whole strategy to choosing your lane.
And a different strategy at every location, right?
At every location, at different times of the day. So you might pick one way for the kids, and you might pick a different way for the, midday when the elite kind of are paddling. And then later on in the day, you might pick something else as the tide changes. Maybe as the wind changes, maybe if there happens to be rain or something like that. People look at the forecast and they look at the location and they decide what their lanes are. And sometimes you're just stuck in that lane.
Yeah, sometimes you just get what you get, right? Like Ke'ehi is like notorious for that. Like the outside lanes aren't supposed to be as good. The inside lanes run well, and it depends on whether you have a dropping tide pulling all the water out of.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, it's whether you want to have a good start or a good finish, right?
I always kind of tell the paddlers that I coach that you got to win from lane 14. Like, that's what we're training for, because you never know what your lane's going to be. So typically lane 14 is the farthest out, usually has a little bit more wind. So that's what I try and tell them. You got to train for that.
Okay. All right. What a beautiful view we have here. Look at all these paddlers. You were saying something like 2,500 plus paddlers here?
At least, yes.
Right, but every one of those paddlers, they're bringing family.
Yeah, we think there's probably about 6,000 people here.
Awesome. That's a great positive, and it's mostly local people, right? That's a positive impact on the economy here. So, again, thank you, Dana, for sharing the morning with us. And we think you're doing a fantastic job leading HCRA. It's been great working with you. Thank you for giving Ocean Paddle the opportunity to kind of partner with you folks and make canoe paddling a spectator sport, because I think that's one of the things that people want to see. They want to participate, and they want their loved ones to be able to watch them and see what they're doing. Exactly. So mahalo nui, Dana. Thank you so much. I wish you a great rest of the day. It's going to be a hectic one. You're going to get with it, and she does it with a smile. Look at this lady and her beautiful smile. All of the above. She runs the race and she qualifies. So thank you, Dana. And you want to say a quick mahalo to all of your folks?
Say mahalo to our sponsors, Par Hawaii, who has been a generous donor for many, many years, to the County of Hawaii. They have also been great partners. They're excited to have us here. To all the Big Island and Moku Association, they have welcomed us with open arms. We've had numerous meetings, a lot of hours and time work. So just want to say mahalo to Doug Mubutai, Carolyn Carter, Mike O'Shaughnessy, Auntie Darlene, and Auntie Judy. Mahalo.
Awesome. Thank you. And there's a huge litany of and a list of other people that have helped in ways big and small. And like anything we do in Hawaii, it takes many hands, and it's always more fun when everybody's kokua. So thank you all very much. Dana, have a great day. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui.
We're going
The 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with the Kama'aina Rewards. County of Hawaii. Hilo Hawaiian Hotel by Castles Resort. Hilo Hospitality and Charm redefined. Matson. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
And where is it's in Samoa? All right, we got another race happening here. This is, I believe, the men's 65 and over, racing those beautiful koa canoes. What a beautiful day of racing here in Hilo Bay. And you can see all of our canoe clubs participating today. Again, representing all the islands here in Hawaii. 13 lanes. Lai'ula Okai, they're from the island of Maui. Lokahi from Oahu. Kaiopua, Big Island. So we really see a whole list of paddlers. This is another half-mile race here as our paddlers are approaching the turn. Again, this is a very serious and impactful part of the race here, especially when you have a shorter distance. If you have a longer distance like the open men's races, you have more chances to make it up. But when you only have one turn in the race, you better get it right. Okay. All right. Looks like we got, I think that's Lanikai, one of the coming out here. But we wanted to say a big aloha to Laura Collins joining us here. Thank you for making time to hang with us in the studio. She is the president of the IVF, the International Va'a Federation.
That's correct.
Who does a multi-country races every 2 years, right? And it's every 4 years that you do regattas, and then 2 years later you do the distance. And
every 2 years world sprints, every 2 years world distance. So every year there is a world championship.
Okay, I got you. So every year there's a world championship, and this year's race is coming up for the distance, right?
Yep.
And you said it's happening next week in Samoa. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we've got 27 countries participating in Samoa next week.
Oh, you must be excited.
The opening ceremony is on the 12th of August, and racing starts on the 14th of August. So there are about 110 paddlers from Hawaii traveling to Samoa.
Wow.
Some of the paddlers that are here today, I think, will be traveling to Samoa.
And so how is it looking in Samoa, the setup for that? Can you tell us a little bit about the course, the distance of the race? Is it only men's and women's, or is there a mixed division as well? Men's and women's,
junior 16, right up to master 80, 24 kilometers.
24 kilometers, 12, 13 miles, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
We're having real quick on the screen there are all our folks that are joining us live on the HCRA or the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. We are looking at the finish of the men's 65 and over, and that looks like the gentlemen of Lanikai Canoe Club on the windward side of Oahu, a perennial powerhouse in men's paddling, and those gentlemen crossing the line there in what looks like an unofficial win. Again, I'm not going to call anything officially from the announcer's podium, but great race by all those gentlemen, and one of the things they did have was a nice turn there. We're going to return to Laura Collins here, president of the IVF, and she's telling us all about the race in Samoa next week, the distance race. So the race, are there like two runnings of the race, or does everybody race one time? And how do you get that many va'a to Samoa?
So the va'a they're using matahina canoes made in Tahiti.
Beautiful canoes.
So those canoes are already in Samoa, and everybody just uses the fleet of canoes.
How many canoes is that, by the way, that you brought in?
Actually, they have 36 V6 and 36 V1s.
Okay.
So racing starts on the 14th. There's 5 days of racing. There's 3 races a day.
Okay.
So
how many days of racing would that be?
5. So Monday to Friday.
So you are actually running a total of 15 distance races?
Yes. And in some of those races, there's multiple divisions happening at the same time.
Oh, God, that's hectic. I could see, it's crazy running this many races on one day, but that many races over 5 days. It's like Groundhog Day, we say in America. It's like you wake up again like I'm in the same place. Yeah. We're going to have a quick review of our replay of the men's 65 and over race here. Again, look at that green canoe in the middle. I believe that's Lanikai. They didn't necessarily have such a great start, but what a finish they had. I think in lane 2 there, that's the yellow and blue ama. Kailua Canoe Club, you're seeing here on your screen. Kailua Canoe Club paddles right there next to Lanikai on Oahu. And let's look at this turn. Wow, look at that canoe just swing around. Beautiful turn. And we're going to see these gentlemen start to pour it on coming out of this race. And you're going to see what's interesting, a couple different stroke rates, different stroke styles. You'll be noticing that throughout the day. Keiki and women might paddle a little different than the Kane. So, it's going to be different throughout the day, and different strokes work. But it looks like these gentlemen from Lanikai had the right stroke, the right stuff to get them in. Maybe that's Kailua Canoe Club in second and third on the outside. That's all unofficial once again. So we're going to head back to Samoa talking about the IVF distance. I'm sorry, Laura, we're kind of back and forth all day long here. You're talking about running 5 days, 3 races a day.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's a 24-kilometer race, you said?
Yeah, so that's the furthest distance. Some of the age categories are less than that. So the Master 70, the Master 16s, they do 16 kilometers.
Right.
There's V1 and V6 as well. So, like on the first day, there might be a V6 race, and then the next race will be a V1 race, and then the third race will be a V6 race. So it alternates
I see how you do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. And I think exciting news for a lot of our local people, our Hawaii paddlers, is that the IVF sprints are coming back to Hilo after, what was that? I think 2004 was the last time.
20 years ago.
So 20 years. Is that kind of the average rotation? 20 years, you got to wait to get another?
Maybe, yeah. Like it was supposed to be here in 2020, but because of COVID, it got postponed. So we're super excited to be back for 2024, and I know that the HCRA and the organising committee and the locals here have done a big job organising everything and getting it ready, so everybody's excited.
Yeah, I was here at the 2004 race, and it was fun. And it's what's great about the World Sprints is you really get there's a number of things, but one of it is you really get to gauge yourself against the rest of the world, and in most people's minds, that's Tahiti, but a lot of these cultures or places where they paddle, where they're really in tune and intact with their native culture, and they come and they bring that vibe and they bring their culture and their cultural performances and stuff to it. You really get to see, and for me as a Polynesian, you get to see like, wow, those really are our distant cousins, you know, and it's so cool. But at the same time, be able to share that native paddling culture with all these other countries that have now become part of the bigger family. And it's obvious that Tahiti and Hawaii and Samoa and are going to, and the Maori are going to be bringing crews, but share with us some of the other countries and cultures that have tapped into this and are now part of IVF and sending crews to the race.
Yeah, well, I think we're at 32 countries at the moment for next year, so it could end up being more than that. And like, as you know, it's more than a sport. It's a way of life. It's something that connects all of Polynesia, all through the Pacific. There are outrigger canoes, and so being able to have an event where people can bring their culture and share that culture and share the wider Pacific culture it's unique and so special. And outside of the Pacific, countries like Brazil, Chile, Peru, Panama, Argentina, in Europe, England, where have we got? Canada, Hong Kong, Singapore, that they're all coming, and they all embrace the culture of the Pacific. And that's one of the things that I believe they all love about the sport as much as the people from the Pacific. That's a unique identity that I think that we should all be proud of as people from.
That's awesome. I think what's neat about that is that transition happens because part of the native Polynesian culture is to be open and inclusive, right? Yeah. You're gonna come to my house. I'm gonna take care of you, right? Wherever you are, wherever you're from, and you're gonna come and do our sport, theory, with air quotes, our sport, because it's obviously not just our sport anymore. We're gonna bring you in and show you our culture and show you how it's done, and that's really when I see these international races like, whether it's Navahine, Molokai Hoi, or even Queen Iliuokalani race, and you see these people, even they're coming from the mainland, they really love to vibe with, not only the local culture, but Hawaiian culture as well. And so you saying how important it is for that host culture to share, you Hawaii people, you're on blast. You better be coming with it next year. And man, if you want to share culture, Hilo, you want to share Hawaiian culture, Hilo is one of the best places to do it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Yeah. So we're switching from our kupuna events. Right now, we just had our 70s, our 65s. We're now going all the way to the other end of the spectrum with our girls 12 and under event. And so this is going to be another half-mile race. Oh, no, it's a quarter-mile race, I believe. And we have 14 canoe clubs being represented here today. And, something I was talking to Dana about earlier that we noticed is, man, there's been a lot of kids post-pandemic.
Yeah.
Well, not only kids, but families, right? Because if you don't just send your kid to paddling, the parents is bringing them and they're just participating. But we've really seen kind of a resurgence here locally. Have you been seeing that at home too, or even internationally?
Yeah, so I'm from New Zealand,
right.
And everybody suffered from the pandemic, and numbers went down for every sport, I think. And I think it is picking up, and there is a resurgence. And I think that events like this one and the World Sprints next year and all of those events that people organise helps to, get people back into it. And being an event organizer is not easy.
Oh, no, girl.
As you know.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So,
it's crazy.
So, hats off to everybody, because you can just sit back and wait for somebody else to organize things and, maybe. But, hats off to all those people who do the work, because that's what people come for.
Oh, for sure. We're getting ready for the start of the girls 12 and under race here. This is a quarter-mile sprint on our course here in beautiful Hilo Bay. We're here with Ocean Paddler, also representing Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. Happy to be bringing you canoe paddling, trying to make this a spectator sport. And man, with the intro of drone footage and our cameras all across the beach, and being able to be here in studio and sharing all these views simultaneously with you online, I think it's a beautiful way to expose this sport to everybody out there. Yeah. And hopefully we have people as far as New Zealand, where you're from, Laura, watching here. Again, I'm here with IVF, International Volleyball Federation President Laura Collins. She's from New Zealand, and we were just talking about paddling and the resurgence of paddling, especially among the youth. And as we say in Hawaii, the children are our future, right? Everybody says that. But I think it's always a battle in New Zealand for any sport to try to pull kids away from rugby. Now, I'm a huge rugby fan. I played rugby in college, and the All Blacks are like the cat's meow, right, when it comes to it. And, in New Zealand, man, rugby is like religion. You know? Just like how paddling in Tahiti is like religion over there.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot more people getting back to their cultural roots through paddling. And I was always impressed when I went to New Zealand, especially in the North Island where most of the Polynesians or Maori are, how in tune they are culturally with their culture. Like how many of them, they have their community place where they can still practice their cultural traditions. They're good with their language and all that. We just, as you're seeing on your screen, this is the start of the girls 12 and under race. It's a quarter-mile race sprint. It's coming from the far side of the bay on the Mauna Kea side, racing back down towards where the hotels are. And it's a quarter-mile sprint. So these girls are giving it all, laying it all on the line for just a couple of minutes. But what have you seen? Is paddling in New Zealand really culturally tied? You think so too with the canoe clubs? Because they have a whole different. They do outrigger paddling, but they also have, what are those other they have that are long and they all sitting inside? It's like a single hull.
Waka kōpapa?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a traditional Maori canoe. But yeah, definitely culturally connected. It's a means of identity for Maori and Pacific people living in Aotearoa.
Because there are quite a few Samoans.
It's the biggest Polynesian city, Auckland, Polynesian city in the world. So
I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Here they go, coming into the finish, girls 12 and under. And so, here we go. These girls are just digging. Look at that. Look at that girl in two, just giving everything. Wow, she's a great paddler. Fighting into the finish, and because it's such a short distance, there's not a lot of time for a particular crew to be able to really get out in the front, So all of these keiki races stay tight and stay exciting, and you're always one of the loudest races because nobody's going to cheer for you more than your parents, right?
100%. Yeah.
Your friends are cheer for you and all that.
Yeah.
But man, all these kids, they didn't come here unescorted. They brought their folks with them. And so, wow. What a great race. Look at this. Another shot of the finish line coming in.
Woo.
Nice finish. What a great race right there. That was in lane 1. I have trying to figure it out. This is Kauai High Canoe Club, maybe. That makes sense. Kauai High's Canoe Club, their colors are red. We'll get you a quick replay of this. They had a great race. We're not calling anything officially from here. There were a number of girls that had a great race there. I know Lanikai put together a good crew today as well. But this is where it all begins right here, and really appropriate because we're talking about a resurgence of our keiki, our young ones, coming back into paddling. And as Dana had mentioned, that starts a lot with the family unit. And I think pandemic had a lot to do with that. And you know, maybe we had to take a hit in our numbers and no paddling for a couple of years to realize what you really had. You know, as soon as you realize, wow, that was awesome what we had, because it's something we can do generationally. Like at your home club, how many do you have where it's mom and dad are paddling and the kids are paddling and the parents are coaching?
That is the norm. You know, it's a real family sport, and that's what makes it unique. And who doesn't want to recreate with their family, you know, like enjoy, spend time with their kids, their parents, their grandparents. Some clubs in New Zealand, there's 4 generations of people, you know, paddling at that club, and that's really special, and I think something that we should cherish as a sport and not take for granted.
No, for sure, and I think it's great for, like, you know, parents nowadays have to shuttle their kids to this practice and that tutoring and pick them up from school and all this stuff.
Hectic.
But, man, when you could take everybody to one place, and I notice a lot of what these clubs do is, like, you know, for those families, those few families that are really involved, hey, on certain days of the week, one family will bring dinner for everybody. They'll crock pot, you know, and make a big, you know, pot of stew or something, and everybody can, and by the time you get home, you just got to shower up and go sleep, you know. So it's neat because now that canoe club is not only for your family but becomes an extension of your family, right? And you build bonds in that va'a and in that club that you don't get anywhere else.
It's the va'a family.
Yes, and we're seeing another replay here of the girls 12 and under.
Great
really
start.
Solid start. So you notice one thing I like about watching kids racing is they're not as big, heavy, or strong. They haven't developed, especially the boys, you know, they haven't developed this big musculature. And so they are more flexible, and they really have to give their whole body to their paddling to make that canoe drive through the water. I mean, that canoe is 400 pounds, you know, and these are 12-year-old girls. And for a bunch of 12-year-old girls to get a canoe up and going that fast, that takes a lot of work on each one of their parts. And so for them really to be able to get out there and give it, like, you can see they're driving off the leg, they're pushing from the body.
But it's also a team, you know, so they're all individuals, but that teamwork is so important when they don't have that strength.
Yes,
so,
yes. They definitely have to paddle together, and it's a great lesson for life too, right? You know, and again, you know, it's not only the family aspect, but it's about what you can take away from the canoe club and apply to the rest of your life. You know, the teamwork. You know, everybody has to pull their own weight. You know, and hey, on a certain day, if your teammate cannot pull, well, hey, I'm going to pull for you in this part of the race or whatever it is. So. So you've seen that same resurgence of paddling, which I think is great. I think that's definitely going to give us going to be one of our themes today. But we are certainly looking forward to IVF sprints here, 2024.
Yeah,
likely 32 countries from all across the globe.
All across the globe.
Asia, Europe, all over mainland U.S., Canada, South America, of course, all throughout Polynesia, Australia, of course. And, you know, our Hilo family better be on blast, because we're going to have to come with it, because you get to see the festivities in places like Tahiti or Samoa or even Aotearoa.
Yep.
Like, they come culturally with the opening ceremony and stuff. I bet it's amazing to see.
Yep.
I've seen some incredible
and
performances.
it is amazing everywhere we go, but we can't wait to be here. Like you said, Hilo's the center of culture for Hawaii, and it's going to be so exciting.
I know Dana's going to be working with you a bunch over at HCRA and getting that together, and we cannot wait to be back here next year. It's going to be about the same time, and all our Hawaii crews will be within our own country. We'll be qualifying, throughout the year to get ready to be part of the IVF, and that's really, this is the big show within the state.
Yeah,
but IVF is a big show on the world stage.
And we can't wait to share that live stream with all of the world, so everybody gets to see this amazing sport.
Well, we'll be stoked to be here again with you in about a year to bring them some action from Hilo Bay. Looking forward to the IVF sprints. That will be happening, the world sprints happening here in Hilo, August of 2024.
Yep.
And in fact, next week in Samoa, are you guys doing any kind of live coverage for that, where
there is some live
our
coverage.
paddlers can tune in and get pumped?
Yep,
where would they be able to find that?
It is on the IVF YouTube channel, so we can share that with the
IVF YouTube channel. Okay,
yep.
Be looking for that, and if you can't make it for the long distance this year, and it happens every 2 years. So
every 2 years.
1 year is a distance, the next year is distance sprints, right?
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
And wow, we're looking forward to that. I think that is the creme de la creme, the world sprints, and now distance. That started in 2017, right? The distance races was not always a thing.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys doubled your workload, huh?
Yeah, something like that. But it's good for the paddlers, good for the sport.
Well, mahalo, Laura Collins. Thank you for coming all the way from Aotearoa to see what's going on here and kind of pre-plan your event next year. And I hope that Hawaii can be the host that it should be for your event. And all the paddlers, are looking forward to it. The big show coming here to Hilo, Hawaii in 2024, August.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Mahalo.
Right.
Take care.
Mahalo.
All right, we're going to continue with our live action here from Hilo Bay. And we are looking forward to the Kane Keiki. This is the 12 and under boys race. Again, this is just like the girls race. It is a quarter-mile sprint from the Mauka side of Hilo Bay, racing across left to right as you're standing on the beach. You can look for the different lanes that are representing your local canoe club. How's it? And definitely representation from all across. Okay. Go ahead and put that on.
Ooh. Hey, Uncle.
Good. How you doing?
Good.
See you earlier this morning?
Yeah.
All right. You racing today?
Yeah.
What race you racing?
18 boys and 18 mates.
18 boys. All right.
Yeah.
All right. This is Ali Yodorain. He's here kind of sharing with us his what's going on with him. And we were just talking about you're racing 18 boys and 18 mix. And it's cool to be able to get a 2-for-1. Tell us about your club and how the training's been going and what you guys are getting ready for, and if you're looking forward to distance and all of that.
I'm from Kiokaha Canoe Club, but I live Kona side. Drive every 2 days to come Hilo, come train.
Oh, what is that drive like, brother?
It's nice, good drive. Takes me an hour and a half, just cruise.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a dedicated paddler. And so how come you decided to come paddle on this side?
The program over here has good structure. The kids are nice. Everybody's nice. Overall, everybody's all friendly and good.
Okay, so how many guys on your 18s crew? I know you guys have only 6 that are going to make race day. How many total you guys work with on a day?
We work with, I'm going to say, 9, 10.
Okay.
10
guys
boys.
Throughout the season, guys been jumping in, racing with you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. And so Yeah, you gotta come closer to me, Ali. The producer's telling us we gotta sit. You know, when it was with the Wahinis, you can lean in, but you're not a brother. You can, you know. So this is the 12 and under race for boys. You've been paddling since you were this age, Ali?
Well, I was paddling since I was like 5 years old.
All right. And what was it like at this age? Didn't that canoe feel really heavy?
Yeah. The canoe is really heavy, especially you're so young, you're not strong enough, and then you're going off the line. It's like, okay, come on, boys, let's go. Are we going? Yeah, okay, we're going. And then you look to your side, it's like, oh, we're actually going.
Yeah, we're actually going.
Yeah.
It takes quite a bit of effort to get these canoes up and rolling at that age. So, again, you're paddling 18s. How long is that race? 1 mile?
Half mile.
Half mile, okay. What seat are you sitting?
Peperu, steersman.
Steersman, okay. So, you're tell us about your theory or what's going through your head as you're coming in to make, a 180-degree turn at the halfway point.
Coming in, looking at that flag, I'm like, hey, let's make this boat straight. Let's get into this turn and get out. And try not to bury that flag, but make a clean, good turn.
Right. So these are, again, our 12s. There's no turn in this race.
Yeah.
And these little guys are giving their all.
Yeah.
12 and under. A lot of these kids might be as young as 9, 10 years old. Doesn't necessarily have to be 12 years old. But this crew in lane 1 is really working. I think that might be Kailua Canoe Club again.
Keaukaha.
Oh, that's Keaukaha there. Okay.
These boys, they're strong.
Yeah.
These boys are really strong. How they practice every day, I give them credit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
They listen. They do the workouts. They know slack.
So
sometimes they beat some of us older kids.
At Keaukaha, what you talk about the workout. So it's more than just paddling. What kind of workouts you guys doing in the course of a practice over at Keaukaha?
We run at least, a mile every day. And then we do push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and everything.
Okay. Again, this is the live action of the Boys 12 coming in here. This is Keaukaha Canoe Club in lane 1. These boys are getting a really good race. And this, for these younger kids, competing on a statewide level, it's some big deal.
It is a big deal.
It's a big deal for them. This is, huge. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's your boys, huh?
Yeah.
I think they did good. You help coach some of these kids?
Yeah. I encourage them. I give them little good stuff.
Little pointers here and there.
Boost them up a little bit. Awesome. I get them amped before a race. I get them ready.
You're the hype guy, huh?
Yeah.
All right, the finish of our Boys 12 race is a quarter-mile race. We have, let's see, who was that in lane 1? That was club number 53. Yep, you're right, Keaukaha Canoe Club. Looks like unofficially, they had won our race today. And as we were talking earlier, in a quarter mile, or even like you guys, a half mile, that's not a lot of time to be able to get a lead on somebody. And especially when you have a turn in a race, that can make or break, what happens in your race. You can go into the turn second and coming out
first.
Yeah, coming out in first.
So it's all, coming into that turn, it's all about the steersman, how he pivots that boat around, how fast you get in there, how he's cranking it, and 1 and 2 helping too. So coming into the turn, you're starting really wide. Again, we're going to have a quick replay of the Boys 12 and under, but coming into the turn, you're kind of gliding in, right? That first part of the turn is really subtle. Yeah. Okay? Again, Ali'i, this is our 12 and under boys. Seeing a good start. That's your gang from Keaukaha Canoe Club. Look, a good lead on the front.
Yep. Good stretch.
Start.
Nice A-frame. Really attacking the front there.
Nice and deep. Good.
Little bit of a timing issue there. Didn't seem to affect them. But Look at the guy. Look at the kid in one. Look how excited he's going to be.
He's excited.
He's pumped.
Look him. He's on.
Yes, that's what it's all about right there. Oh, wow. Stoked. So they come back in. They paddle in. Trade out for the next crew. Next race. Now, again, we're talking about a turn. Ali, you're as you said earlier, Peperu. That's a French or Tahitian for the steersman, and somebody's on a foil.
Yep, somebody on the foil.
Who is that?
Probably one of I don't know who.
What a banana.
Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of gliding into that turn. What is your indicator? There's. Sorry, sir. We don't have a foil division here today. This is paddling.
Oh,
no. He raced that one. He raced the kayak. Oh my goodness. All right, so you're gliding into that front part of the turn, Ali. At what point are you really gonna stick your paddle and start swinging that thing around?
Soon as I hit like the nose of the ama, then I start to crank. Then I call it, and then I have my 1 and 2 hit it around.
So you're gliding into that turn, and it's when the front of the ama hits the flag. Hopefully doesn't hit the flag, but gets close to the flag, just inside of it. And if you catch or bury the flag,
you get DQ.
You get disqualified, right? So you hit that turn. As soon as that front of the ama hits the flag or begins to round the flag, what is your signal to the guys in seat 1 and 2?
Just pull as hard as you can. Just go. I just call hit, and then I crank one time.
Because guys use all kind of different things that they say, right? So are you saying uni, or what do you guys?
I just say hit.
You just say hit. Okay. And
hit,
so
and then
what do they do? What does 1 and 2 do when you say that?
Hit either my 1 or 2 unis, or they come over kahi. It's whatever they feel like they can do, but we usually just double uni. Double kahi, sorry.
Okay, and explain to the folks at home that may not be paddlers, what's the difference between a uni and a kahi?
A kahi is grabbing over and pull the canoe to you, and then a uni is like steering, but in the front, so you just crank, and just pushing the boat away kind of thing.
So a kahi is more reaching out at a 90 degree on the ama side on the left, and you are basically trying to pull the canoe over and making sure that you're driving that water that you're pushing down and under the canoe. You're almost not only pulling over, but pulling that front of the canoe up and over the water, right? Because you don't want to have any kind of resistance from the water that you're pulling over, right? So that's a kahi. Now, the uni is the steersman is in the back of the canoe. You're poking on the left side, right? The uni is the guys in the front are doing the opposite thing, making the canoe pivot or rotate, right?
Yeah.
You're getting the two ends of this canoe and basically trying to do that.
Yep.
Okay? Basically trying to swing it around. Now, what are the folks in 3, 4, and 5 doing?
3, 4, and 5, they're the powerhouse, so they're just making enough power so we can get around that turn.
So I always felt like coming around the turn, that was an opportunity for 3, 4, 5. Rest a little bit. You don't want to power through the turn because sometimes it's hard.
Yeah.
You make it harder for the steersman. You want him to glide in, whip that turn, then you put the hammer down after that. So
sometimes
it's a chance.
Sometimes it's like, okay, we see where we're at. Then if not, we just power through the turn, and then I usually have my number 5 seat go on the right side and kahi for me, so we can get that boat around faster, and then we can go.
Right, or like you were saying, the guys in the middle, they can take like a 3, 4 stroke breather, setting themselves up for what happens once you come out of that turn and you're facing downhill, heading to that finish line. What happens at that point?
That point is like we're just ready to just pound through the straightaway and just get a good lead after that too. Because
what happens is in that you're catching a glide with the canoe, like guys like yourself, some of these young boys. That canoe is up and gliding. You're actually planing.
Yeah.
The canoe is higher in the water than it would be at rest because you're going so fast.
Yeah.
And the canoe is kind of coming up in the water column. Now, in the turn, what does the canoe do? The canoe sits down and flattens out there.
Yeah.
You got to get the canoe back up and out of the water, right?
So it's pretty much when we get out of the turn, it's like another start.
It is. It's another start. You're almost starting from close to a standstill right again, right?
Yeah.
And coming out, and you're sprinting back to the finish line. Now, Ali, you're paddling 18s this year. Next year, 18s as well?
Yeah. I just turned 18 on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good for you, sir. 18s again next year. Real quick, we got another event coming up here. You're going to see on your screen the 14 crews here that are going. This is X12 means this is a combined race mixed, like 3 wahine, 3 kane. So this is a mixed 12 and under. Again, look for your canoe club, your home canoe club, and look for what lane they're going to be in. So 3 different races for our Keiki 12 and under division. And we have 12s, 14, basically goes every 2 years, all the way up to 18s. Then after 18s, you come to the big show after that, right?
You go to the open.
Go to the open men's, and there's several divisions up in there, open men's, open women's. So you're going to paddle 18s again this year. Is your gang going to try to participate in any distance races after the season is up? What's the plan there?
So we're going to Samoa on Thursday. We leave. Yeah. So I entered the V1, the U19, and then we have 2 6-man crews. We have U16 and U16 girls and U16 boys.
Can you do that? Can you do U16 or no?
I cannot.
Okay. So you're going to be participating in the V1. Kona seems to be a great place to be able to practice V1, right?
Yeah.
You got that little downhill run when you want it, but otherwise, if somebody's just learning, which you're obviously not, there's a lot of flat water in Kona.
Yeah.
Tell us about your exposure, your experience, your paddling in the one-man and in particular with the V1.
I've been training almost my whole life since I was 5 years old. Dad just been helping me. Dad, mom, grandma, grandpa, aunties, and uncles just push the whole time and then build my ego up so I can be the good one.
So 2 days a week, you're traveling all the way over to the Hilo side, Keaukaha, to paddle 6-man with your gang.
Yes.
The other days of the week, are those one-man days?
Yeah. Train for Samoa, all V1, because then I can get myself ready, prepared. The heart rate is ready. My wind is on so I don't pass out. And so I can last 10 miles.
10 miles is no joke. So what has been your course? Again, this is the start of the 12 and under mixed crews here. Again, 3 girls, 3 boys. If they were able to paddle in one of the prior races, this is another opportunity for these kids to race. Maybe they get 2 chances today. Again, we're here with Ali Yudarain, and he's sharing with us his training, getting ready for the V1 distance race at the IVF World Sprints coming up next week in Samoa. And so what has your training been like? Are you kind of doing all distance stuff right now? What kind of water are you expecting down there that you might be prepping for? Is it going to be real flat in Samoa, or is it got a little chop in certain parts of the course? What do you think?
I'm hoping it's like a little chop, little like downwind here and there. But I know when some parts it's going to be flat because I've looked at some of the videos down there. It's like, it's kind of flat, but then there's a couple downwinders. So I'm hoping there's some wind.
Okay. So when you're on the Kona side, what is your downwind practice course?
Downwind practice course for Kona side is
Keokea?
From sometimes Keokea, but then it's a far drive.
It's far, yeah.
We go from Pulko to Four Seasons.
Okay.
That is a good 13 miles.
Another very exciting race happening here. The mixed race for 12 and under. A lot of cheering on the beach. All the members of the club, when there's a crew from their club racing in the race, man, they're out there yelling and cheering and screaming and hollering.
Oh, there's Kelkaha. I see him.
There's Kelkaha again.
Come on, boys and girls. Oh.
Wow. What a beautiful race course, by the way. I just had to say so. Great conditions for racing out here today. This is another quarter-mile race. Who is this right here? What club is that coming in? All in white? Oh, that might be Hawaiian Canoe Club from the island of Maui. And I could tell by the volume of cheers from their area of the beach that this is definitely a Hawaiian Canoe Club in their telltale white and blue uniform. Hawaiian Canoe Club from the island of Maui, and they are one of the keiki paddling powerhouses. They have won states before on the backs of their kids several times. Yeah. Throwing shakas to the drone. Look at these kids. They are on cloud 9 right now. Just so stoked to have, unofficially, of course, taken the win here at the state regatta championships in Hilo Bay. So I'm here with Ali Yurain, and he's getting ready to go to Samoa for the IVF World Distance Race. How long is that course going to be, Ali?
I'm thinking it's 10, 13 miles, I'm going to say.
And it's only V1 that races over there, right?
And
6-man, but there's no OC1.
No.
Can you explain
V1
to those at home that might not be too ma'atu paddling, what is the difference between OC1 and V1?
OC1 is a canoe that has a rudder on it, and you have foot pedals. So use your pedals to push left and right. And then the V1 is a canoe with no rudder, and you have to steer on your own. Like, you want to go left, you have to paddle on the right. You want to go right, you got to paddle on your left.
So it's a whole nother game. We're going to see a quick replay of the 12 and under mixed here. It looks like it was taken by the crew from Hawaiian Canoe Club. Let's look for them here in their white jerseys. You can see them about halfway out. Let's see. Hawaiian Canoe Club is number 44. In lane 4. Yep, there they are in lane 4. Hawaiian Canoe Club.
They're just hammering the whole time.
Look at that.
Nice stroke. Nice
big, wide open stroke. Digging in there. Yanking that water back. A couple of nice finishes there. Is that Kehoe right there on the bottom?
That's Kauai High.
Kauai High Canoe Club. Okay, nice. So we're talking real quick about the difference between V1 and OC1. So, again, V1, no rudder, basically no rudder,
yep.
OC1, rudder.
Yeah.
And for somebody that hasn't paddled, you cannot underestimate or under-accentuate the difference between having a rudder and not having a rudder. It's like not having a steering wheel on your car or not having handlebars on your bike.
Pretty much,
you know? Wow. So here we are, some of the crews making their change out. If they have a crew in the next race, they'll simply pull in, switch up their club, get the new paddlers in there, send them back out to the starting line. They get a big welcome and a lei when they come back on shore. Win or lose, they're getting plenty of aloha from their canoe club. So the IVF distance races are all in rudderless.
Yes.
Yeah, it's huge. And you know, I remember the first time I got on a rudderless. You know, if you have any kind of wind and you've never done it before, you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
How am I going to control this thing? I mean, you've been doing it your whole life, but for people that, you know, I'm used to having a rudder and my OC1, it's a whole different feeling.
Yeah.
What I do like about it though is sitting in that cockpit. It's a little different setup. Sitting in the cockpit, I feel in the V1 or the rudderless, I can get a lot more drive off of my leg because of the seating position that I'm in.
Yeah. The V1 is kind of just like the 6-man. It's kind of like the 6-man because you're in a cockpit. You're all kind of nice and snugged with your hips, and then you can move your feet around. Not like the OC1. You sit more on top of the canoe, and then you got to use your pedals. and then you don't get a good enough reach.
Right. Exactly. What's interesting for some of you folks that might be watching here, it looks like they're giving canoe rides right now. They're taking a couple of these crews. You can see one right there, that second crew. They're taking some other folks out with them for a canoe ride. Those are actually their canoe holders. Those two folks will make sure that those boats are held in line as the clubs get ready for their start. There's one in the front, one in the back. Whoever it is probably has some fins on to help them, give them some power straight in the water and keep those crews nice and straight down the course line. And they're paddling out there with their holders. Those guys will jump in the water and pray for nothing, nothing swimming under them in the bay here. Our next event is the girls 13 and under. This is event 7. 14 clubs there. Getting ready to go here at beautiful Hilo Bay in Hawaii Island. And I do, arguably in bigger water, the OC1, you can't match it, right? You got the rudder. You can drop into waves, surf, heading downwind. I'm sure you do that as well.
Yeah.
But, man, when the conditions are light or the water is more flat, the amount of glide and the amount of feel that you can get off of the V1, it feels like a whole different animal. I mean, you talk about the steering and all that, but once you kind of got it down a little bit, just the drive and the glide that you can pick up, is it feel kind of more free to you being on the V1 versus OC1?
Yeah. Feels a lot free.
Yeah.
And then it's like, because you don't have that drag back there, it's like, oh, okay, I can relax. You can feel the canoe move around. Kind
of similar to the feeling of when you're steering in the OC1, right? You're constantly having to adjust to what's going on in the boat.
Yeah.
Your paddlers might not all be the same strength level, and so they're making that canoe not necessarily drive straight. Maybe the way the canoe is rigged, the conditions, the current, the wind, whatever. And so as a steersman in the OC6, just like on the V1, you're constantly having to adjust. It's as opposed to paddling, right? You kind of just get in a mode, and you kind of just try to find the flow state with the rest of the guys that you're in the canoe with. But being the steersman, you are constantly reading and reacting to the conditions around you, both within the crew and in the ocean.
Yeah.
So what is that like for you? I mean, you're a younger guy. You've been doing it for a while, though. Probably a lot of experience compared to a lot of paddlers. But what is that like for you in the OC1? I mean, I'm sorry, in the OC6 steering.
Being the steersman, it's a lot. You got, like what you said, reading, looking what everybody's doing, making sure everybody's okay, looking around. Okay, are we going to catch this bump, or do we need to make a move? So being the steersman, it's a lot to be there and keeping the boat straight while still trying to paddle and hammer too.
And the hard part about being a steersman is that, especially in regatta, if you win, it was the stroker.
Yeah.
If you lose, it was the steersman.
Yeah.
It's somehow how it always comes down, right? Like, if you win, man, the crew, the powerhouse, it was the stroker, the way those guys pulled you through. Nobody talks about how good the turn was or how straight you kept it in the lane. But, man, if you lose, it was the steersman. The turn was no good. The guy was all over the place. I mean, it's not fair, but that's kind of just how it's perceived from the beach, you know, and which is not necessarily always the answer, right? Yeah. So, again, we're getting ready for the start of the girls 13 and under here at beautiful Hilo Bay for the 2024 State Regatta Championships. This is almost coming up in a couple years here on 75 years of regatta racing in Hawaii.
Oh, it's that long already? Wow.
Right, you're dropping in on a long heritage here. We all are. There were some of our kupuna that started this way back and had a vision, and I hope we are paying homage by what we're doing here today to what they had viewed, the vision that they had when they got this all started. So we got all of our crews lined up here. They are on the Malka side of the bay, racing from left to right as we are looking out from the beach. And they are going to be racing a quarter-mile race, an all-out sprint. How long will a quarter-mile race take usually, Ali?
I think it'll take them like 2 minutes flat sometimes, or 2:08, 2:10. Depends how the current is out here.
So in a lot of ways, it's like you don't really get a start, right? I mean, you don't get it really to settle in.
Yeah.
It's a start the whole way.
Yeah, they pretty much just sprint the whole way, and then schmedium down.
Yeah, schmedium out after that. Alex?
Oh. Here goes all the crews right now. Oh.
So Kalei Miller had to go take a break. Ali, stay in there. Ali, we're going to talk story here. You're going to analyze what's going on.
Sweating over here.
Hey, Ali, how's it going? Can you tell me what's happening here? So we have this cruise. Kalei Miller had to step out of the studio to take a restroom break. Ali, are you with us? What's happening here? Can you analyze what's going on?
What lane is this? What number? We have... Yeah.
Okay, here we have the...
Looks like these girls are
drive
going
view.
full sprint right now. Nice and long, deep. Here we go. This looks like lane 14 we're at right now.
Cam 1.
Oh, Kilohana taking the win. Oh, look, number 6. All happy, all excited. Look up, they look really happy right now.
Oh, look at that. That cruise just finished. Who's that?
This was girls 13? 13 or 14.
What does it feel like, Ali, when you finish a race like that? Are you completely exhausted? What's going on?
Finishing a race like that is like really exciting because you just won. And then you look on the side, you're like, oh, wow, I'm really in the front.
Cool, look at that. The beautiful canoe, too, huh?
You come really excited. It's like, wow, I just won a state champ.
Do you recognize some of these paddlers out there, Ali?
Oh, those girls 13s.
Tell me a little about the water conditions here today, Ali. Is this just prime for regatta races? Ali. We're having a little communication issues here in the studio. It looks like Ali cannot hear.
Here we have Kaipu Canoe Club. Paddling in now. Now they're going to go switch out for the boys. And let the boys do their race. Okay. Now the boys is going to come out and schmedium the race and hopefully schmedium win. Look at all the people all along the beach. family, friends, uncles, aunties, friends from different islands. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I must say there's like over, 2,000? Ay, huli.
Ali, what I heard from Dana this morning was there's about 2,500 paddlers here from all over the state. Is that correct? Is that what you saw?
Yeah. Around there, like 600.
Nice. And, it's been since 2015 was the last time State Regatta Championships was over here. And I remember that day, it was just pouring rain from 7 a.m. all the way to the last heat. Is that normal on the Big Island, or did we have a bad day back then?
That was more like Hilo. Hilo is different. It can be rainy, windy, sunny, or it can just rain all day. Here we have a crew switching out for the boys. Here's another Canoe Clue Hub switching out.
So for those of you who don't know, I had to take a bathroom break. We're talking from the studio here on the beach, right, with Ali. Cruz just came in from this previous race. And we're going to take a look at some of the replays. What do you say there, Ali? Should we analyze that? Can you talk about what we're going to see next? Awesome. And let's go for replay.
Here we have Kilohana lane 1. Nice deep stroke. Getting that canoe up and plane. Getting the hull speed going. And everybody's just hammering off the start.
Okay, this is all right. Look at that. Neck and neck, huh?
These girls are really strong.
Oh, my God. Who's that?
This is Kilohana taking the win.
Nice. And, yeah, beautiful. That was a beautiful, tight race. And they opened up at the end, right? It wasn't that neck and neck anymore. But they are exhausted, that's for sure, for that. Now, Ali, tell me a little bit about here, since Kalai is not here with us. Let's talk story about Kalai. Okay.
You gotta go the volume higher. I can't hear him.
Ali, Kalai Miller, what's it like to sit at a table with him talking story here?
I don't know, Kalai. Ooh, that guy. I think he need a couple medium shirts.
I mean, he really tells you how it is, right? How to move your arm, how to get in there. And while he's doing that, I mean, are you impressed?
I don't know how he can fit in a medium shirt.
Okay, we have Kalai coming back here. He's going to take over again. We didn't talk bad about you at all, Kalai. Don't worry about it,
I don't know how he can fit in that shirt. I think he needs a bigger size.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
okay, here we go. You guys can listen to Kalai Miller's back in the house.
I think a couple medium shirts will look good on him. Here we have the 14 boys paddling to the line.
Excellent job, Ali. You're killing it up here.
Thank you. How's your medium break?
Yeah, it was great. There's a lot of this talk of the medium shirt. Just be really aware. The guy who's teasing and talking about it, he's the one that orders the shirts. I told him to buy appropriately sized wardrobe, but he won't do it. So what they give me, I have to use it. Yeah.
I think he loves the medium.
It makes the pa'a in the hoi pa'a look better.
He need that medium shirt.
Hoi pa'a actually started like this. It was supposed to be like, when you reach and that bottom hand and you are using your core and your back to set and drive. But he kept making me bring it in. So now it looks like this. Anyway, too much information.
With the Schmiede.
Ali'i's got to go. He is getting ready for the 18s race. We'll be watching for you.
Yep.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing with us some time and about what's going to be happening with you next week in Samoa with the V1. Good luck to you, and we're happy to have a
Thank you.
nice-looking, well-presenting, polite young gentleman representing Hawaii up there and in the IVF distance races, right?
Yep. Thank
Mahalo,
you.
brother. Good luck today, and
you,
good
Uncle.
luck next week. Aloha.
The 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with the Kama'aina Rewards. County of Hawaii. Hilo Hawaiian Hotel by Castles Resort. Hilo Hospitality and Charm redefined. Matson. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
For racing here on the Big Island of Hawaii, I'm with Mike Atwood, former president of HCRA, the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, who is, can you put down my ears a little bit? Who is in charge of today's event. And today, of course, is the State Regatta Championships. What all club paddlers have been working towards all season long. It all is put on the line today. And Mike, you were in charge of this race and this association in the past. What's it like having all the crews coming here? For us from Oahu, it's going to be Outer Island, but coming here Outer Island and putting an event on like this?
It just like canoe paddling, it takes a team, and you've got to have keeps going, and it takes coordination. It takes good leadership. But it takes people that love what they're doing and want to be a part of it and put on something that the people that come to their island can take back with them and share those memories, share those experiences, and come back with a good feeling about everything that happens.
All right, so it just like the VA, it takes a lot of coordination. It takes a lot of teamwork to put on an event like this. And speaking of teamwork, we're looking at, this is the boys 13s, I believe.
13.
And please, Mike,
Boys 13, I believe.
jump in on the commentary and anything you want to share with particular crews or the race itself.
This is another quarter-mile race. You'll see some of the kids in here are pretty good-sized 13-year-olds, and there's some pretty smaller ones too. So it's, sometimes you get your crew doesn't quite have the right number of people that are 13, so you got to draw from your younger paddlers, and it gives them the chance to get out there and be a part of it too. So, and it's the family, the Ohana part of it too.
Yeah, so it's really 13 and under. Like there could be kids as young as like 10 years old.
Yeah, a lot of the associations have what they call menahunis or special events or the keikis, and sometimes you'll see kids that are 8 or 9 or 10 years old in those races, and they don't necessarily score points for their teams, but it gets those kids out there and gives them a chance to be a part of what their brothers, their sisters, their aunties, their moms and dads are doing too. And they
all
feel
right, coming
like
into
they're
the
a part
finish
of the
line.
whole
This
thing.
is exciting. Look at this. Oh, Hawaiian Canoe Club
That's a
blowing it up again here on the beach. It is possible that was Hawaiian Canoe Club in lane. Let's see. That's
Hawaiian
boys
is
13,
31.
31,
Number
lane
31.
5. In the orange, though, that may have been
The Manu Kekai
from Oahu, right?
From,
Manu
from the north
is-
shore of Oahu. Manu is also a Huiwa'a team.
Right. Manu Kikai 35. So they were in. Yep, they were just outside. No, I don't think it was Manu. Boys 13. No. Yep.
Manu is orange. Was that a Canoe F?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not sure.
Not sure. Oh, yeah. No, that is. You're right. Canoe F, Manu Kikai. That would have been in lane 3.
Right.
So that was pretty close.
Hawaiians known for their kids, too. They're known for the strength that they have in their kids. And Ka'uhane in that program on Maui is definitely a competition, definitely a threat.
Paul Lu'uvai for a long time was doing that over there, right?
That's
Ka'uhane. But what do you think it is for those clubs that have a really strong keiki program? What do you think is the secret ingredients for that? What do you think makes that? Obviously, it's the dedication from the parents to make it happen, but do you think it's something deeper, like the actual families paddling there, as a family, or what do you think?
I think that a really big part of it is family. The community support is really big too, and if you consider that, paddling for how long has it's been around, it starts with families forming a club. It starts with sometimes a family forming a club, and they rely on their family members, and then those family members reach out to friends. For the kids, the ones they go to school with, just having that group of people in your own age group, then also that group of people that love what they're doing, and feel the excitement, feel the enthusiasm, and also just the opportunity to get out there in a canoe, especially in Hawaii with the culture, to know that you're carrying on something that was hundreds and thousands of years old, that it's a major part of our lives. The canoes that were used to travel, the canoes that were used to fish, the canoes that were used to, unfortunately, sometimes go to war, that's been a part of the Hawaiian culture and the Polynesian culture. And that's something that, as Mayor Roth this morning in his address to in the opening ceremony said, that's an identification of Hawaii. That's a major part of Hawaii. And that family connection that you're talking about, it's how do you build that? How do you grow that? That's where it starts, is understanding that culture, believing in that culture, and being a part of it.
Yeah, and that's for sure. Like I always believe that every Hawaiian has a canoe sailor in their genealogy. That's how we got here. You had to be a canoe sailor. And in those days, to travel with, the simplest of equipment from Tahiti or wherever, everybody had to participate. Everybody was a sailor, man, woman, and child. And so I think you're absolutely right. And what's neat is it being able to be more of a family deal. As we are here watching a replay of the boys 13 and under, we're going to look in particular for that crew in lane 3. That was in orange, Manu Kekai, and in lane 5, Hawaiian Canoe Club in blue and white.
As you and Ali'i were talking about earlier, this is a full-on sprint, and you'll see, fairly small kids on the starting line try to get 400 pounds of canoe plus the weight of the people in there up to a moving start, and it takes a little bit of energy right at the first, and then you just start bringing the stroke rate up to where you're sprinting, maintaining that energy and building up the hull speed and trying to maintain that hull speed.
Yeah, and it's like anaerobic the whole way almost.
Pretty close, yeah. You obviously you got to breathe, but yeah, you're not relaxing too much in there.
Yeah, you don't get much of a chance to settle in a quarter-mile race, And if somebody's off a little bit or whatever, and it makes it challenging.
And you hear kids, all the noise and stuff around you, too. You hear all the other crews calling their changes. You hear the steersman yelling something, like, pick it up, that type of thing. And it's very easy to get distracted. So a real key to doing well in this race and in any race is staying focused on your canoe, on your crew. Don't get distracted out of the corner of your eye by what you see coming or what's in front of you. Just stay focused on what you're doing in your canoe and what your coaches have taught you, what they've told you. This is how it works. Don't try to change it just because you're in the race.
Right. And I think it's a great lesson for these kids. They're here. This is the big show. they paddle out to that starting line, and they know not only everybody from their club and their parents and their friends and whatever else is lining that beach, but it's thousands of people that all of a sudden are watching them do something. And this may be their first time ever on a stage like that, you know?
Which could be overwhelming.
Yeah, it could totally be overwhelming for a kid. But here we go with another keiki event. This is the girls 14 and under. Again, look for your own. Yep. There's your home club in lane 13, Kaupua Canoe Club. We'll be looking for them on the outside. Lanikai Canoe Club in lane 9. Kaneohe right there in lane 3, another good kids program.
At Lahaina.
Yep. Hawaiian Canoe Club again in lane 5.
Puna.
Huinalu, another great kids program. And Waikiki Surf Club.
Manoake Kai, they're in there too.
Yep. And
it's as you mentioned, the number of people that are on the beach and the noise and the excitement and enthusiasm. When the crews that get here after qualifying on their islands get here, they're in the best of the best. And they know that the level of competition, they know that the level of support is going to be coming from the whole state. It's not just their association, not just their club. It's the whole state's going to be there. And even though you're cheering for your own particular club, you're cheering for all the kids that are out there, all the paddlers that are out there, because it takes all of them.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I've noticed that too, is that, you know, the keiki in these clubs are embraced really in a real local or Hawaiian way by all the older or the adults in all the clubs. You know, one example would be if somebody's kids is, you know, making mischief on one side, any auntie from any canoe club is going, hey, you know, because they're wearing the jersey. They're wearing the jersey from their club, and that auntie knows your coach.
Somebody, and you're,
and that's how it is, and that's a very local style, right? You don't go out and, you know, be kolohe and act up because you're representing your family and your canoe club, and for a lot of these kids, that canoe club is an extension of their family, right? Their parents paddle. Maybe the dad is the coach. Maybe the mom is the club president or whatever it is, you know, and it's really an extension. And so
definitely, and what you're doing reflects on that whole club. And although it may be just one individual that's causing trouble, they're going to go to the people in that club and say, how come, you know, why is this shirt getting into trouble?
Yeah. We'll go check a couple quick a replay here, but we're getting ready for another race. Yeah, that's right.
Is 14 girls? 14 girls.
So a lot of those clubs are being represented big time by the jerseys. Like in years in the past, they never have all these fancy, you know, Lycra and dry fit jerseys like they do now. And some of these clubs, man, they
go all out.
Really,
they got some really fancy ones.
And they got their trucker hats and all of that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So
and it can be used as a fundraiser. You can sell those items to your club members and to the public too. But it's also it's showing as the sport progresses in many ways. You know, the equipment obviously is one of the areas where the sport progresses, but not only the fashion, but as you pointed out, the like Lycra and
the style and the lifestyle.
Yeah,
you know, they're finding individual expressions for their club, and it kind of takes on a personality. And so here we are with the this is again race
14
number
girls?
9. This is the girls 14 and under.
14 and under.
Yeah.
And some of the girls who paddled in the 13 and unders and the 12s also have moved up to paddle in this race. And then some of these girls.
What looks like a clean start there.
Good start.
A little bit older girls, a little bit more power here, a little bit bigger girls, taller, more strength. So you notice the stroke rate now will kind of start to drop off, right?
Just a little bit, yeah. And if you get too excited about what's going on around you, sometimes you forget to slow that down. And that's determined by the stroker, the person sitting in seat number 1. They're going to set the pace. if the steers person back there sees that, hey, this isn't happening, they may let them know. But if you get caught up in those canoes around you, and especially if one gets a little bit of a jump on the start, you're playing catch-up.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get maybe you can do it with speed, maybe you can do it with power, but if you get excited and try to do it with both, you're going to lose it. Because if you go too fast, you lose the people in the middle that give you the power. Because all they're doing is trying to keep up.
Right.
They're not putting the power in and then relaxing just a little bit, putting the power in, relaxing just a little bit. They're just trying to keep timing.
Right. And now, as these girls are now 14 under compared to like our 12 and unders, they've got more power to give. And so the rate of the stroke, compared to when they were paddling when they were younger, starts to come down just a little bit and allow them to get a bigger reach, to get more drive through the water and be able to really put some horsepower into this.
Yeah, and not only the size of the paddlers, but the experience.
Right.
For many of them, they've had 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 years of paddling. The younger paddlers obviously haven't had that.
Right.
So.
This looks like coming into our finish here, going to be another exciting finish in the girls.
14 and
under, yep.
It looks like lane
race
1.
Number 9 of 43.
Lane 1 may get this one.
Boy, I love watching them in these koa canoes, Mike. All right, who's that in lane 1?
That looks like a Moko Hawaii team.
Nava'ahanakahi
from right here in Hilo Bay.
Right here in Hilo Bay. Nice. Those girls had a great race.
Lloyd Akiona, Milani Alameda, Ricky Torres working with those kids. Great job. Good for them.
We'll have a replay of this race.
The competition was right there.
Yeah, there were a couple of them right there. It's hard to call.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to see some results later on the HCRA website, some official results. They're calling them out here on the beach once they've got everything figured out. But these paddlers right here getting a nice overhead shot of them resting and relaxing. Once the top crews finish, they have to wait for every crew to finish before they start heading to the beach, right, Mike?
Yeah, each association does it a little bit differently. Like in our association, Moko Hawaii, once the race is power, you can start heading in as long as you don't go back on the course. You can head in towards the beach, and they also have random checks where they have officials that will check to see if the people in the canoe are actually the ones that were registered.
Oh, yes.
So, but in HCRA, they make sure that all the canoes are POW before they start heading everybody in. And the officials wait for, on the official boats, if there's all green flags that are raised in those boats, that means there's no question on the race, that there's not a potential DQ, there's not a potential interference or something like that. But if there's a red flag up in one of the official boats, that means that there may be some question about what happened in that race. But as soon as the officials give the signal, all of those canoes can head back to their tents on the beach.
Nice. So we can see a beautiful view in the background as we transition the crews from our girls 14 and under to the boys 14 and under. They'll
the boys
head
14.
to the beach.
And you see the cloud cover coming in a little bit this morning. Watching the sunrise reflecting off of Mauna Kea was just beautiful.
That was beautiful.
And this cloud cover does kind of help it keep a little bit cooler, but I don't think it's going to lead to rain right now because it's
okay. For the record, that was Mike's prediction.
Right now,
no rain
anyway.
today
right
for
now.
Okay, we're going to stick with that. We're going back into our replay here for the young ladies, 14 and under, here at Hilo Bay. Getting a nice start up there. Nice start there. Really can see
you
power
try
coming
to
off the line.
be as smooth as possible on the start because if you're throwing your body around a lot, the canoe's going to bounce. And it'll go up and then down and then up and then down. And when it's on this downward push, it's creating a little bit more drag. So you try to get the canoe up and moving on a fairly level plane. And that you can see there's a really smooth stroke there, really smooth up rate, but it's very smooth so the canoe doesn't go up and down.
That lane one.
That was a pretty
that
good.
Was a pretty
a canoe length lead.
That was a no-joke lead right there. They laid
good
it
race
down.
there for second and third. But
again, unofficially, that was in the girls 14 and under.
14 and under girls.
Hanakahi from right here in Hilo
From
Bay.
Hilo Bay,
Yeah. Nava'a Hanakahi, and those ladies bringing it home for the Big Island.
Yeah, the Big Island's been doing really well. It helps to be at home. No question.
I've been talking to our guests earlier. I had Dana over. Of course, I had the president of the IVF over, and we've been talking about this resurgence of paddling, especially in the keiki divisions, in the last year. Of course, it was way down during COVID, right? Nobody was paddling. But if you look in the years prior to that, in the 20 teens, paddling was strong, and it was heading along consistently. But there wasn't any recognizable or appreciable jump up and down in participation.
In the
numbers of paddlers signed up and involved, right? Because for every paddler signed up at a canoe club, there's another paddler that's got a one-man and is going out on their own, right? Or doing other types of paddling for fun.
Right.
Now, the first year out of the pandemic, 2022, last year, people were coming back. And I think a lot of them were realizing, oh, man, I really miss this. And you know what? This is really good for my family. And I'm sharing that experience with this other family that we're close with. Hey, you guys should come paddling.
Come and check it out.
You guys should come as a ohana.
Come back.
Or come back, yes. Yeah. And so it seems to me like when I drive by the parking lot of these canoe clubs nowadays, the parking lot is full, man.
Yep.
I pass by Canoe Canoe Club and Kiahiakoe all the time. And there's no spare stalls.
Yeah, and that's starting early.
Yes.
Yeah, not just Pauhana time, but that's starting early. Yeah. And I think
Have you seen that here on the Big Island, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that's helped, too, especially with the kids' programs, is that outrigger canoe paddling became a high school sport in 2002. And as those kids that were paddling in high school transitioned into the clubs, their brothers, their younger brothers and sisters saw what they were doing.
Right.
And not only did they see the participation that their family members were doing, they felt the excitement. They felt the camaraderie of being with your friends, doing something together, staying out of trouble. Although with kids, that's hard to do. But just being a part of that whole thing where you're with a group of your friends and your peers, and you're enjoying what you're doing. And it's something you look forward to. And along the line, you're learning things. You're learning different stroke techniques. You're learning different things about the history of paddling. You're learning different things about the Hawaiian names of the canoe, and how that applies to the Hawaiian word for student is haumana.
Right.
And every time you get in a canoe, you're a haumana. You're learning something new. You're learning something about yourself.
At every age.
Yes.
And speaking of these, we're coming up with the boys 14 and under race. They're all getting ready, lining up over there with their boat holders in the water, getting ready. But I like what you mentioned there, Mike, about how every time you're in the canoe, you're haumana. And that goes for the ocean in general. And that's really the only way at a certain point to get any better is by opening yourself up to what this silent voice has to show you, right? The ocean is going to be teaching you, and that's a great metaphor or a great lesson for life.
And because one of the main parts of the Hawaiian culture is the respect for the land, respect for the sea, respect for yourself, and respect for the wa'a. And when you approach it with that, you have to be aware. You have to be alert. Maka'ala, eleo, those things that you're aware of what's happening around you. Like the Hawaiians, when they first got here, they had to be in tune with nature. They had to, or else they wouldn't survive. And that level of awareness, that level of just understanding how all those things fit together, that's what you do every time you go out there. And you're right, that just the respect for the ocean and understanding what it can do good for you and what it can do bad for you is essential. Yep. If you don't do that, you're not gonna learn how to improve, because it's all tied in. Those days when it's calm and everything's working and it feels like this is how it's supposed to be, you keep those in mind on those days when the wind's against you, the current's against you, and it just doesn't feel like there's no glide.
Right?
It's just it just isn't happening.
It's frustrating, and it's just not working, and all it. Oh, there's so many lessons there, Mike. One for me as a paddler, and especially for the keiki, which is awesome, I think, it's expected that unless you have the kahea, you're going to call the changes, or you are maybe the steersman. You kuli ko ay hanami kalina.
Yeah, shut up and paddle.
Yeah, shut your mouth and work with your hands.
Yeah.
And that really is a very Hawaiian way of learning, right? And that probably came from our absolute need as a people to be observant and closely connected with the aina, with the kai. But as a farmer, right, the only way to learn farming is through observation, and the only way to learn the ocean is through observation. And you need to shut up and watch what's going on and be a critical thinker at the same time and have situational awareness. And getting these kids in the va'a and having them exposed to that is a fantastic lesson for life, and it's a very Hawaiian thing. As we watch these boys 14 and under
14
in their quarter-mile sprint here in Hilo Bay, and I bet, look at all these haumana out here putting together what they learned this season from their coaches, from their older paddlers in their club, from each other, and from the ocean.
Haumana and Hoewa'a.
Yeah. Wow, these kids are really going at it.
And one of the things they think about when they're 14, for instance, is they're setting examples for the 12s and the 13s and the 14s.
That is true. They're in every club there's a hierarchy, and as you become an older member of the club, that has a responsibility, right? To be a leader.
Yep. To
be helpful of the younger ones, to set an example. You kind of go around acting any kind and expect the kids to behave.
To do anything differently. Yeah.
And again, a very culturally Hawaiian thing, a style.
And that, again, comes from respect. You respect your kupuna, your elders, and what they told you. And
coming in, that canoe in, what is that, lane 4?
See how that...
I don't know.
Lane one snuck in there.
But lane one is running today.
Yeah,
have you noticed that? Lane one is really good. Boys,
we hadn't
14.
really seen that during the Moko season. We hadn't really seen that.
That's
that
Puna
much,
Canoe Club.
Yeah.
Again, from right here, they practice in this area. Yeah, Puna.
Yep. Oh yeah, they're right from here. Yeah,
right here.
They are originally from Puna, but then one of the lava flows wiped out their practice site, so they had to move to Hilo. But during our Moko Hawaii season, the first choice most of the time with the lane pick is lane 2. As the tide comes up, sometimes they'll move to lane 1 because the water can move a little bit better in there. But most of the time, our crews and our clubs were picking 2, 3, 4 as their first, second, and third pick, and then going to lane 1. I personally like lane 1. But there's times when lane 1 doesn't run. Today it is.
Today it seems like it's running.
Yeah.
It seems like we have a incoming tide all day long, huh?
We're low about 10:30ish on this side,
but the rest of it is kind of coming up.
Yeah,
it's about 10 right now.
High tide's not quite about 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay. So the second half of the day definitely will be a rising tide.
It will be, and we're just past the king tide, so we're going to see a pretty big tide in the evening.
This tent will be underwater, maybe.
Hopefully not. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be gone by then.
Yeah, right. Hopefully we'll be wrapping up by then.
Yeah.
But another great race here at the 2023 World, not Kalamai.
That's next year.
That's where I started with the 2024. 2024 is next year, the IVF World Sprints. This year is the 23 State Regatta Championships with HCRA. I'm here with Mike Atwood from here. He's from here on the Big Island, a former president of HCRA, and sharing with us his mana'o about his experiences paddling and as president of HCRA. Now, you mentioned earlier when we first started talking about what it takes to not only put on an event like this, but run the season. And how it's all hands on deck, and everybody that's within your orbit, your family, your friends, your wife, whatever, they kind of get dragged in.
Drawn in, yeah.
Because you make that call.
Reluctantly.
Hey, brother, I need help over here on this day. Hey, can you bring that trailer? Hey, you got a truck, yeah? You can pick up this for me at the. Yeah. So tell us about that as we watch this replay of the boys 14s, what it's like running a season for HCRA.
Yeah, and it usually is strong leadership is what's going to help make it successful, but you have to have that teamwork around you. And people who have done it, certain things over the years become a little bit more proficient at it. You have learned, the the ins and outs of whatever it is they're doing, whether it's trailing the canoe, rigging the canoes, setting up buses to take the kids' teams to the different locations. It's everybody trying to do what
Look
they
at his
can.
finish here, Mike. Again, I'm going to go unofficially. That was Puna
That
Canoe
looks
Club.
like lane one.
They're young.
Yeah.
Those are good-sized boys for 14 and under.
Yeah. They feed them a lot of poi.
They beat them at the dinner table. Huh?
You know what was interesting there is watching how that canoe was bouncing. You tried. Earlier we were talking about how you try to be
try to
smooth.
minimize that. Yeah,
and that canoe was definitely bouncing. But if you've got big bodies in there and they're moving up and down, that's what the canoe is
just
gonna
like
do.
how you could.
And you pointed out there's some pretty
back.
good-sized kids in there. So.
Awesome. It's great to see that that steersman seemed very excited, and I love seeing, the hometown get their licks in too. Win a few races here. You don't only want your outriggers and your Lanikais and your Hawaiian canoe clubs coming over here and do. And I've noticed though is Big Island's got some really strong canoe clubs, like top to bottom, like canoe clubs like. Kauai High or Kaiopua and clubs here like Puna in Hilo, where top to bottom they have strong clubs. And it would seem to me in places where life's a little more simple, you have a little fewer distractions, like on the outer island as compared to Oahu, that it allows the paddler, the ohana, to focus in that much more on their club, on their paddling. Yeah,
and I think, Oahu being an urban area, there's so many other things going on. Noise, action, movement, all kinds of things that can very easily distract you. Traffic that slows you down getting to practice, any type of thing like that. But we see that a little bit in Kona with the clubs that practice right there at the Kailua Pier, Kaiopua and Kaihitu are at Kailua Bay. And that's right in the middle of Kailua town, and there's stores right around there. There's a hotel that are really close by, and it's really easy to get distracted with what's going on in there.
That's
here
true.
In Hilo on
Not so
Bayfront,
bad.
you're right on the beach.
The Bayfront is great over here. So we're going into our next race. This is going to switch over to the adults and also to novice paddlers. This is a quarter-mile event as well.
Right, for the women's novice B.
Yeah, women's novice B.
These are first-year paddlers.
So this is an adult female who has her first experience. This is her first year as a paddler. That would be novice Bs. Then you would go to what is going to be our next race, the novice As. And then after that, they give you a chance to go into that.
Actually, right after the novice Bs, they'll go to the 15s. It'll go novice B women, novice B mixed, which is 3 women and 3 men.
Right.
And then novice B men. The novice B men will be the first half-mile race of the day. Then we start doing the 15 and under boys and girls, 16 and under boys and girls.
Oh, that's for length of race. What I was actually talking about was your progression through regatta paddling as a paddler.
The sequence.
If you come in as can you do novice B for 1 year or 2?
The novice B is first-year paddler who is not registered in the HCRA database. Which means with our new Race Day Live race system, because you've got the ability to track paddler participation over the years, each association has a little bit different definition of what a novice B is. But in the HCRA, if you have paddled
ever,
actually, well, based on the Race Day data that's available, and that's what determines the novice B, that started in 2006. So if you could have been paddling in 2004 or 1999 and not be in the HCRA database. So you could be a novice B paddler, but not necessarily in your first year of paddling. So the way it's worded right now is that you are in your first year of competitive paddling and have never paddled in a race before.
Okay, so if you have paddled before, how long would you be out before you could come back as a novice A? Because if you've paddled before, you got to come back, but you can come back as a novice A?
Yeah, different associations have different time frame on that, but HCRA, it's 7 years.
7 years, okay.
7 years. Okay. You can come back as a novice A. You would not be able to come back as a novice B
ever.
If you're in the database.
In the database. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And then the novice A race is a second-year paddler, and you can do that for 2 years.
2 years, okay.
Right.
Okay, and then after that, you're In the open.
Yeah, you can either go into the age groups if you're qualified. You can go freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, any one of those.
Okay,
and
great.
The age groups, I'm meaning like 40, 50, 55, 60, 65. You wouldn't be able to go back down to a younger age group because you're past, unless you're maybe 12 or 13 or 14. Novice B. But.
Right. Okay, cool. We're getting ready for it, and this is going to be, I think, our.
It's the novice B women, I believe, a quarter mile.
Yeah, this is our second to the last quarter mile race. After that,
the next one will be the novice B mixed quarter
that'll
mile.
be another quarter mile race, right? And then after that, we're switching to the half mile races.
Right.
Our ladies, they're excited. And this is their first time probably at a state race, you know.
It's all for all of them.
Kind of excited.
Their first time state championships. Yeah.
We were talking earlier about a lot of the folks that come here, maybe move to Hawaii from the mainland, and they're looking for an opportunity to get involved in local culture a little bit, meet some people. A lot of them tend to gravitate towards paddling. I mean, shucks, they moved here for the beautiful outside spaces, definitely. This would be the kind of race that they would be in, right?
Yeah, and it's a combination of teamwork, being a team. So mainland athletes that are used to a team-type sport are drawn to this, but we also see a number of individual athletes like triathlon, swimming, that type of athlete who comes from the mainland, and especially with swimmers and triathletes because there's a water portion in their events.
All right, well,
we're drawn to it.
We had a nice clean start on our women's novice B race. We're going to try to see again if we have good luck in lane one. It looks like these middle crews are really putting it together. That would be Lani Kai in the green canoe with the green ama, and who might this be here? Let's try to take a look at that. 42. 81.
They're from Kauai, although it's a
that's
Kauai
Hanalei,
team,
maybe.
but they may be borrowing a canoe.
Yeah.
They may be in someone else's canoe.
I think that may be Hanalei Canoe Club.
Hanalei is canoe number 81, right? Or club number 81.
Oh, you got all the numbers memorized.
Some
He's
of
not
them.
even looking at the list.
Some of them.
That's pretty darn good, Mike.
Yeah, a number of the Kauai, for example, a number of those teams are borrowing canoes here, either from a big guy from a Moko Hawaii club or an Oahu club that has sent their canoe over. If finally borrowed, I'm not sure who they borrowed their canoe from.
Ooh, that's going to be a close one. Look at that.
Is. Yeah, it looks like Lani Kai. Oh, Lani Kai just got caught.
Yeah. These girls are coming up
on
the outside. Oh, there goes Lani Kai with a little surge. You can kind of see it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, they got it.
Yeah, unofficially, Lani Kai. And I'm not sure if that's the club right next to them or not, although it definitely could be Hanalei. They're a strong club, boy. Might it also be Napili's in there in that middle group there with them?
That's a Maui number 36.
Yeah. Nice. Well, we'll get a replay here for sure shortly. These ladies will be waiting for the rest of the clubs to finish. And look at that beautiful koa canoe with those smiling faces
and
in it.
That's definitely the highlight, Kalai, is looking at these beautiful koa, the love and time and just dedication for the builder when the canoe was made, when the bottle was made, and then for the people that are in it that are feeling that. This canoe at one point was a tree growing on the mountain, and it had a life, it had a spirit. It was a part of nature. And somebody saw that log and thought, this
It's going to be a nice canoe one.
Yeah, this deserves to be on the water. So that energy and that spirit was brought down to the water and now carries that on. And the people that get in it are carrying that harmony, are carrying that mutual connection between the land and the sea.
There's definitely a different feeling. You're right, Mike, about being in a koa canoe. It's part of your heritage. It was a living.
No
somebody made this lovingly every inch, as with all canoes. But do you feel like the koa has just a different feel? Is it a little more flexible than a fiberglass canoe? Is it?
I don't know if it's flexibility, although with the different high-tech materials, the foam core canoes and the graphite and the carbon fiber and the other materials that are used in the fiberglass canoes, you could probably create something like that, but you can never beat that natural feeling. And the natural feeling that the koa has is being a part of the ocean, is being a part of the sea, and being a part of those rhythms, the rhythm of the ocean. I think the koa picks that up a lot and senses it a lot more so than a fiberglass canoe. And just something a little bit more alive in a koa canoe.
Oh, for sure. And every canoe is precious to the club that it belongs to, for sure.
It's a family member.
But none more than the koa. You know, all your fiberglass canoes are an important part of your ohana, but none more than the koa. And for those reasons, it's think about the amount of work and effort that goes into
maintaining it,
just building it, maintaining, and they treat this thing like it's precious, and the koa canoes are really, really cared for. And as you said, historically, a canoe was like a part of your family because of the effort it took to make this canoe. You would take it fishing, it would feed you, all this stuff, and that is carried on today.
Yeah, it's an essential part of your life.
Yeah,
and you treat it that way. It's also something that if you look at how canoes used to be built, they have much more modern equipment now with power saws and that type of thing, but it was all built by hand.
Yeah. Yeah, and imagine the amount of work it took to get that log, once it was mostly finished up Mauka, they bring it downhill. It took the whole family. It took the whole village.
Ever heard that chant, "E ku mau mau"?
Yeah, ku mau mau, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly. We're going to have a quick replay of our women's novice B, our second to the last quarter mile race.
Yeah.
Here the ladies come firing off that start.
That's a good start.
Yeah, that is a nice,
really
clean start. Whoo, look at that Lanikai Canoe Club. They had a great They were in it from the beginning. Look at that. Wow. Some strong ladies in that club, and it looked like we're going to go with maybe it was Hanalei. We're not quite sure who that was on the outside in second place, but, man, they almost caught him at the end there, Mike.
Yeah, they sure did.
It was really tight. But
Hanalei had the lead from the start, though.
Yeah.
Hanalei had the jump on the start.
But it really looked like at that last maybe couple changes, the Lanikai girls kind of gave it a surge.
Put it on.
They put it on right there.
It's not how you drive. It's how you arrive.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's not how you start. It's how you finish. Yeah. Well, it's been a privilege hanging out with you this morning,
Likewise,
Mike. Thank you for coming and sharing your mana'o with us. I'm sure I can say it on behalf of all the paddlers. We appreciate all that you've given personally to the sport. Not only as president of HCRA in the past, but as a paddler, as a elder statesman of the sport now, and an uncle to a lot of these kids. And I really liked some of the things you shared with us about the canoe club, all the canoe clubs that are part of the HCRA. It's like an individual ohana. And I think people feeling that and getting back to that has really been what's seeing this new surge in the sport, and there's no better reason.
It gives me a lot of energy, too, and it's mahalo for saying all that. It's a privilege and an honor to be a part of this, and knowing the people that came before me and how much it meant to them, and trying to be able to maintain that. But thank you very much for what you're doing and getting it out there to everybody. This is great. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. We're stoked to be here. Big shout out to everybody. Mike Atwood, he's one of our leaders here in the paddling community, former president of the HCRA, and thank you for sharing your morning with us. We appreciate you very much, sir.
Mahalo kalai.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Yep.
Aloha.
Okay.
The 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with the Kama'aina Rewards. County of Hawaii. Hilo Hawaiian Hotel by Castles Resort. Hilo Hospitality and Charm redefined. Matson. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
Nice to see you.
Lucky story. Hey, aloha. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships from beautiful Hilo Bay. And speaking of beautiful, I have Kamoa Kalama here with me on the set, and we're going to talk paddling. Kamoa, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Always good seeing you, Kalai.
Hey, Kalamai, if I will refer to you as uncle at times.
No worries. It's all good.
But growing up paddling, I was at Kailua Canoe Club, your home canoe club from not only where you live, but that was your family's club. You guys grew up across the beach there in Kailua, and I was very privileged to spend a couple of years there as a young paddler, and we always were looking up to Uncle Kamoa, not only as a paddler and a waterman, but as a statesman and just somebody to admire, and you want to be like, when you grew up. You're a mentor to all of us, and I think about the guys that were in the club, in our crew at that time, and where they all are now, and a lot of them your nephews, and I just see how much effect you have had and continue to have on our generation, and so mahalo, Uncle. We'll start with that.
Exciting time.
Yeah. So we're gonna have the mixed novice bees. This is our last quarter mile race, and I don't think you raced a novice bee race ever, Uncle. Tell us about your journey in paddling.
No, let's just start with the novice bee. I think the novice, they bring a great deal of excitement to clubs every year. There are new influx of groups of paddlers that come in. Many of them have never experienced it, but they've heard about it, and they come down here, and they just bring a great deal of vibrant activity to the beach, especially this morning. When you look at these novice crews, they're going to go. Kailua Canoe Club, we roughly have about 400 paddlers, to tell you. So we've got a full slate of canoes out here today, and we've just been fortunate to do that. But probably the most inspirational for us has been our young keiki and these novice people that are out there.
Have you been seeing an increase in numbers at your club this last year?
Yeah, we've seen a great deal of increase in numbers in our club. Lanikai Canoe Club has a good group of numbers. I think Kione Canoe Club's up and running again. Very strong program. They've got a few entries today. I've seen paddling really grow again. Post-COVID. During COVID, it caused a lot of clubs to go insular, but there were still training programs that were going on and different outside activities. So it's been pretty exciting to see the rejuvenation of the sport. And
for an experienced paddler or somebody that had the wherewithal to have one, man, going out on your OC1 was the best during the pandemic. That was the one thing you could get out and do. Yep. Well, we're going to have the start right here of the mixed novice bees. Good start there. And, again, this crew is made up of 3 men and 3 women. They don't have a lot of experience in the canoe. Again, these are all first-year paddlers. And really, that's a thing that I think would separate a crew here, would be being able to put it together. Timing.
Yeah, what's neat about canoe paddling, especially this novice group, they always come up to me as an experienced paddler and ask me, what do you experience? I said, I get just as tired. I'm filled with anxiety. Being around for a while, the butterflies turn into eagles. So I said, biggest thing I tell them is go out there, paddle together, and enjoy the race.
Yeah. And they're having as much fun as they can have in a quarter-mile race. But really, like you talked about, paddling, you can get as deep as you want into it, but it can also be really simple as far as, hey, we're all applying at the same time. And that's one of the best things you can learn when you're a new paddler. Yeah,
as you mentioned, Kalai, early on growing up, we've all had mentors. And one thing specific to canoe paddling is it's all about technique. No matter if you're paddling in Tahiti, in Hawaii, in California, New Zealand, it's all about leverage. And so you go through and you talk to different coaches from the Olympic level all on through, and they talk about similar things, similar parts of physics, and it's all applicable, and it's just trying to get the crew to buy into it and to work with the novice crew. They're pure. They have no influence from anything
Clean
else.
slate.
It's a great time. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, nice race coming in here. Look at that beach just loaded with paddlers and families chanting on and cheering on their teammates. Novice bees coming in here. Not sure what canoe clubs those are. It's hard to tell what the lanes are, but looking good in the middle there. And we're going to see.
It's exciting. It's that latter part of the race, the last four or five changes where you see the crews really start pushing up. Lane 1, 2, 3. One has been really doing well. Middle lane has been doing well
nice
today.
Yeah. One and in the middle. Looks like our paddlers in lane 6, maybe, coming across the line in the front there. We'll take a quick reference.
I raced earlier this morning in one of the races. I found the course to be very fair. You got a little bit of current out there that pushes you to the right on the way down those half-mile races.
Yeah, Nakai Valu, I
Nakai
think
Valu,
that was.
looks
Yeah,
like
I'm thinking so.
Yeah.
That they're from Maui, I believe. Nakai Valu.
Yeah, there's one thing great about these races. You come out here, you're the best of the best from your association. You come out and you race against the best.
Yeah.
And so it's just exciting to start from day one again and get out there and just to see the camaraderie, though, and the crews walking up and down the beach congratulating one another.
Yeah, I remember, in the past, it being you coming over here and you coming from Oahu, and if you think you're good on Oahu, you think, oh, this is where it's all at. We have the most clubs, we have the most this and that. And then you come in and there's some outer island hammers, where these guys are amazing, and they just live and breathe paddling on a whole different level. We'll get a replay of this mixed novice B race here, our last quarter-mile race from here out. The next series of races are all half-mile races. Looking like a good, strong start there. What's happening off the start there, Uncle?
They're just probably, the crews are doing different things, but they're paddling their hardest, trying to win the start. Everybody driving together, keeping time, trying to keep the number of changes minimal, because every time you change, the boat slows down. So there's a number of different strategies going on, and that where some crews will hold longer change counts, others shorter. So it's the latter. The end part of the race is where it gets kind of critical. Your changes get a bit long, and people are looking around and things. But it's all part of racing.
So a nice finish there. Again, we're going to get some results on who were our top finishers in this race. But let's imagine I was a new paddler. Come on, I've been at the club for a month. And I feel like I'm kind of starting to understand this paddling thing. You as a paddler and a coach who's been involved heavily in the sport for decades, what would be the one piece of advice you might give me to help me improve my game or see things differently or open up or just make me better?
Take care of yourself from a health perspective. The time in the canoe is just one part of it. What you do outside of the canoe, your diet, your exercise regimen, it's got to be a big part of your expectation that you set on yourself to be excellent. So the majority of the crews out there now have a strong off-season program. So they're running, they're swimming, they're doing different strength exercises. They're meeting, often many clubs, at least once a week. So you see the clubs that are doing exceptionally well, they've got a strong off-season program. And for the novice, they come in with a great deal of energy and just trying to help channel that energy and put them with mentors and groups that would allow them to progress through the sport in a real meaningful way and not to train improperly. So you try and harness the energy that they have and the love for the sport and the desire to be better.
Yeah, and that's totally critical what you say. Not only taking care of the self, but you can burn out on paddling. You know, my friend Mike Judd one time, he was one of the great paddlers that we've had, a world champion, and he's like, oh, man, I'm just kind of burned out. I remember him telling me years ago. And so that's part of taking care of yourself too, doing different stuff, giving yourself a chance to not only kind of recover and reset physically, but mentally as well.
You know, I think a part of the canoe community that people don't see, because it's all about racing here, is the community work that everybody does. They're out there really getting exposed to the culture, working in taro fields, lo'i fields, getting exposed to that, doing work with some of the underprivileged within our community, working with a number of nonprofits that working on with the special needs folks, the mentally challenged, the elderly. So there's a lot of outside activity, community activity that the canoe paddling community does year-round, and that's a huge part of the sport that helps build community around these canoe clubs. And so it's much more than just a canoe race that we see here today and the practices. It's their involvement in the community. You have many of these individuals here that are leaders in their community, leaders from their churches, from the schools, coaches,
right,
and things, and they've seen that this is a continuation of being part of a community. It's much larger than the canoe sport. Many come here to learn about the culture, the different names of the canoes, what's behind the name, what's the motivation behind it, where the logs come from, learning about the kuna kalaiva'a and the ancient ways of how the Hawaiians would actually plant koa trees, the seeds for them 30 years out from their family, again, planning for the future, but also exposing the community through chants and songs about the history of having a sense of place. And that's really a huge part of the canoe culture that's shared amongst the clubs that doesn't necessarily get reflected in what people will see firsthand. But you see the camaraderie, that simple word aloha that talks about the importance of kindness, working together as a group, being humble, serving others, but being patient, but with that that emphasis here. Everybody's trying to strive for excellence. We have a saying, kulia I Canoe,
Right.
to strive for excellence. And excellence manifests itself through caring for one another, recognizing that your ability to put yourself to push the hardest will impact the rest of the people in your crew, which is then portable to your community. Asking yourself, it's not about me, it's about us. And we go through. So there's a huge story behind the canoe paddling that's made a number of us take the learning activity that we had and the discipline and the caring attitude that was shared with us by our coaches and our mentors and become an integral part of our communities and in the different lines of work that we go to.
Well, Kamo, you're a Kalama, which is a name almost synonymous with paddling. I know your immediate family was good size. You had a lot of siblings, but I mean, there's Kalamas on every island and distant parts of your family that, like Ekolu, like Dave, that are big time, paddlers and ocean people. Share with us a little bit about what growing up in a family that was involved in paddling was like for you over in Kailua, and your mom was a very storied. She was a very well-respected kupuna and had a tremendous knowledge of Hawaiian culture and lore and hula and oli and all of that. And growing up in that, and you personally, it seems, have used the outrigger or paddling as your expression of your Hawaiian culture in your style,
Yeah, I just think, when we look back at just paddling in Kailua and Kailua itself, Kailua, the original club there was Ko'olaupoko. And out of Ko'olaupoko came Kaioni. So many of the folks that were involved in shaping Healani, Lanikai, Kailua, Kaioni, all came out of that club. So we were a continuation of them. There's always that. We tell us to really understand your moku auao, your genealogy. Think back, because look back in your history and then progress forward. So in Kailua, not only were we made well aware of the fact that we had to care for canoes, where the canoes came from, we had to care for our community, but we had, Uncle Heine Granberg, Papa Granberg, Jimmy Trask was out there. Mr. George Perry that was with Lanikai,
yes.
Cliff Ornelas.
Yes, Cliff.
Walter, Jimmy Marcial. You had Gary Murakami came out of that group. You just had a whole number of people. Joe Gilman, they influenced my Uncle Jerome that went through. But you had our mentors that really taught us about the importance of working together, learning how to make a paddle, knowing that we had to care for that canoe in a special way and being really mindful of the impact that it had on our community. But we had to come down there and train. And so you look at that, and then from a cultural standpoint, my mom was a Kumuhula Unikit at 16. Her teacher was Lokalia Montgomery. Auntie Lokalia Montgomery. Auntie Mikey Ayulake was her cousin, raised by her grandma. And so I was raised around that. Auntie Olani Lohini. So we weren't far from culture at all. And so when we looked at the chants and different things that we come through, and we talk about that, we talk about a sense of place. And every community has an ahupua'a, for example, and we talk about the responsibility of being up in the mountains all the way out 2 miles out to sea. But it was required of us to really understand that, too. So in addition to canoe paddling in Kailua, the kupuna would sit you on the beach and have you watch the tide and point out what would happen in certain times of the year. So you're really you're aware of that, but you're also responsible for that, to pass it down. So it was just such a huge classroom for all of us to be able to do that. And so now when we fast forward to today's age, we're talking about environmental responsibility, social responsibility. It was all something that we all gained through our community. And, growing up in Kailua, there were maybe 70 or 80 so families of every ethnic group.
Right.
And every adult there was your auntie and uncle, and everybody else was your cousin. So you learned how to lay net and do a whole number of things. You learned about the fish and population.
Right.
So
here we go. The start of the men's novice beat.
We had a little jump there.
Yeah, it looked like, I don't know. We're going to see what's up with that one.
Yeah.
Might have been a little bit of a false start here by this canoe in lane one. This is the men's novice B half-mile race, our first half-mile race of the day.
Yeah, look at the stroke count. It's just you grow up paddling, and they try and talk to you about learning how to paddle slow to go fast.
Yeah.
You try and tell somebody doing a sprint to go slow. It just doesn't happen.
It's really hard.
This is evidence of that
really
as you
hard.
look through this race.
And we'll watch these guys. Uncle Kumo, I'm going to ask you to talk us through the turn here. This is going to be our first turn of the day, where the paddlers will be making a 180-degree turn on a flag after a quarter mile of racing and head back to the finish line another quarter mile away, making it a total of a half-mile race. So a lot is riding on the shoulders of this steersman, well, the whole crew as well. But, man, that turn can really make or break
It's critical. You do a lot of practice. There's a great deal of sophistication in what 1 and 2 does in getting the front around. The key is the steersman on the back end, making sure that he can maximize the spin of the canoe. And a canoe will normally turn right on the center where 3 and 4 are sitting on the apex. So it's a coordination between 1, 2, and 6 on the turn. Should they go in too tight, they come out wide and they lose speed. So you're trying to keep your boat moving forward, but the stroke count, having the stroker on the proper side of the boat to do what they do to uni or kahi, to pull the front end around, because basically what you try and do is stop the front, stop the back, and have it spin on the middle.
Yeah, right.
And so you'll see some classic turns on this. It's pretty exciting. A lot of anxiety on everybody.
Yeah, and when you get the upper level steersmen, like the really good guys, like a Fody in there, and they're out there banging turns, man, it is poetry in motion. So you see
look at how close this
two
is.
fellas
This
in
is
the front
tremendous.
reaching over.
This outrigger in lane 1 looks like outrigger.
Yep.
Is that outrigger in lane 1?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is. Let me check that one.
Yeah. Is that outrigger or is that who's in lane 1? Red
Yeah,
white.
that is outrigger in lane 1. Yep. We're going to be questionable on they had a little bit of a quick start there. I'm not
It may have
too
been.
sure.
They may have timed it well.
But yeah, they may have timed it perfectly or not. We don't know.
The sequence of the flag bearers out there, they have the yellow flag up there, and then it's red and green. It's fairly quick today. So there have been some crews that have been using strategy, starting behind the line and trying to time it. I think one got caught earlier in the day. Outrigger may have timed it well, with that. Yeah, it's an intense half mile, but you can see they've got a strategy here where 1 and 2 are on one side, 3 and 4 on the other. Other crews have alternate seating. This club
wow, that's interesting. I don't know if I've seen that. Yeah, look at that. You have 1 and 2 on the same strategy. Side, 3 and 4
1 and 2
on the
3
other.
and 4 on the other.
Hey,
so it's just a technique.
Whatever floats your boat, as they say.
But it moves.
It's making it move.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, today you'll see some fantastic turns by the upper division steersmen. Junior Carell Jr., you've got Jimmy Fody, Surf Clubs.
Yeah.
I mean, there are just a number of steersmen out
number
there.
Number of them.
Bruce Ayala will be out there today to see those groups.
Bruce is amazing.
Yeah.
Bruce is
Alpha
amazing.
Tuolo's out here with Puna, so pretty exciting time to watch all these guys.
So we're coming into the finish line here of this first half-mile race of the day, the men's novice B. They're just several yards out from the finish line here. Looks like that crew somewhere in the middle lanes is a bit in the lead, but we're going to see lane 1 kind of come into our screen real quickly here and see where they're at. It looks like Lani Kai right there. Getting a good finish. Here they come, making a run at it. Ooh, this is going to be close.
It's going to be the
wow, I'm not sure. Lani Kai looks like they pulled that out. Wow.
Yeah, looks like
nice
Lani
race
Kai
by all these gentlemen. But yeah, I've always felt, Kamoa, that there's like two major parts to the turn. Like you kind of want to glide in, you kind of set up and real easy, and then you got to just crank it over and get out. It's almost like you got to kind of ease into it and then hard.
It's been really interesting to see the design, the work that's been done on the canoes to try and make it easier to turn. So, like Lani Kai has made some conversions to their boat, Hui Nalu's boat, Hui Lanakila. You try and put a little more rocker in it just to help that boat spin. The boats are roughly about 43 to 45 feet long.
Right.
There's only like 80 feet between the distance on the lane, so you try and maintain your speed. But a lot of it has to do with how quickly you can get that boat to spin.
Yeah, and at the same time, you want the boat to track. You don't want
the boat to track.
You want it to be too hard for it to go straight in the lane. But at the same time, man, if that boat can pivot around nicely, it makes a big difference.
But I think the course today is just excellent. It's not providing too much of a distraction or obstacle to the steersman to be able to manage and get the canoe positioned well.
You would think with a shorter course like this on Oahu, are they still racing half-mile courses?
Still racing quarter mile.
Everybody's doing quarter mile. Okay. So what's interesting is that it's up to 5 turns in a race for the senior men and women.
Senior men, it becomes very critical. You misstep on one turn, and that's it. You lose the race on how close they've been. So we'll see a lot of crews today. It'll come down to what the steersman does, and they're just in their approach. And then what happens too, there are different points of a race where you're vulnerable. Going into the turn, if it's too tight, you can't spin, the boat will slow. Coming out when that number 2 person calls a change, to call it over and get that boat moving quickly. So sometimes you'll see some changes not be made for 2 or 3 strokes. That's a seat.
Right.
So there's a great deal of strategy going on.
And if you are dealing with the crew next to you not being
Not as fast, right?
And now they're going to be in your way when you're trying to come out, and he wants a wide turn, right? Which is getting in the way of you coming out of your turn.
Right.
So we could have some collisions.
You could have some collisions. You could have some action on that, I think. But most steersmen now are being trained to recognize that you've only got access to half the lane going in. So the only way you can take advantage of more than that is to be ahead.
Yes.
And so coming out, you've always got to you try and get that boat around quickly.
And if there is some type of interference or collision of or any sort, it would be
on the boat that's outside of there. If you're coming out of a turn and the boat's
outside of that
more
half.
than their half, that usually there's like a pin in the middle.
Okay.
But steersmen know you got half the lane, and they know already. And what you try and do is you try and avoid that boat coming out of the turn. But if the steersman coming out of the turn, he's got to be mindful that he or she's got to get that boat around tight to the flag. Yeah.
And that's one of the things that those escort boats or those official boats out there are watching for. We're going to come right back here with a replay of the men's Novice B race, the half mile, first one with the turn. I'm here with Kamoa Kalama of Kailua Canoe Club at the 2023 ACRA State Regatta Championships in beautiful Hilo Bay. So we're looking for that replay of our first half mile race of the day. Here we go. Watch this start with Outrigger Canoe Club. They start to go. Looks like they may have been across the line a little early there. It's hard because we're not seeing the starter flags in our
the starter flags.
Yeah. So they're all watching another boat coming in on the turn. You can see those front two paddlers kahi over. Try to bring the front of the canoe over and pick that canoe back up again. Get towards the finish line, but it looks like Lanikai Canoe Club really turned it on at the end there.
Yeah, it's like Lanikai got it right at the end. Yeah.
And it's hard because our angle, we're looking at the crews, and we're not necessarily following them along like at a horse race, where they have the camera go. That's what we need. We need a big track out there that we can run a camera right along with the front boat. But
yeah, it's always been a challenge for canoe racing. A lot of it is that we maintain the culture. We use our koa canoes, and we've got different types of craft out there. But it's neat to share with the world that we've held strong with respect to this type of canoe racing. You go to Tahiti, you respect the Tahitian type of canoe racing, their race model. You go to California, they're pretty much in all unlimited canoes, but that's their race. But the neat thing that's consistent amongst the sport is a love for paddling, and the coaching is very similar, paddling technique and different things. You try and adjust to the design of the canoe, but you don't lose the passion for it, and that's what it's like car racing. You've got Grand Prix racing, you've got sprint racing, and it's really neat that we can respect all of that. But nowhere else in the world do you see koa canoes from Hawaii on the water in this setting with clubs as large as we have.
Traditional design, traditional materials.
And we're starting to see some influence and some change. I've watched the canoes change over the years, and they've been modified to a certain bit, and I think it's good for the sport to be innovative, to go ahead and to allow that growth, because that's where the interest is. And a challenge is it's very difficult to get access to a log. They're trying to make it more available, but even then, it's such a precious wood.
Yes.
And the sport itself here in Hawaii with the sprint racing, that's really neat to keep it. Not that it has to be restricted that way, but regatta racing is here to stay as it is. But we all have, during our long-distance races, we've embraced the use of the different design canoes, and it's just a matter of time, to have the different canoes and craft come in. And what people can sometimes lose sight of, not necessarily lose sight of, growing up, and I was always taught that the Polynesian community, they're very innovative because they had to go ahead and paddle through different types of ocean and water. And so you'll see boat designs that are be shorter in length because of the trough of the wave. And you see that reflected in a lot of our OC1 designs here most recently with Kai Bartlett, with Johnny Pokea, the different boats that are being built by Luke Evelyn and Keso to try and really understand the environment that their different craft are racing in. And a lot of that discussion came out of their familiarity with what was going on with Hawaiian canoe racing. And so in the Tahitian boat in Tahiti, flatter water, inside lagoons, we continue to learn from one another and take the craft. But innovation is a big part of who we are. You've seen it in the paddles. You see that embracing of it, but doing it with a sense of not losing about our culture. And what do we learn from it?
Yeah, we always are referring back to what is traditional. And you're right. I mean, to be able to come to a place like this and exist and thrive, you had to be able to adapt to your environment, to grow, to not be stuck in one place. And you would see that, a canoe on a more leeward side of the island, maybe they would have lower gunnels.
Exactly.
You come with a canoe more, windward side of the island, a little rougher, maybe they would have higher gunnels or more of a rocker. We're going to go back to the keiki here. This is our first keiki half-mile race of the day, the girls 15 and under. These young ladies are going to be laying it down on a half-mile course with a nice turn at the mid there. You can see all the crews participating, 14 here, representing all the islands. And we're going to get ready for this race coming up. But
you have a number of clubs in there that are relatively new when you look at it from the canoe basis, but you have traditional clubs like Waikiki Surf Club over on Oahu. That's probably one of the biggest. Huinalu and Waikiki, two of the oldest clubs ever. Huinalu, they were originally located in Waikiki, and they moved out to Hawaii Kai with Uncle Pinky Thompson. But if you look at Waikiki Surf Club, just the history that they brought to canoe paddling with the Forsyths and Blue Makua Sr. and the whole group. Yeah, we've got just a great deal of tradition. You look over at the Hawaiian Canoe Club and what Paul Uluvai has been able to do, but even for years now, many of the people that have moved from one island to the other that have come through, Puna Canoe Club has been up here, and you see the mixture, and you see a great deal of the kupuna of that club coming back to help rejuvenate. People I saw on the beach today that'll be racing later on this afternoon, Steve Blythe, Paul Malama, Alpha Tuaolo, people that have been around for a while that have been coaching and mentoring people. You see John McCandless over at Hawaiian Canoe Club. So you see different individuals that are there, and I'm being remiss. And I saw a number of the Van Giesens from Leeward Kai here. So nice. you've got the different clubs. Kailua's got their group of people here. Robbie Cates, his dad, coached all of us before. And so every canoe that's out here, I've seen canoes that have moved from one club to the other. So it's neat to see the Ine back on the water. Today I hadn't seen it for a while. But it's just every canoe out there brings a great deal of tradition. But it's good to see some of the new clubs that are out here. We've got Manuokai Kai from the Huiva Club that has done tremendous work out in Haleiwa, bringing the group together. Starting off with Uncle Sanborn, Ray Sanborn a long time ago, but to see it perpetuated with the rest of the club continuing to push it. So, every club's got a great history out here. That the newer ones bring great rejuvenation to the sport.
Yeah, I mean, even Kiahiakohoi is a newer club.
Kiahiakohoi has just been moving like crazy from Kaneohe to Sand Island with
all over. They got many different outlets for one club.
So I was remiss in missing that group, Kaneohe Canoe Club. And so,
started by Stan Dixon. Stuff. Awesome. So we're going to have these 14 crews racing in the half-mile race, girls 15 and under. Getting ready for a nice, clean start here. Some of them held a little bit more back, a little bit more conservative. That's likely
Huinalu in lane one.
Huinalu in lane one, yeah.
A great start. Huinalu got off to a real quick start. It's interesting with Huinalu. You had Bruce Blankenfield here today, one of the Hokulea navigators that came in, raced in the 65s race this morning. I think they placed third. Yeah, he's on his way up to the Pacific Northwest to bring the Hokulea back down the continent.
Just a quick stop.
Just a quick stop in. So.
Participate in the state race. This is a big responsibility for these young girls heading into that turn and navigating their crew down this course and through that turn, trying to do their best. This is the big show for a lot of these girls.
Yeah. That might not be. It looks like somebody may have borrowed Huinalu's canoe.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're borrowing, but I think Huinalu was in here.
Is in lane one?
Lane one. Let's see. That's crew number 86. That's going to be Kilohana Canoe Club.
Yeah, Kilohana borrowed.
Yeah.
That's right. Kilohana was first on the list. They may have borrowed the canoe. That's a Hawaiian canoe crew there.
And Hawaiian Canoe Club
Kilohana
in lane 2.
Kilohana's in lane 1.
But it's kind of neat. I see you like we were talking about earlier. You can look at every club. You can walk up and down this beach. You can see people from all ethnicities, all parts of the world that are now living here and paddling. Of course, a majority of is local people, but local people, we have how many different cultures and bloodlines running through us, but really at its core, at its heart, for not only our local culture, but in particular canoe paddling, even though it's worldwide, it is Hawaiian at its heart, at its core, as these young ladies come into a turn.
A lot of anxiety going into the turn. You watch 1 and 2. They are pushing hard. You're breathing. You're trying to catch your breath. Number 2 setting up to help pulling the front around. The steersman already causing the back to turn. Pretty exciting. Look at that. 1 and 2. And different techniques being used. Some use an uni, where one pair of paddlers on one side of the canoe, the other reaching. So it's just different techniques that you can see with or 2 paddlers. Terrific turn.
Yeah, nice turn right there. Lani Kai still looking like they're doing pretty well there. Next to them, maybe Hawaiian Canoe Club up in front.
Yeah, it's always amazing. If you can get around a turn in 2 strokes, you have done a great job. And we're seeing a lot of...
even at this level, you know
at
what
this
I'm saying?
level,
These
unbelievable
kids
amount
are
of
really getting good coaching out there.
of performance and expertise in getting those canoes around.
And what's great about this sport is that it's something you can do your whole life. I'm sure you were just
I started when I was 8 years old, small boy, and I actually started paddling in a tin canoe when I was a youngster, and before V1s were around, and then you get into a V1, and it was a pleasure. But, yeah, a lot of us started at a very young age paddling, but you never stop learning. You know, and the anxiety is no different. I told our club this morning, you know, it's the same anxiety I had when I went into my first race, and I remember commenting to seeing Luana here, you know, Wally Forsyth's daughter has been a big part of canoe paddling. Just saying, here we are, another year, you know, and so...
year after year, it's still exciting to race.
Here we go. Look at this finish.
These girls are coming into a finish at the 15 and under. Yeah, it's really hard for us to recognize crews here.
One of the things is you look at the stroke count of these crews, you get the different reaches that they're doing, and that crew on the outside's got a little more reach up front. You know, you always tell your folks where you put your paddle in, that's where your canoe will move to. So you look at the difference in technique between the stroke on the outside crew and the stroke on the inside. The outside has a much longer reach, which is much more effective in a canoe. So, and you're seeing it manifest itself.
Especially as the distances get longer, right? You're able to settle in, use your body more, not as many reps per minute.
One thing I have been noticing, some of the middle lane crews have just started to creep up. Lane 3 and 4 is starting to move. You look at this here. Really interesting.
Yeah, definitely coming in the middle there. You have one crew nicely
here.
out in front there in the middle lanes.
Look at that finish. Yeah,
it seems like these inside lanes have changed their has changed its luck. Wow, what a nice finish.
That just looks like it's just a strong crew. You know,
that's at least a half boat over everybody.
Yeah.
Nice strong finish there.
That's probably one of the more powerful finishes all day that I've seen.
Yeah. Let's see, that was
they were right next to Lanikai, inside of Lanikai.
Keokaha, yep. Keokaha has been doing pretty well this morning.
It's, you know, one thing good about the state championships, you've got your dominant clubs that have been dominant in their respective associations, but it's good to see clubs that weren't as dominant in their association come out today and be the best of the best. And so that's what keeps the sport growing every year, to know that you can. You know, we learn from it, we live for it. And I was talking to a group of people earlier today, and you've got about 1,500 minutes in a day, and it's amazing that 2 minutes in a quarter mile or 4 minutes and a half or 8 minutes in a mile can be very disruptive to the rest of your year, you know. And so it's pretty exciting to think about that, but it just reflects the influence that Hawaiian canoe paddling has had on all of us.
Oh, yeah. For
bragging rights for a year and disappointment for a year, you know. So
and, you know, these girls that have done well in this race, man, they're, like you said, they're going to ride on all through the off season. This success here is going to help them be more excited, more dedicated to their club about participating in the off season, making sure that they come back next year even more prepared, even better than they were this year. But it all kind of builds off of this.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of paddling with and coaching one of the queens of canoe paddling, Carlene Ornelas. And Carlene Ornelas has been part of winning crews for years. They won again today, and their crew. But I remember when they were this age, paddling in the Kalanakeela, and Carlene won again today. You know, so but it started off. I remember them all when they were this age like this. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, Carlene is a mainstay of women's paddling, and what a fun wahine she is. Always just a good vibe when you see her, and a heck of a steerswoman.
Yeah, and her cruise. Call for replay. Good.
Yeah, we're going to look at a replay coming up here for the girls' half-mile race, 15 and under. Some nice dig there on this crew in lane 1, getting a solid start. Yeah.
Yeah, the starts have just been terrific. Everybody's getting out of the hole quick, and then you start seeing the crews separating themselves right about mid quarter mile. But it's interesting for me to watch the different stroke counts. Some crews call their strokes very short changes, 10 to 12. Some are holding them longer.
So that steerswoman is having the same experience we were talking about earlier about coming out of her turn and worrying about the crew on the other side.
Yeah.
And
you see this steersman, lane 1, went a little bit wide. She went in tight. Yeah.
That is the nice thing about lane 1.
Lane 1.
Yeah, you don't have anybody in your way.
Right. And here we go, coming out of the turn. That crew in the middle just turned exceptionally well.
Yep. And once they hit that second half of the race, man, they were gone. Beautiful finish right there. Yep, like you said, different stroke styles a little bit and different stroke rates. And you can definitely see that throughout the world, different, you go to places like Australia or Tahiti especially, they're doing things a little differently. You wouldn't think there could be that much variation.
No, not much variation. The training is a bit different as you go through, different degrees of intensity at different levels, and they run different age groups. You don't see the plethora of different age groups like the diversity that we show here from the 8-year-olds on up to 70s.
Right.
But the interest is terrific. If you go to Australia, they've got their Uncle Toby surf skis, a big deal down there with them, and they're starting to
incorporate. They got their surf life-saving schools.
Surf life-saving schools. So they do a number of things that we've learned from. When Gerard, who's with Shelvao, would come up to Hawaii, a lot of clinics, and you get exposed to a lot. So just got to share that constantly amongst one another.
I wanted to get back one more time after that replay. Just, we were talking earlier about what it's been for you as a Hawaiian growing up in paddling and having that as a expression of your culture. And you look back at your lifetime you've spent in the and on the beach coaching and all that. I mean, what are some of the feelings or the things that you think about as you maybe have a chance to reflect on that?
As I reflect on canoe paddling has been my ticket to the world. I've been exposed through a richness of culture here over time. Because of that culture and because of the discipline associated with learning about how to dance hula, how to practice our martial arts of lua, I realized that our culture and understanding our history and respecting it and what influenced it has provided me with a pathway and a discipline to carry me through what I do in life. I go out there, and there isn't a place that I go in the world. I've done work in the Middle East, throughout Asia, through Africa. I always look and I find similarities that exist in cultures in different places. I've been with the Bushmen in the Kalahari. I've been in Ramallah, in the West Bank. I said, what's really neat is when I go to the different places, very similar to here. We've all been trained to respect our culture, respect people, and they've each got their sports. And if you go to South America, they paddle on rivers. You go to Israel, they've got the Mediterranean Sea and different things. But you see surfing and the people's love for water sports, and they all have chants and songs that speak to the reverence of the water and the ocean. But again, the discipline there has helped me in my business practice, being a trustee for different organizations, getting involved in putting on a golf tournament.
Right.
But the big thing that's consistent is being able to talk about Hawaii and its people. And I will say that has come out for me in a real strong way because of my association and the leadership that was shown to me and mentorship through Hawaiian canoe racing, because it allowed me to express my culture in a way that was meaningful and accepted by many, knowing that we're here to help the world be better for everyone. But it's something that you can carry with you. And even if I go to California, for example, my uncle Noah Kalama went in there in Toots Minville in the 50s into canoe racing. Till today, they still talk about that. And then we have Jojo Tepner coming over, one of their top paddlers, coming back to Hawaii from Molokai. So it's that consistency and the appreciation of culture and the recognizing that everybody has something to offer in the world. And you talked earlier about the different ethnicities. I'm a poi dog. I'm Hawaiian, Chinese, Portuguese, English, Danish. But it's reflective of the communities that we've grown up in, and to be open and accepting of different ways of life, different ways of thinking, as long as people are careful and mindful that we've got to be responsible to one another. So it's all from canoe paddling.
Yep, and I think that being part of a 6-man crew or 6-person crew, you have to be responsible for the person next to you, but especially your own kuleana, and responsible to the person next to you, you know?
Yeah, I just think, we live in a world that has been challenged now about people, unfortunately, thinking about themselves first and not about us. And so I think canoe paddling takes us back to ground level again, and recognizing that no matter how any one paddler is, how good they are, in a 6-person canoe, you don't win because of yourself. You win because of the others that you get to paddle with. So it's a constant reminder. So I just appreciate having a race like this in an island that's so historic for Hawaii.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait for the World Sprints next year.
We'll be here. We'll be here, and we'll be a part of it. And,
for sure.
I just appreciate you folks.
Thank you.
Really bringing life to something that's. I got goosebumps talking to you folks here, and watching you, Kalai, and Alex in the group just continue to embrace and provide an opportunity to share what's so loved by so many people.
Yeah, we're trying to make this thing a spectator sport as we get ready for the next race here, the boys 15, another half-mile race. But come on, I've been looking up to you for over 30 years, and you've been an example to, my friends and I, my generation, not only in the va'a, but how you lead your life on the outside, and how beloved and well respected you are. And we're so lucky that we have you as a leader in our community and here within the paddling community in particular to carry us forward. I think that the path that you continue to lead us down is the right way, and I just appreciate you and just for being you, Uncle. Thank you so much.
You folks.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of you.
Love you,
I'm
Uncle.
a
Thank
beneficiary of our helpers.
Yeah.
I'm a steward, and I'm going to be looking forward to the future.
Yes, you are.
So,
thank you, Uncle.
Take care, you folks.
Yep.
Have a good day.
Aloha, Kamoa. Good luck today. Have a good afternoon. Kamoa Kalama from Kailua Canoe Club, one of the elder statesmen of the paddling world, a man beloved by many, a mentor to so many, and looked up to appropriately by so many of our paddlers here today. We're getting ready for the men's 15 and under. This is event number 15. 14 canoes again, and looks like it's starting to get a little misty here in Hilo Bay. We have what looks like a clean start. Lanikai in lane 1 over here, and that might be Keoho in lane 2. Okay, so we are coming back into the studio here. This is joining me today is Doug Bumatai. Thank you so much for making time. And how does it feel to have everybody here visiting you today?
Oh, it's awesome having everyone here today. I mean, the beach is packed. I mean, now we got some rain to bless everybody. It's awesome.
Yeah. And when you're from the west side of the island, the rain is always a blessing, right?
Oh, we need the rain. We need the rain.
So this is, again, please join me in giving the play-by-play here. This is our boys 15, some solid-looking buggers in these canoes. These boys are at 15 years old. They're really starting to come into their strength as a man, into their power, and being able to transfer that, into moving these canoes forward through their paddle. But some nice paddling going on here today, Doug.
Oh, this is awesome. I mean, this is the best of the best that's here today. And these young ones are going to be the big dogs pretty soon.
Soon.
Yep.
Pretty soon, sooner than we. And I love the fact that they're allowing our younger paddlers to get involved in distance paddling and a lot of these different events. But Doug, how has it been for you getting ready for today's race as we watch these 15 boys headed into the turn?
Getting ready for the race is
nice.
It's definitely been a challenge, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot to coordinate and a lot to organize.
Ooh, that looks like Keoho again.
Keoho?
Heading into that turn, and let's make sure that in lane 3.
Lanikai maybe?
That would be boys 15. Lane 3. Let me check on this. I got Kailua Canoe Club, actually. They're in lane 3. Looks like they're in the lead. Lanikai right here, I believe, in lane 1. Yeah. Go ahead, Doug. You're talking about getting ready for today's race.
Well, yeah, getting ready for today's race, there's a lot of moving parts.
Oh, yes.
A lot of coordination with the different associations, when it came down to canoe transports and, prepping for the officials and the official boats and
yep, all of that, getting all the parts and pieces together and moving.
down to the extension cord for your crew.
every little piece, right?
Yeah,
every little piece.
Yeah.
But that's a tremendous responsibility. But I think it's certainly appreciated by everyone here today, making sure that everybody had, a tent to keep all of our electronics dry and all of that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've been fortunate. We haven't had much rain. I mean, this little mist right now is actually very welcome. But it's the wind that really concerns us.
The wind. Okay. As these 15 boys are into a good part of the second half of their race, getting ready to come into the finish line. Oh, this is some hard-fought battles there out on the course. We're going to see maybe our crews in the... Oh, somebody's out there on the outside. Yeah, they got some sprinkles coming down over here, as they say in Hilo Bay. This is just a small one. Oh, way on the outside there, we got a crew of crews.
It's a battle. They're
kind of battling. They may look like they're a little farther ahead, but when you catch the angle of the finish line, you're going to see that these inside crews will look like they're coming up. Here they come. Head down, try not to get the rain in the eyes, I guess.
Wipers on.
Coming to the finish line. Nice finish there.
Nice finish. Good race.
In lane, I think that would be lane 4. Lane 3 or 4. Boys 15, that would be, look like Laula Okai was up there with them. 3 was Kailua Canoe Club. That might have been Kailua Canoe Club there. But we'll get a good replay off of that real quick shortly. But so, Doug, you what was kind of your main responsibility or main function getting ready for the racing today?
Everything. Pretty much everything. And if it wasn't part of my responsibilities,
you was delegating
because somebody else couldn't do it.
Yeah,
it became my responsibility.
You were the catch-all, huh?
Yeah. In case of emergency, break glass, right?
Yeah, right.
So,
right.
Yeah, I'm kind of the guy they call.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll try to get you some results on this real quick as we head into the finish. And we'll get a replay of this race really quick. They seem pretty stoked to be out there today.
Oh, yeah. They gave it their all, for sure.
Yeah. Kailua Canoe Club there. Okay. Yeah. I want to say that was Lanikai in lane 1, but it reflects here on our this was a boys 15.
They may be borrowing the canoe from Lanikai.
Yeah, maybe they're borrowing the canoe from somebody else because it reflects Huimana o Pu'uvai. Let's see them coming into their turn here. What is your home crew, Doug?
Paddlers of Laka.
Ah, right over here, yeah.
Right here, yep. The big castle right there.
Getting a nice turn. Worried about the next boat coming in.
Oh, yeah, we don't want more
collisions. Lane 2. You don't want to bang lane 2. Nice tight turn.
Yeah,
man, that crew in lane 4 on the green flag had a really nice turn.
Look at that.
That was a beautiful turn. Yeah, right. So they're hosting, but that's why I'm trying to make sure that he tells us all the parts that went into it. Yeah, that crew in lane 4 had a really nice turn coming out of it. Shout out to my friend Rick Barboza, who's with his keiki who are here paddling for Waikiki Surf.
There you go.
Sorry, but it's not the plant show. It's not the plant show. We're not selling plants over here. We're talking paddling today. He's always trying to edge in on my action.
Yeah, well, he's planting some core trees so we can make some canoes, all right.
Yep. Finished. Nice, strong finish. That was an easy half boat on the next club.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Nice finish by those guys. Oh, sweet. So how far out were you really starting to pound it and getting, so at what day were you kind of like, was it a week ago? Was it 2 weeks ago that you really started like
when I really started to feel the pressure?
Yeah.
I'd have to say it was probably Wednesday when it really started to sink in. Like,
holy macro, this thing is happening.
Yes, like getting these trailers here on the beach for our officials for their stand, and you don't want to stuck any of these big trailers or trucks in the sand. So the right preparations had to go into place. The right people had to be here, and it went on without a hitch. It was just like clockwork. It was perfect. Yeah.
Sounds like you were calling in a lot of favors, pal.
Oh, I called in a lot of favors.
all the friends from high school and auntie, uncles. Like, Uncle, you can come down to the beach.
Favors like
Yeah.
you don't even believe.
Yeah, but when really the community finds out that, hey, we're hosting the state regatta championships here. Oh,
Yes.
yeah. In particular, our island people, Hilo people,
Yep.
they're going to want to,
Yep.
as a community, give it their best foot forward and support this kind of grassroots Hawaiian local events.
Yes,
for sure.
I mean, definitely yesterday, we had to call in some favors and some help, and, they didn't hesitate. They showed up.
Oh, nice.
Made it happen,
Yeah.
you know.
I understand that you guys had a lot of support from the county here.
Yes,
the mayor and the county officers were real supportive.
Yes,
of this.
the county here is very supportive of our canoe racing activities and the support on our beach. I mean, look how many clubs we have right here in Hilo on the beach, and it's we try our best to do our part and try to behave.
Yeah.
But the county is wonderful. They've been super for us.
That's awesome.
Super.
That's awesome for them to be able to recognize that
Yes.
it's good for the community at large.
No question.
Statewide and really kind of put the support behind you guys.
Yeah,
So
no question.
we're going to be. Are you involved in next year's the World Sprints here? Okay.
Not at all.
I hope you took down some notes and you can give them the playbook for next year. But this is going to be 2 years in a row for
I mean,
for Hilo Bay to be hosting a big event.
yes, it's a big deal. I hope they're prepared for it.
I'm sure. Hey, you might be getting some calls.
Oh, I know the calls will be coming in.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah. Classic.
You know.
So I know it was a countless amount of man hours and people participating. Was there anyone in particular that you wanted to mahalo as we view the crews here that are participating in our next half mile event, the girls 16 and under?
So one of my main person to mahalo is Benson Kamau.
Kamau
and his family. He's like my left and right hand man.
Raja.
And with that comes all the fingers.
Yes.
Right? And then the other one is my wife and her crew that support us in the background, right? Without them, I cannot do what I do, as well as my coaching staff.
Yes.
This allows me to be in here with you.
Right,
and I don't have to
they got
take
it
care of
handled.
my club, my crews are in the best hands.
Awesome.
Hands down. Yeah.
Awesome. And it's funny when you get so luckily handed over a position or responsibility like this, naturally, everybody within your orbit gets pulled into it too. But
Yes,
that's how
correct.
we do, right?
Correct.
Whether it's putting on Mary Monarch or anything like that, it becomes a wider event with your friends
Yes,
and family.
yes.
And I really notice, again, nothing against my Oahu family, but man, when you go outer island, it's like it happens on another level.
Yep.
You gonna make a grad party for your
they all
for
come
your-
out. Yes.
and they not come out
Yeah.
to show up and eat your own Hawaiian food.
Yeah.
They come out to the imu.
What you
They
need.
come out to prep.
Yes.
They come out to
Yes.
donate to kokua and it's on a whole nother
They even
level.
cut your grass because you're so busy. Your neighbor comes out, take care of your yard for you.
You kidding
How's
me?
that?
Your
No.
neighbor came and
Yeah.
did your grass because
I'm
you were so busy doing this.
Because they know I'm tied up.
Ooh, and in Hilo, the grass grow,
The grass grow. So, that's the kind of support, right?
No, for
From-
sure.
from
That
our
is
community.
amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what you call community-wide.
Yep.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
awesome. That's awesome. Did you feel that there was a positive reception for this event from the community at large? I mean, there's a decent influx of people coming in here over the weekend to come.
Yeah. And even today, I've heard it from people that come down and they're just spectators or even paddlers from the other islands. And they're just so appreciative of the event, how everything was organized and put together, and get to see everyone. And I haven't had any complaints from anyone yet, but I'm sure there are, right? There always is, right?
They come later. They come later.
Of course, but we try to accommodate and make everything happen, right?
Yeah,
and
for sure.
it's nice to see that they appreciate what was done.
All right. Well, we're getting ready to view the next upcoming race here. This is, I believe, girls 16s.
Girls 16.
Another half-mile race. We've got a few more half-mile races before we take it up to the big leagues, a 1 mile race where you start getting several turns per race. It's always interesting to watch people's with their turn game. But so you're are you head coach at your club?
Yeah, I'm the head coach,
Right.
So they say,
Right,
kind of
right.
deal. My sister actually does
The majority
the main.
of the okay.
I kind of take care of all the equipment and the association part of things.
As I get a chance to kind of interview people at different levels of involvement with paddling and from different islands, one theme that's been recurring today has been this. What seems like 2023 was kind of like a resurgence in paddling, and not even a resurge. It's like it's taking a jump forward in numbers, and in particular in the keiki or in the ohana involvement.
Right. So for our association, the keiki took off last year. Okay. There was a boom in our keiki programs last year.
We just had our start of the girls 16, again, a half-mile race. Looks clean. There's so much participation at the youth level that at this point, we have to make enough races for everybody, right?
Yeah.
There's a 14, a 15, a 16, and then at that point, it jumps up to the 18s. But right now, this is our next race to get all the kids involved. And speaking of the kids, you were saying numbers.
Yeah, the numbers, right. So last year we saw the kids' numbers, the youth numbers jump. This year, we started to see a lot of the older numbers jump.
Really?
So if you go look at our race schedule, the beginning part of the schedule, events boomed the kids again. And then a midday, it grew, but not very much. But the second half of the day, it boomed again. So on average, from last year, we raced an average of 100 crews more per regatta this year than we did last year.
Okay, and so how many crews was it? What percentage is that? Is that double? Is it another half?
That's probably about a third.
A third better.
Yeah.
Wow. Because Dana Miyake was mentioning a similar boost on her island of about a third.
Right.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. No,
that's awesome. And these 16-year-old girls, speaking of awesome, they're getting ready to head into their turn here at a half-mile race. This is basically going to be roughly 4 minutes of fury for these half-mile racers. And you're really kind of focusing on how you're coming into this turn, how you're making your approach, looking at the crews next to you, seeing if you're going to need to, if you're out of somebody's way, if you're going to be in somebody's way, somebody's going to be in your way.
Right.
Heading in here and making sure that you can get into and come out of this turn real clean, and that can be a big responsibility for a 16-year-old girl.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I was that age doing a turn, talk about butterflies. Oh, it's crazy.
Here they go into their turn. And they realize that this canoe is not only, a precious member of their club Ohana, but a very valuable piece of equipment. A koa canoe is upwards of $50,000-$60,000.
Not even close.
You're basically
not even close.
Not even close. What is it now? I mean, that was a while ago.
To build a koa canoe now, you're in the 6 digits just to build it, not counting the cost of a log.
Holy mackerel!
Like that. And then if the quality of the canoe, its performance on the water,
right.
All of that contributes to the cost going up. Some of these canoes, they cost more than your home.
Wow,
without question. You cannot go down to Home Depot and pick one up, can you?
No way.
Yep.
No way.
And if you did have a log, who are you going to have build it?
Yeah, and you have to beg, borrow, and steal to find somebody that will work on it. Like
exactly,
like a Bob Pulke or somebody like that.
There's less and less of us people that work and build these canoes. That drives the cost up.
Wow. So it's like giving this 16-year-old girl the keys to your brand new.
Yeah, exactly.
It's brand new.
And it's the example I use with the kids when we're teaching the kids how to steer.
And they're driving in heavy traffic too.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my goodness, that is hilarious.
So one of the things we did when we set our course here in Hilo, we set our lanes a little wider.
Oh, a little bit wide lanes. And we're going to see them coming across our lane finishes here. Again, 4 minutes. But so you set the lane a little wider.
Yeah, so the rules are 80 feet minimum between the flags.
80 feet
we
minimum
set them at
between
90.
the flags.
And
why? Because you have
collisions.
the depth here?
Well, we have all the room. The beach is loaded for our people. We have all the room on the water.
Right. You could go out another.
You want 30 lanes? We'll put 30 lanes.
100,
Yeah, easy. So, protecting our canoes.
Yes.
That's the main
reason. That was a great idea. Well, watch these 16-year-old ladies come across the finish line here. Some push happening on the inside lane there. Looks like we got another crew in the midpoint working their way into the finish line. I would go with that green gunno, assuming that might be Lanikai Canoe Club.
Oh, nice finish.
Oh, maybe just ahead.
Just edging out Hawaiian.
That's going to be a photo finish. That might be Hawaiian Canoe Club.
Hawaiian Canoe Club,
in the blue jersey. But certainly a lot of cheering happening on the Hawaiian Canoe Club side over here. They're next to us, kind of in this area by where our media tent is. But you are in charge of a course in one of the nicest places to hold a race like this in the state. I mean, Ke'ehi is where it happens most often.
Right.
But it's places like here. I think Hanalei is pretty amazing.
You want to rank them?
Well, to me,
hands
here
down,
and,
here's the best.
Well,
Parking,
the facilities,
the course, everything.
getting in and out of
best.
Hanalei Bay
Correct.
can be craziness.
I mean,
The bay is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. The beach is
Hanalei
beautiful.
is beautiful.
It's
I love
gorgeous.
That's number 2 on my list.
Yes.
Yeah. And then 3 and 4 is
Yeah.
they're rough.
But Hilo is fantastic. You have hotels right next door. You have an international airport with plenty
there.
of flights, right? You have within a stone's throw from the beach, you have a Walmart or whatever where you can get whatever things that you need. And this beach is nice and deep. We have plenty of parking, all that. So Hilo really is a fantastic place to hold this race. And the IVF knows it. That's why they're coming back here next year. We're going to have a replay. We're going to have a replay of our race here. Let's try to make sure we get a clean start.
Lane 1 is
Some of
way
these crews are trying to be, they're starting a little bit before the flag, but lining up behind. They want to hit that start on a run. I don't know. It looks like
running start.
I think that was okay. Yeah, it looks like a good start, and that would be.
It's hard to see the starter flags from here to really make that call. The officials, they got that call going.
I think that is Kamehameha Canoe Club, but it looks like they did all right. And in lane 2 there, I believe. Sorry for take my apologies, please. It's kind of Lanikai Canoe Club in
here we coming
second
to
place.
the turns here.
So Lanikai is going in there, in their turn with Hawaiian. You can see Hawaiian just on the outside of them. So Hawaiian is actually coming out of the turn before Lanikai, it looks like.
Right. They want it, though. They want it.
Yep. Definitely. But it looks like Lanikai must have
they had
the glide on the way back.
A lot, they didn't sit in a turn. They had more of a run through the turn.
They kind of came out of it pretty hard.
Correct.
So now as we let them traverse to the finish line, we're going to see that it looks like as they cross the flags, Lanikai was just a few feet, maybe a Manu's length in front of, that's probably Hawaiian Canoe Club.
Correct. Yeah.
Wow. So, back to Hilo.
Okay.
Let the star shine. I mean, Hilo really is one of the stars of today's event for sure. It's a nice wide beach, plenty area for pitch a tent. And from a spectator on the beach's perspective, you got a nice straight beach, easy to walk up and down, see the whole race and everything that's happening. And then you've got this traverse Mauka to a real generous area to be able to take all your food tents, your crafts, your logo wear, whatever it might be. And then on the periphery of that is plenty of parking along the bay.
Tons of parking. But one of the things that's often missed is showers. When you get out of the water, you want to rinse off.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Look at Ke'ehi Lagoon, for instance.
Yes.
We have over half our races there, right? We got one shower. And a lot of times they shut it off. Right?
Yeah.
We got more showers on this beach than all the 3 state courses put together.
Oh, that's an interesting fact.
We might even have double the amount of showers.
Wow. And when you want to rinse up, and you get rain too, so you might not even need the shower.
Well, something that's simple, right? We overlook a lot of times, right?
Yeah, right.
But that is sometimes precious.
Yeah. No, you're
precious.
right. And I like the depth of the beach for, you have your club tent, but if your gang, your family,
the family tents are in the back,
you get room for your own tent right in the back.
All the supporters.
Yeah. It makes it very paddler friendly, very spectator friendly. I'm with you. I'm sold on Hilo.
This is my proposal.
Okay, Dana, are you watching right now?
How about we alternate the races between Hanalei and Hilo?
Hey, I don't know if the people.
We gotta try. I don't think so, but you gotta try, right?
Yeah,
doesn't hurt. Worst they're going to say is no.
I don't know if the residents of Veke Road would agree with you.
Yeah, that's true too.
But I like it here, and and again, it's great that you've had so much support.
Yes.
At the county level.
Yes.
And from the community, I really think this is
yes.
As a race site, this is in the running for the the crown jewel of what we do here, especially in this area. And again, I think this island is a fantastic island for racing because, when we come back later on in the year for the Queen race in Kona, what a great race that is, too.
Oh, yeah.
You have multiple days of racing. Yes. Again, you have an international airport. Yep. You have plenty of hotels. Right there. Plenty of boats if you want to get an escort. Yep. Loaded boats you can hire.
Every other house in Kona has a boat.
Right, exactly. I mean, maybe it doesn't have the most lively course in terms of surf and stuff like that. Right? It can be a hot race. It can be a real slugfest out there.
Yeah.
But, hey, especially if you're somebody coming from Outer Island or from the mainland, you got potentially 3 days of racing that you can do. You're getting bang for your buck.
Oh, big time. Big time.
Yeah. So
the vibe, the energy there is awesome.
Yeah. Again, look forward to joining our Ocean Paddler Ohana during that the Queen Lili'o Kalani race sponsored by Kaiopua Canoe Club. That's going to be happening Labor Day weekend coming up in just about a month here. we have some of our younger crews getting their awards and their picture taken at our awards stage right here.
Right here. Yeah, right to the left
Just
of us.
to the left of us. Congratulations, ladies. That is cool. They get their picture taken with a beautiful Hilo Bay backdrop. But even the water out here, the course itself is really fair.
Yes.
For a sprint race, you really want to avoid any kind of like a side wind or a tailwind, not too bad.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's even.
Yeah.
But if you got something coming from the side or chop or current, now I know the bay is big enough where you could build up a fetch. You could build up a little bit of side, but man, that breakwall really makes things nice.
Oh, yeah, it helps definitely keep the water a lot calmer. But trust me, we do get days when it's nasty in here. Yeah, it's nasty.
I bet.
But today is a wonderful day. The water's perfect.
And for a lot of people that haven't been here and seen the bay, Hilo Bay is big. Like
Hilo Bay is really big.
You don't realize how wide how wide and deep of a bay it is, and how long that breakwall is. It's huge.
2 miles long.
2 mile long breakwall. This is the crews participating in our next event. 14 crews in the boys 16 and under, event number 17. All right, we got Keaukaha Canoe Club. They're strong. Lanikai Canoe Club right in the front here. Hawaiian Canoe Club in lane 4. Some of the ones we'll be watching. Also Kailua Canoe Club in lane 7. Leeward Kai from the west side of Oahu, and Manuoke Kai from Oahu's north shore. And from right here in Hilo Town, practicing right here in Hilo Bay, Puna Canoe Club in lane 13. So this is going to be another good one. Again, boys, 16 years old, tons of testosterone out there.
I was just going to say that. The testosterone levels are starting to boost now, right? And, you're going to see it in this race for sure. It'll be a good race.
This is the age where they come home and they go, oh, Dad,
my
Dad,
muscles.
look my arms, Dad, look my arms.
Check them out. Just squeeze them.
and really, for musculature development, there are a few things better out there than canoe paddling.
Yes.
I mean, it's good for the body. You're not getting hit by somebody else with a helmet.
Yeah, exactly.
People think it's only upper body, but if you're paddling a six-man properly, you're driving off that leg.
Your legs
and
it's huge.
People don't realize in training for canoe paddling how much running and squats and lunges people do.
Oh, that helps.
Okay, here we go. We're looking for a clean start.
Nice shot.
This looks like a good start for our boys 16s.
Yeah, Keaukaha on the inside.
Yeah, I think that's
really
Keaukaha on the inside and Lanikai just outside of them. Yep. 53. Yeah.
Oh, this is a nice drone shot here.
Yep, Keaukaha and Lanikai. In 2.
I mean, the racing conditions today is just absolutely
Lane 3 is
perfect.
Yeah. Oh,
look at that.
Look at that. I mean, in a long distance race, we all want a following C, right? We all
you want a little bump, right?
Yeah, you want a little bump. But this race and how perfect and fair I think it's been, we've had the inside lane look like it was running a little bit, and then the middle lanes look like they're running a little bit. How do you think the tide affects this course? Right now, Mike Atwood was saying right about 10:30 we had low tide.
Yeah,
And
so
it's going to be kind of coming up all day till about 6.
the tide affects all of our courses, right? No matter where we are
Right.
in the state. But we're running a new course here in Hilo. So
A new course. What's new about it?
So we shifted the course to the west a little to take the turns away from the river at Wailoa.
Right,
For a
because
multitude of reasons. We get away from the current for turns.
right, the river would be pushing
For the
against
boat
that,
holders
yeah.
as well at the start of the quarter-mile races.
Okay, right.
As well as, we got to be nice and share the water with. We're not the only guys on the water. We got fishermen coming out of the river mouth.
Correct.
So now they have room for their boats to go out onto the ocean, right? So
It's a nice shot right there of Kilkaha's 16 boys.
looks like they got a pretty
Looking
decent
smooth.
lead.
Nice
Oh.
approach of the turn. Nice
Way in the front.
wide. Nice wide entry. And here they go calling that uni.
Look at that.
Coming
they're
over.
way in the front. Who is
Oh,
that?
that might have been Kailua.
Kailua probably.
Yeah.
Looks like. Yeah, they're way out there. There's Kilkaha on the inside.
Yeah, Kilkaha on the inside. You see that little bit shorter stroke to get the canoe back up and out of the water. And then they're going to try get it out front and set the glide again as the canoe starts coming up out of the water. Have a smooth, second half of the race heading into a strong finish.
Yeah. The burn is coming on now.
Yeah.
There they go.
Right now, they're
Step on the
feeling all
gas.
pumped.
There you go. Look at that.
This looks like Kailua.
Yep.
Not sure if they're our leader. But we have Lanikai looking good in today's race as well. Nice work, boys. Look at that. That's some nice paddling from those 16 boys,
yeah.
tell you what. Yeah, it looks like Lanikai as well is on the inside. Very tight race here. Wow, Doug, look at that.
I know.
That's got to make your heart sing.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's
Look
over
at
here
that.
next to me smiling, ear to ear, just, seeing all his hard work paying off. Look at that.
That
Hilo
backdrop right there,
Beach,
yeah?
just like loaded with paddlers, all the tents. The course looks fantastic. The canoes look great. Any angle you're looking at this, Doug, you
Yeah.
guys did a fantastic
Great.
job.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, thank you. And really on behalf of all of our paddlers here today, you really set the venue. You made it all happen. None of this can happen without somebody setting the stage for these paddlers to come out here and do their thing. So, mahalo to you and your gang again.
Yeah, it was a lot of help. It's not just me.
Yes.
It's just
What was that gentleman called? Your right and left hand?
Ben Kamau. Benson Kamau.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Benson Kamau.
Oh, yeah.
All right, looks like Lanikai coming across the
Wow.
finish line there in first place.
They made up some ground in that second half.
Yeah, they did. They were not in the lead coming out of the turn. But, man,
Nice.
they sure turned on in that second half of that race.
That was a good race.
Wow, nice race. Nice race by all these young men. They're going to be waiting for everybody to finish and making their way back in to switch out. Look at that, bro.
Nice, huh?
Congratulations, Doug. You
Thank
guys
you.
did a heck of a job here. This is a great place to have a race. Hey, nice and cool, right?
Oh.
You're not getting all
This overcast
overly
today was so welcome.
heat exhaustion, right?
Part of me
just
wanted
bring a
to
rain
be
jacket
Part of me wanted to be super hot
because Hilo, when it's sunny,
this black
man.
sand, don't let it fool you. It'll get
Yes.
so hot.
Yeah.
But then we lose the reputation of all the rain in Hilo, right? So I'm glad we didn't disappoint anybody. We got a little bit of mist coming down.
you don't want people bringing their
Yeah,
rain
yeah,
jacket and
yeah,
then never
yeah.
using it, right?
If it was nice and hot, they wanted to hear it all the time, right?
Shucks. We'll have a quick replay here of the boys 16 half-mile race coming up. Let's see. Again, in the front, that's Kilkaha. And we'll be keeping an eye on Lanikai Canoe Club.
Lanikai, was that
Lanikai Canoe
Kailua out
Club
there?
in lane 4. So this is boys 16, lane 2. Yeah. What was Hawaiian is 31.
Yep,
Yeah.
31.
Lane 2 and lane 4. And then Kailua. Hey, Kalamai, we're looking at our schedule over here, making sure we get all.
Kailua's coming out while everyone's going in.
Yeah, Kailua was in lane 7. Yeah.
That's amazing.
I think, too, you can notice Lanikai was not necessarily. Were they the first out of the turn? hard to really tell. They did have a decent lead going down.
Yeah, they definitely made up ground in the turn with Kailua. Kailua had a big lead going in, but they lost it in the turn.
Yeah,
They
you
sat
can see Kailua in the background there. They're
Yep.
coming out at about the same time, but that was a really nice turn.
Turns are so crucial, so important. You can make up a couple canoe lengths or lose a couple canoe lengths, right?
Especially in the later races, right?
yeah.
Where, I mean, the men have 5 turns.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The senior men. Look at that. Good finish from all of these guys. Thank you.
We got to get security in here. Get all the fans away from you, Kalai. How they sneak past security over here?
Oh, my goodness.
All right, we got a decent rain coming down here for everyone.
Oh,
Nice.
here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, nice cool down after the race. Yeah. So we're making sure that all of our expensive camera equipment is protected
Well,
here.
on the bright side,
Other
the officials have some nice coverage, and
Yep.
they're nice and dry.
Yeah.
The paddlers, on the other hand, they get wet anyway. So,
Oh, yeah. What a beautiful Hilo day.
you look at the paddlers; they're not running from the rain.
No. They're welcoming this right
Just
here.
the aunties and the uncles.
Yeah, especially the ones that just paddled. They're
Yeah.
probably really welcoming it.
Look at that! You can see that rain coming down right there on that shot.
Yeah. Typical Hilo day.
That's Hilo.
That's
home.
Hilo. That's Hilo. But, hey, you know what? This will pass. This
Yeah.
too will pass. Get our nice midday sprinkles. Looks like we got our next group out there ready to go. That's going to be
Girls 18.
the girls 18 and the boys 18. Both half-mile races as well. Well, I remember when boys 18 was a mile.
Yeah, it used to be a mile. A lot of these races they've shortened over the years.
And that was because it just was taking – the days were getting way too long.
Yeah, there were events that were added, right? And then, the days got longer. So to help alleviate that, they shortened some of the events.
Yeah, some of the, like you said, they added events, especially in the Kupuna divisions, right?
Correct.
The 60s wanted 65s,
Yeah.
and they wanted
don't wanna
70s,
give it up.
and
They
who's
don't
going
wanna
to
give
say
it up.
no, right?
Yeah.
But what ends up happening is some of your races are happening like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And so it was just too long of a day for some people. So one of the things that the associations did was shorten the length of the races to make them happen quicker. Yep. Yep. All our paddlers getting pumped up for today. Mike
There you
Atwood
go.
over there.
There's a lot of areas where you can improve on the efficiencies to shorten your day. And a lot of it is, getting your crews to the line quicker and getting back after the race quicker.
Is there any kind of requirement, or is it, hey, if you ain't on the line when the official boat says go, too bad?
Yeah. They got time limits to start the race, right?
What is the minimum? Is there a minimum or maximum amount of time between races for the officials?
Like on this starting line here for these events now, I believe it's a 5 minute from the time the last canoe hits the beach from the previous race. So they give you 5 minutes.
From it hits the beach?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll give you 5 minutes to get back out there.
Okay. All right, we're looking at our next event. This is getting into the big girls category. Our last of the age group for the keiki. This is girls 18s. They're getting ready over there, lining up. And what you can't see is the starting flag. A lot of different clubs coming in here. Yeah.
Yeah, so HCRA does things a little different than each of the associations. Like in this case, they'll use the horn to signify the start of their 5 minute timer. Moko Hawaii here, they would use a flag, a yellow flag to indicate that. So they're all very similar, but subtle differences.
18. So after you paddle 18s, you're into the open divisions, freshmen,
big boy division.
sophomores. Yeah, you're big
Correct.
girls, big boys after that. So this is kind of their last shot at the age group. And again, it's not necessarily everybody's 18. It's
Correct.
18 and under.
18 and under.
And some of these paddlers, steersmen, steerswomen, whatever, might be a little younger, depending if they're got the skill to compete. But this is kind of like, I remember paddling right here, boys 18s, and on this beach for states, man, it was pumped. And, it was a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
It was a lot of pressure for that age. Yeah. Hey, if you have Facebook, log on. Please leave your comments for us. Me personally, I don't have Facebook, so you can log on to the HCRA or the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. Hopefully, you're watching from there right now. Yeah. So we are here with Doug Bumatai, who is in charge of this race from the Big Island. He's the president of.
That's my right hand and left hand.
There's the right and left hand over there.
That's Mr.
Benson. Come on.
Yeah.
Looks like he's walking around, making sure everything is just
good.
right, just so.
Yeah. That's my man right there.
These ladies are getting ready to start this race here. And we've been seeing a lot of rolling starts, but that's a gamble.
That's a gamble. Yeah. I mean, timing is everything in something like that.
Does the association encourage the flag bearer, or what do you call it, the race starter?
The starter flag.
To have the same cadence all day long? Is it a requirement?
Because
he could really mess with people and break the cadence, right?
Exactly. So I believe the paddlers and the coaches, they really appreciate the consistency in the flag waving. A part of me is like, change it up a little. But consistency.
Keep them honest.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This rolling start is kind of a tricky thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the paddlers having to start from a dead start.
Dead start.
Yeah.
Yep. Like a drag race, right? They're not rolling on their starts. They're starting from the dead start, right?
No, you're starting from a dead start. Because that's part of it, right?
Yeah.
How much power do you have in your crew
out of the hole
to get up and out of that hole?
Correct.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So, again, this is the ladies 18 and under. These young ladies here. Half-mile race, one turn. And this is our final girls age group race for today.
Yep.
After this will be the boys 18s, and I know a lot of these young men are getting pumped on the beach, getting ready to get in the water after this. And then we'll be going back into the men's and women's novice A's.
Yep.
Novice A's after that. Yeah. This is a fun time, and we are enjoying a little bit of sprinkles here in beautiful Hilo Bay, sitting here with Doug Bumatai, helping us in experience and enjoy and learn about all the little things that went into making today's race happen. We're looking for a clean start off of the women's 18s race. Some of them a little far back, trying to go for a rolling start. But 14 crews participating in this. You can see those little sprinkles and the Norfolk pines in the background. An iconic koa canoe there on the beach. But Doug, what would you say was the most challenging part of getting ready for a race of this size?
Oh, the challenging part would be probably this thing sitting to the right of us.
You mean the stage or the people on the stage?
Both.
Oh, nice. Oh, here we go. Nice start. Girls 18s.
And I can only imagine in the next 10 seconds or so they're going to call me.
Why?
The PA.
The PA just went out. Your phone.
So,
did you give your phone to Benson?
I think I'm going to throw it in the water.
Or at least in the rain, right? Oh, boy.
I think the rain might have got to it. Oh,
it looks like Canoe Canoe Club right there, yeah?
No, that's not Canoe.
They got some jerseys similar to that.
Not sure. Yeah, similar jerseys for sure. What number is that? Is that 86? Is that 86 on the Canoe?
Girls 18, 86.
Kauai.
That was Kilohana.
Kilohana
Canoe Club there. That's right. So part of the challenge in this is seeing the flag way out at the other end, quarter mile away.
And if
you don't have perfect vision or it's a little rainy.
Right now it's getting a little harder to see with the amount of rain that's coming down. When it's really coming down like Hilo can rain, you can't see it until you get closer. You won't see it off the start.
So lane 1 is kind of gauging themselves off the beach. Lane 2 is gauging themselves off lane 1.
They gauge off each other, right? Exactly. Exactly.
And that's fine in a race where it's, only a half mile or short.
Yes.
The canoes don't have that much of a chance to really spread apart.
Right.
But now you get into the longer races, mile, and you get some really fast crews in there.
Yeah.
You could be on your own.
Oh,
whether you're a good fast crew or a little slower crew, you could be on your own trying to navigate your way to the other side.
Correct.
Interesting. We'll have to be looking for that and seeing if that's going to be a factor.
I would just tell everybody, follow me. I'll show you the way, right?
Hey, if they're all following you.
Yeah, just follow.
Yeah.
Here they go. Here they go. Into the turn.
Almost as distracting as the rain is the producer here always yelling in our ear. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he's trying to do his job, right?
Yeah, boy. Trying and doing is not always the same thing.
Look at that.
Nice turn, actually. Our guys in lane 1, Kilo Hana, had a nice turn right there. That was a really, really nice turn. Yeah, and despite the you know what that we give him, our producer has done a good job of
awesome.
making paddling a spectator sport.
Yeah.
You know, when we were the first ones to have brought you live from the channel during Molokai Hoi. We were the first to bring you the state race live like this.
You know, I watch you folks all the time on Ocean Paddler.
Oh, we get one. We get one guy watching us.
Yeah,
we get one. All right,
and I'm that one. I'm that one. But
mahalo, dog. Hey, Ro Falau. What's up, brother?
But it was so nice and interesting to see what goes on behind the scene, right? With the setup. These guys needed the tents and the tables and whatever cords they need, and they needed this, they needed that, and what goes into this production is amazing.
Yeah,
to bring this for everyone to see. You know,
and it's really fun, and we have a great team of really experienced guys. A lot of these guys work for like the WSL, you know, or other organizations where they do like live surfing events and other types of events where they're bringing all that experience from other places to improve and try to bring you the best product that we can from Ocean Paddler and our paddle sports. And so it sounds like the gang from Kilo Hana are cheering on their folks here. Kilo Hana crew had a really good turn there.
Here they come.
But man, although the turn can make or break you, man, the meat and potatoes is on that last leg home, bro.
Oh yeah.
If you still got some gas in a tank, this is an exciting finish.
Oh, yeah.
It might be. Is that Kilo Hana on the inside there? Not sure. Or is that Lanikai? That might be Lanikai. Oh, I don't know. Kilo Hana's looking good. Now that you see it. Oh,
Kilo Hana.
Hey, how about that?
Nice.
Wow, awesome.
Nice.
You know, one of the smaller outer island canoes, right? Canoe club, sorry about that. From Kauai, I believe, yeah? Kilo Hana out of...
Not just the big dogs, but the Chihuahuas can bite too.
Hey, it's not about the size of the dog in the fight. It's about the size of the fight in the dog, right?
That was awesome. You want to see that, right? You want to see that.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
And these young men, they come out of nowhere, and, you know, the boys from the other clubs may not have considered them before, but they come out and laid a smackdown, and they, you know, it's all about humility at that point, right? Being humble as a winner and being humble as somebody who didn't come in first place.
That's teamwork all the way right there.
Yeah. So I think that's certainly one of the qualities that paddling helps to bring is humility, you know.
Yes.
And what's interesting too to me as well is seeing how when you're on the beach, paddlers, we're all friends, huh?
Yeah.
We're all Ohana, and hey, you know, my auntie, my friend.
Only watcher here. We're alive. He wins the Ocean Paddle.
Oh,
perfect. Look at that.
Our one viewer.
One viewer, 2 hats.
Get our
right
Ocean
there,
Paddler spectator. This is Alex. He's our producer. We try not to give him too much, if any, credit at all.
He's the guy in our ear.
Alex, could you have somebody please powder your head before you come in? You're getting a lot of shine off of your dome there.
It's a daddy head.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah. Daddy heads.
My says I have baby hair.
Oh, baby hair.
Baby hair. Yeah, like when you're an infant. Infant at heart, huh? All right. Thanks not only to Alex, but the rest of our gang over here making this live broadcast possible where we're able to bring you canoe paddling live and making it a spectator sport, because for the viewer, it's usually, you know, not so much with the regattas. You know, you'd have to come down here to see it. Yeah. But on the distant races, you're not seeing what's happening in the middle of the channel or getting to watch a gang.
Yes.
So,
and that was huge, being able to see that.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And I think it really helped with the learning curve for a lot of paddlers. You know, when we did, we're going to have a replay in a moment here, but when I was able to watch Shelva up close the first couple of years, man, talking about an education, you know, like, oh, this is how they do it, you know, and whoa, I haven't been doing it like that. Here we go, looking for a nice start here.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on this crew in the front. Kilo Hana Canoe Club. So this is, again, boys 18s. Nice start by this gang. Coming into this turn. And that is, again, the advantage of lane 1. You're not worried about another canoe getting in your way.
Look at that turn right there, right
Look
on
at
the
him.
flag.
Whack that flag, not laying it down.
The girls 18.
Girls 18, sorry, girls 18, yes. Boys coming up after this.
She was on the money on that one.
And they're all rocking the titter bun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And here they come into the finish line. This is another
shot of Kyoka
replay. Another angle. Girls 18s. Second half of the race working their way into the finish line. And you're not going to see Kilohana to the end right here. Look at that.
Nice.
Wow.
They earned it.
Nice
they
finish.
Earned it.
They are a good half a boat plus ahead of second and third place. And let's see. Those girls 18, 31. That was going to be Hawaiian Canoe Club again, yeah. And then H was Lokahi Canoe Club in lane 3. And I want to say that was 53.
Keokaha. 53, yeah.
Keokaha's been having a really good day.
Yeah, they got a pretty good
some solid
program
kids
going on over there, yeah.
Nice. All right, replay of the rain. Here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Beautiful.
It's not stopping those spectators. Look at that.
Oh, hey, that's a one thing was mandatory. You come into Hilo, you bring your rain jacket.
Yeah.
Because if you're getting wet, it's your own fault. You should know. You should know. But still a beautiful day out here on the beach. And we're just getting some sprinkles, keeping our paddlers nice and cool. And so you were mentioning earlier that the hardest part of the setup to deal with the setup was the trailer and everybody standing on it.
That was the most stressful part, was getting that stage and tent above it set, right?
Was there a little bit of a calamity that happened yesterday with the wind?
We had the wind come in, took the tarp right off.
About what time was this?
Oh, shoot. Just after lunch,
Okay.
right around lunchtime or so.
Ripped the tarp off of the tent.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
we were prepared for a situation like that. We had spare tarps. But due to the size and the height of this tent, we had to call in some friends and some favors, come in with some bucket trucks, and help us put this thing back together.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we thought we were good. Everything was secured. Last night, the wind came whipping about 35 miles an hour for a solid 20 minutes, and we had all hands on deck holding this thing together.
Okay. So what's our plan if we are running into similar wind situation today? Did we tie it down a little differently?
Oh, no. I mean, it's definitely secured. So I think the trailer will roll over with it if it does. No. No, it's pretty secure, but it's a super large tent, right? It was a 30 by 60 tent, and that's a huge sail, right?
Yes. Yes.
But
what was it like
fine.
getting this flat rack in here?
We had a couple of good equipment operators came in, level off the beach for us, and the truck driver was awesome. He nailed it right on the spot for the two trailers. I mean, without having to maneuver on the sand and the truck sinking in the sand. I mean, those guys were on point. I mean, I'll take them anywhere with me.
All right, we're going to send you out to a commercial as we're waiting for the start of our young men, our boys 18. Our boys 18 race coming up right here in a moment from the State Canoe Regatta here in Hilo Bay.
The 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with the Kama'aina Rewards. County of Hawaii. Hilo Hawaiian Hotel by Castles Resort. Hilo Hospitality and Charm redefined. Matson. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
monstrosity needs to come down tonight while there's manpower.
Yeah, wow.
Right.
While people are, we don't know if they're going to be sober or not, but they'll be here.
Yeah. No, yeah. We'll get that tent down tonight. All the rest of the smaller tents, we do that blindfolded, so that's not an issue. But this one, we need some manpower. So once that's down, the stress level goes way down too. The trailers, we plan to take them out tomorrow already. So return our beach back to normal.
Yeah, for sure. This is a heck of a setup, man. I can
mahalo
imagine.
to Matson for providing these trailers for us to use. Yeah.
And was it some of their drivers, or you had your own drivers go down and pick up?
We had a trucking company bring it to the beach for us, and then we had other contractors to bring it onto the sand for us.
Also, the semi didn't bring it onto the sand.
We had a semi bring it onto the sand, but not the truckers that brought it to the beach.
Oh,
yeah, it was.
Who's this unsung hero?
His name is Lance Oliveira.
Okay,
and he's actually paddling today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what event they have him paddling in, but he's paddling for Kaihitu Canoe Club.
Okay.
So his company's Civil Construction.
He must be a heck of a trucker.
Oh, the guy is so smooth, so humble.
Oh, yeah?
Big heart.
Nice. Here we go. We're looking at the mixed 18s. So a lot of these kids that you just saw paddle the last two races will make up this race over here.
You thought you had fans, huh?
Yeah, you get fans too.
Yeah.
Hey, mahalo. At least today, right?
Yeah.
So this is a mixed crew. We're going to have three Kane, 3 Wahine in the 18s division. Then after this, we go back up to the adults. This is going to be the end of the kids divisions. We'll go back up to the adults with the women's novice A's. Correct. Right after this. Okay? And then it'll be a few more half-mile races. And then after that, we're going to do what is W?
Women,
freshmen.
Yeah.
Sophomores. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Who are we getting there about? We're about the halfway mark right now. What are we at? So we have a total of 43 races here today, right? Or more.
Yep.
I don't see a back to this. I don't see a backside to this page. 43 races today. We are at 20. So almost halfway.
Yeah, just about halfway.
Almost halfway. Not too bad. 12 o'clock.
Perfect.
Maybe be out here by 4:30ish. Paul wrapping up. I know the other races they're longer.
I wish.
What time do you think you're out of here?
The state championships always run a little bit
longer.
longer.
What time do you think the last race going to be? Maybe like 6?
Easy after 6. Or about 6-ish, I'm thinking.
Oh, because, after 8 hours, I make double time, boss.
Nice.
If only I were getting paid for this, right? Shoots. Definitely, like you, Doug, it's a labor of love. It's a labor of love.
Yes. So I don't know if our producer is paying attention.
Yeah, he doesn't usually pay attention. Only when he has something to say, then it's a big problem if nobody's paying attention to him. But anybody else got to say something.
I'm going to have to escape in a little bit.
Yeah.
Right after
Doug's got responsibilities.
Right after this event, yeah.
Yeah, Doug's got responsibilities. Yeah. We'll go look for somebody else to voila with me.
No, I'd like to stay in here, but like
Doug's
you said,
get stuffs for do.
I got to take care of my canoe.
Yeah.
The baka going to come up. This is his last event, and it's coming up.
Yes, sir.
Got to go take care of my baby.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some other paddlers in here to talk story, but it has been great. We'll let you go now at the start of this race before this gets started. Doug, we really appreciate you and all your crew for coming out and making today's possible. You guys are really the unsung heroes. I mean, everybody's here to cheer on the paddlers.
Thank you. Yeah.
But none of that happens without all the effort. And I know you know it, but again, mahalo to you, your right and left hand, Benson, and all the other volunteers, your family, your canoe club friends, everybody here from here in Hilo Town that hosted us and made this event come off on really a high level. Again, this is an awesome place to hold this race, and you guys made it a sweet event.
Hopefully we can bring you back again soon.
Yeah, we'll try it. We'll try it again soon. Thank you, my brother.
Hey,
good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Mahalo,
yes,
Doug.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, gang, tuning in on Facebook. Please don't forget to log on and join us. Send the link to your friends at home, whether you're on HCRA's Facebook or Ocean Paddler. We are live here from Hilo Bay, and we are taking your comments. We might look at it. That doesn't mean we're going to answer it. but we're gonna take comments and we're gonna give comments. So please go ahead and let us know what you're seeing, what you'd like to see, and I know you all want to see more of me and more paddling, and that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for right here today. We're getting ready again for the start of the mixed 18s. Coming up after this is the women novice A's. The mixed 18s, that's Heilani in lane 1. Lane 2 is going to be Keaukaha Canoe Club, who's had a great morning with their Keiki Club. Their boys 18s just had a win. And then we'll be in lane 5. That is New Malu Surf from the island of Kauai. And we had a nice start there. Most of these crews will have a boy out front. Kind of good to have a stronger, more physical paddler out front. And then a lot of times they'll have a lighter, skilled female steers person, depending. And they'll put some beef in the middle, another couple boys in the middle. But that is not necessarily, they can have any mix of where they're putting their Kane and Wahine paddlers. Again, this is a half-mile race, roughly 4 minutes of paddling. Here they are heading Mauka left to right across the beach in Hilo Bay, with the beach being just overcome with spectators and paddlers getting ready for their races, cheering on their canoe club family. One of our escort boats following, making sure that all these turns happen legally. And our top paddlers will be going into turns real shortly here. Steersmen are setting up. Getting ready to have a nice smooth entry into this turn. That looks like Keaukaha right there in lane 2. Getting ready to poke his turn. Nice turn right there in lane 2. Look how quickly they're out of that. Here we go. Up and headed out again. Nice turn. Keaukaha being cheered on the beach. Looks like Lanikai is up in the running there too. Heilani over there in lane 1. Way on the outside is Kaiopua Canoe Club. And that looks like Hawaiian there with their blue jerseys. Here we are coming into the finish line here in the mixed 18s. And again, right after this race, we'll have our replay. You're going to see the crews in the foreground kind of swinging into view here. And our inside lanes, our closer lanes have really been doing well. Some action happening there on the outside. But lanes 1, lanes 3 and 4. Here we go. We'll see if Keaukaha was able to hold their lead. Oh, a nice finish there. Looks like Keaukaha in second. Not quite sure who that was in first place. That looks like it could have been That might have been Kilohana Canoe Club again. It might have been Kilohana coming off another win on their ladies 18s, putting some of those girls in this canoe and winning all the way from coming across the island chain, traveling a few hundred miles to come here and lay this smack down. All right, we're going to come back into the studio real quick and welcome our next guest. So we have just seen the end of the mixed race, and now we're heading into the adults, back to the adults with the women's novice A's. And so this is Tiger of Tiger Va'a. He is a canoe builder here, and I have just heard fantastic things about your new ama from a couple of people.
Oh, yeah.
Kiahia Koe Canoe Club in particular was very excited about your new ama and about the design that went into it. So tell us a little bit about what you have been doing here on the Big Island, where you've been doing it, and what's been going on, Tiger.
Well, funny enough, a number of years ago, you interviewed me at Sand Island
yes.
before I moved to California.
Uh-huh.
And, since then, we're back home here to Hawaii, and I set up shop up in Halaula in North Kohala.
Yes.
And just got right back into my canoes, but this time the primary focus was V1 rudderless canoes. So that's kept me busy now for 12 years since I've been back. I was approached by Kai Bartlett about a year ago to build his ama, and he had developed that, and it is just incredible.
So it's kind of a collaboration between you and Kai, or
the truth be told, Kai, it was his
design.
His design,
and you're the manufacturer.
He shut down his facility, and he needed someone to build them. He approached me, and I was glad to help. And ever since then, we've built about 50 amas now. Everyone's happy. We've been able to incorporate the COA veneers into the amas to make them HCRA legal.
Okay.
And then consequently, there's about 6 or 7 of them here racing today, and everyone's happy. Everyone's happy.
Oh,
so
nice.
I anticipate
nice.
more work.
You know, I think with the requirements that HCRA puts on their canoes, and the fact that, it's a canoe, how much innovation you're going to do, I don't think people realize how important design is, and the evolution and the continued evolution of design in the Va'a, and how that's changed and what it's affected by. I mean, I remember my first John Martin Honu, way back.
Tiny, skinny ama, underwater, right. And what people need to really understand is that not just something out there keeping you from huling or sinking. It's a separate vessel out there, so everybody spends so much time on their canoes, be it a one-man, a V1, OC2, or a Va'a here, Koa, and they focus on the design, making them so great and fast, and a lot of times the AMA has always been an afterthought, not quite an afterthought, but for the most part, not something that got as much attention as the canoes do. That's changing. Kai's designed something that's just hands down working really well and complementing the boats, helping them turn better, helping them surf better. So it's been great.
That is neat to hear, and I think it's not only design, but about how it's affected by new materials.
Correct.
And the type of water we might be paddling in, and the type of paddlers, and the type of stroke that they may be having.
Absolutely.
Are you finding there is a particular area where this design is really shining? Or is it kind of more general?
We're going to do this AMA's found it's been working well all around for all crews, whether the AMAs are super light for racing or maybe a heavier polyester glass version for practice. It's working well all around. There hasn't been a particular we need this particular lamination for this water condition. it's been well received in any condition, in any lamination that I'm building.
Interesting.
And we've built some really light ones, and we've built some real heavy ones, but all well received.
Oh, good, good. So you're building that AMA now for Kai, and you're building your V1s.
Yes.
Of course, I saw one was getting raffled off today.
Yeah.
Awesome.
KO Canoe Club. Yeah.
They're trying to do a fundraiser, selling tickets, $10 a pop.
Yep.
Somebody's going to get a great V1 there.
Yeah.
Is that the meat and potatoes of what you're doing right now, or you got some other projects in the works?
Well, yeah, V1's always been my focus because years ago, the Tahitians started coming over and just beating us. And what they do is they all train individually in their V1s, but the nature of that type of canoe and the stroke that's required to make it go straight, you end up really developing some good stroke techniques. And when you can get 6 guys, bring that all collectively into a 6-man, you're gone.
Yes.
Especially for the steersmen that develop all their skills from the V1, you cannot poke in a V1. You have to paddle steer. So you end up taking that mentality to the V6s or the OC6s, and your steersmen are not poking. They're paddle steering, and they're really contributing to the forward progression of the entire canoe and the crew.
You see, and I've always felt, like you were just mentioning, that on the V1, you have the opportunity to develop way more feel for the water, for the and like you said, it translates over. So I remember, though, that there was a time where you were building a 3-man that was convertible to a sailing canoe. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, we still have that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
V3.
I love that. I got a chance to get on one of those one time. That was good fun.
Super light, fast to rig. Yeah.
But primarily you're doing the AMA and the V1 right now.
Primarily, although I am developing an OC6, a spec class boat.
Nice.
Spec? We're a spec class boat, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they're developing that. And we are working on a construction technique that affords a much stiffer, stronger canoe.
So I don't think a lot of people understand that. And maybe it's not as much of a factor here today in this type of racing.
No.
But not only weight, but what a canoe is constructed out of and how, quote-unquote, stiff a canoe is can be really important. Can you explain for people why that is?
Yeah. One of the easiest way to understand it, and particularly if you have spent a lot of time on a V1 with the older ones that had traditional lash-on rigging. And those types of canoes have a lot of flex in the towers, the yako, the rubber, and you don't really understand it, know it, and realize it at the time how much that is taking away from the progression of the canoe and your steering inputs and how quickly the canoe reacts to the corrections. So by stiffening up the rigs, albeit through a stiffer lamination in the canoe or aluminum yako stiffens up the whole rig,
right,
and it's just tight, and the canoe reacts quicker.
We're gonna watch a quick replay of the last race here, or is this the start of the new race? This is the start of this race, yes.
Okay.
This is going to be the women's novice A's, and these are ladies that have either come back to paddling after several years, or they've been paddling for a couple of years. They were novice B's last year. They're novice A's this year.
Yeah.
This continues to be a half-mile race, but what's noticeably different right now, Tiger, is the wind is on.
Yes, a little bit.
The wind is just starting to fill in, and we're going to see how the rest of that filling in is really impacting the rest of our races as we go forward. So we're going to watch this. But, as it was explained to me by, I don't know if you know Marvin Otsuji. He's a really well-known canoe sailor.
Yes.
Man, too much flex in that canoe, and you're losing energy that way.
Yes.
If you are able to keep a stiff hull and retain that energy into the forward propulsion of the canoe is that much faster.
Yeah.
And people don't realize, they think that a 400-pound fiberglass canoe and a 400-pound wood canoe and a 400-pound carbon canoe are all the same. Yeah. So this is the start of the women's novice A's.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, fortunately, although there is a little bit of wind, we're fortunate that it's not coming
Don't do that. It's irritating.
directly in, and particularly after they make their turn where that wind's going to be on their ama. And some days at Hilo here, a lot of hulis because of that wind coming straight on your ama.
Yeah.
It looks like today we're okay.
Yeah, today is not too bad.
Yeah.
We do have some novice crews there. We'll see if we'll work through that. But,
Yeah.
Hopefully our more senior, more experienced crews, as we get farther into the afternoon, they'll be able to handle that if the wind picks up here. But at least the rain has stopped pretty much, Tiger, mostly. You never know when it's going to come back in Hilo.
True.
But
true. Not too hot, fortunately. It's not too muggy today. So that's
it is nice and cool. That is pretty nice.
Yes.
It's been a fairly hot summer on Oahu.
Yes, it has.
But, yeah, I think, it's underappreciated how much all the factors of design contribute to a really successful craft. And it doesn't just start with the hull itself or the yako. It's in the ama. Mm-hmm. It's in the paddle. It's in everything. Right. And so, like some sports, it doesn't seem like much. These guys are just using a piece of wood to pull another piece of wood forward through the water. But there is a ton, almost an unlimited amount of nuances. Yeah. And then you get into the whole training and all that. So, again, we're watching the Women Novice A race. These crews getting ready to come into their turn. That looks like Kiayaka Hoi's canoe. This is the one they were talking.
I just literally delivered to them yesterday.
Yeah, and they were thrilled about it yesterday. In fact, the girls were kind of bummed because only the boys got to try it out.
Well, it looks like they're doing just fine right now.
Yeah, that ama is tracking well. This is a ama made by this fine young man sitting next to me, Tiger, in his shop here in North Kohala on the Big Island. Kai Va'a design, Kai Bartlett design.
Correct. Yeah.
But you're manufacturing it for him. It does seem to be more of a planing ama, a real kind of on top of the water type of ama.
It's got a significant amount of volume in it. But what's nice about that volume is that, and we were worried about it initially with light amas about being too tippy.
Right.
But the way that the ama fills out underneath the water really well, we're not, even at the light amas, we're not getting them popping. Right. Nobody's having to add weight. They fill out nicely.
This looks like Lanikai's Novice A women here.
Yep.
Man, it looks like they're having the fight going uphill. It looked a little smooth coming down the course into the turn, but right now it looks a little heavier, a little stickier.
It could be their lane, maybe a little bit of water running counter to their direction.
So now we're starting to have a little bit of effect on the course, whereas the course has been a pretty even all throughout the morning. And it seems more so on the inside that there's a little bit of texture on the water. But what a fun race for these girls.
Kalai, going back to the canoes and the ama, I think that what you're going to see with a lot of the, essentially, and I hate to not be disrespectful to the old-time shapers out there who are, getting up in years and moving on, I hope to see a new group of canoe builders come in and maybe incorporate some modern designs. And if we can get HCRA on board so that, everything's legal, and I think you're going to start to see some really fast canoes.
That would be, it's all about having the best craft. That's how they do it in Tahiti.
Yeah,
HCRA, for a lot of reasons, has, kept it traditional, not only with the material, but with this. Yes. And this is great. Here we go. This is going to be an exciting finish for the Women Novice A. Wow, that is a tight finish. I cannot call that. There were three crews that were right up there next to each other. Lanikai definitely being one of them. The other one being in lane 2, I believe. That was crew 57 Puna Canoe Club from right here in Hilo Bay. What an exciting finish for the Women's Novice A. We're going to have to take a nice look at that replay there. It's always fun when it's like that,
Yeah, wonderful.
And it's neat to see the level that high all over the state.
Yeah.
That's what's cool,
It's horrible, especially this is supposed to be the best of the best, and it'd be a shame to see somebody just
murder everybody.
Pushing everybody,
Yeah.
Yeah. Wonderful.
No, that's good to see that the level is up statewide. We're going to come back to a quick replay right here. That's the ladies from Lanikai Canoe Club giving us a wave. Looks like a nice clean start there. Heading into the turn, you can see kind of in the middle there, again, Lani Kai coming into their turn.
Yeah.
I think this is
Who is this close?
Heilani
right
maybe
here?
on the bottom.
The Heilani?
50. Oh, no, that would be our Kaiopua. Kaiopua on the bottom here. Look at those girls just yanking over that canoe. How deep in the water. And again, the thought is to throw that water under the canoe.
Correct.
Right? You want to lift the canoe up and
water.
over.
Yeah, if you pull that water against the hull,
Oh,
it just stops.
no, it's
it just
sticky.
hinders the turn. It's imperative that 1 and 2 assist the steersman. The steersman can really just set the approach. Really imperative you get 1 and 2 helping that nose around.
As we talked about earlier, I always thought there were two parts. There's that kind of glide in, and then there's the whip around. You know?
Right.
And then, of course, the coming out makes your
Restart
sets your whole deal. It's like a second start to the race.
Yeah.
But take a good look here at what's happening. We have 3 crews finishing just milliseconds within a foot or so of each other.
Awfully
it's
close.
really hard for us to see, and that's why the officials get paid the big bucks. But look at that. That's, I don't know, Tiger.
Like that inside canoe that maybe
was
awfully close.
It was hard to see with all the flags lined up there, right? But that's neat to see. That was Puna in lane 2, and looked like Lani Kai in the middle. Not quite sure who is out there, and looks like lane maybe
Lanes are nice
7
and
or 8.
straight. Lanes are nice and straight, so that's nice. That's off fair course.
Well, we haven't seen one crew win in the outside lanes yet today.
Right?
Yeah, so looks like it's been favoring the inside, and that's just
that's
the
kind
luck
of the
of
way
the
it's
draw.
always been up here in Hilo.
The luck of the draw. Yeah. This is a really nice course to race on, though, Tiger. I do
and
like
it. It's a great viewing venue.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
Yeah. Wow, nice.
Yeah, wonderful.
So, what was it about the V1 at the time that kind of really made you focus on it? You mentioned earlier that you think it's a key to producing a better paddler all around.
Yeah, I just saw this, the Tahitians came over and they were just kicking everybody's butt, and I'm just like, they're just human, but what are they doing differently? And I was fortunate enough to get tied in with some canoe builders down there, and they just they couldn't reiterate enough that it was the V1, the training on that, because you have to paddle properly in a V1 to go straight. If you don't, if you paddle sideways stroke, steering strokes, you're going everywhere but straight, and you might be paddling all on one side. You're not neutrally balanced. Now, the point being is that when everybody is paddling properly, all 6 of them on V1s, and then they can collectively come together and do that same thing, I can't tell you how much easier it makes it for the steersmen, because they can all of a sudden, they don't have to worry about this boat going every which direction, because the paddlers are throwing their bodies or paddling sideways, and the nose is going everywhere but straight. And all of a sudden, the boat's going reasonably straight. Now your steersman, he can hammer with them. He's not out down there poking or having to do excessive paddle steering. He can paddle and contribute.
I always liken it to like a 6-man canoe is like an inline 6 engine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if one piston is a little off or not firing quite right, or the lifters aren't adjusted correctly, or it is bent, it's gonna feel rough. It's gonna sound wrong, but when it's perfectly tuned, it just purrs, and it's something you can hear. And a canoe is a lot like that. You really quiet the chatter. Nice work over there. You really quiet the chatter and make it
quiet stroke.
It's just there's less turbulence in the water.
Less cavitation.
It's just everything is clean,
efficient.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily more effort being put in.
No, and it's not necessarily over muscling something either.
No,
it's not. It's not all about big muscles and It's all about.
There's a lot of guys who are top level paddlers that aren't the biggest, strongest guys out there.
It's about blending and paddling collectively together.
Exactly. And speaking of that, we got these 14 crews coming up in the men's novice A event here. We'll have another mixed novice. Nope. women's novice A, men's novice A after that, women's freshman after this.
Yeah.
So men's novice A, these 14 crews lining up. Ke'o Canoe Club on the inside. After them, Huinalu, Manoke Kai from Oahu. So again, looks like the rain has kind of let off over here. There's a little bit of wind filling in at this lunchtime hour here.
Pretty mellow,
and
not too bad.
We're it could be worse for sure. It could be worse.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
But we're
and
here.
It might be worse later, but hopefully
we're here in studio talking canoe design and canoe paddling with Tiger, and really like you think the V1 can play a big role. Have you seen that happen? In your own experience, you've been making V1s how many years now? 20?
It's a trick question.
Plus, okay, let's go with 27.
I can safely say 20, but I know it's more.
Yeah, okay. So 20
just
years.
V1s. Now,
right.
I've been building canoes for about 30. Yeah.
So you're seeing these kids that are jumping on the V1 early and it making a big difference. We really... I kind of see that in the evolution of the paddler. That kid earlier, Ali'i Yoderine, right?
Yeah.
He, I believe, just won men's and women's mix for men's and mix for 18s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That boy has been paddling in Kamakahonu Bay.
Right, on a rudderless.
On a rudderless since he could just walk.
Yeah.
I swear. And he was just in and out of the bay all day. We'd be practicing with. I'm paddling with his dad and mom for many years, and the boy is just in the bay, piddling around, and he just got better and better and better.
Yeah, that's all. And like any sport, it's spending time, but it's spending time on the right craft.
And he's also spending some time down in Tahiti.
That's a phrase.
Learning from
Yeah.
Hey, we can't see that Frank. No. I just want to say hello to Beachy. Hey, no problem. Hi, nice to meet you. It's got to be the mom. Nice to meet you guys. Kalai, right? Yes, Kalai.
Am I supposed to hear you? Because I don't.
No.
Okay, that's I can. Okay, well, I don't have my hearing aid, so I can barely hear you, but I'm getting by.
Too many hours with the sander. Right?
Oh, too much. Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think there's something to that, and I've really seen a resurgence. I mean, you're making rudderless. I mean, Kamado Composites making. Now they're on their second gen of rudderless. There's a lot of rudderless that I see kind of coming in from out of state once in a while.
There's an Ade, and now, of course, I've been building 5 canoes for many years. They approached me to build their canoes just as a matter of cost-effectively getting them to Hawaii. It was just too much to fly them, so they approached me to build them, and that's been great for the sport.
So other than not having a steering mechanism, the rudderless V1, as we call it, what are some of the design? It's a longer canoe, longer water line. It's sharper, which helps you to kind of track straighter.
Yeah. So the canoes tend to be longer and a longer water line. Generally, longer water line canoes are faster with the water line.
Any boat, right? Longer water line, faster.
They also help you track straight because, of course, with V1s, no steering, so it's all by yourself. So.
Here we go. Start of the men's novice. Sorry, real quick here. Looks like a good start, but you can definitely see more texture on the water and more. And this is from the outside lane, which it seems flatter. Do you notice that?
Yeah.
It's rougher inshore.
Yeah, it's a little bit shallower inshore, so it's going to pick up a little bit. Yeah.
Nice. This is men's novice A.
Nicely.
This is way on the outside. I think let's check in on this men's novice A. Crew 50, that's Kaiopua on the way outside. That's what it says. This may not be that crew, but they are the most.
That's the Hulalai, yes, that's Kaiopua.
Yep. See, I noticed this. I don't know if this was the same club doing this, but they had 2 on the same side and 2 on the opposite side instead of staggering it. Did you notice that?
I did notice that.
That's a new thing. I've never seen that before.
I've noticed there's always been a handful of clubs that have paddled in that fashion. Be quite honest with you, I don't have much experience paddling that way, and I really couldn't tell you the benefits. Obviously, there is some. I don't know if it's for timing and blending, or just a weight balance thing. I really couldn't tell you.
Yeah, most paddlers are, as we would see here, staggering. One on the left,
one,
next
yes.
on the right, one next on the left.
So
And making
some of the issues that can arise from paddling in the same size is when you approach the turn, and generally 1 and 2 can often be on opposite sides.
Yep.
And then they need to be on the same side approaching the turn. So from that aspect of having 2, 2, 2, perhaps it's easier at the entry of the turn and physically making the turn. Making this turn right here.
Again, half-mile race with the men's novice. You see the 3, 4, 5, they kind of relax a little bit.
Yeah. A couple of overshoots on the turns.
Yeah. Novice steersman.
Novice A, yeah. They'll get it.
All right, headed back out.
Now, those outside crews seem to be doing really well on the way down to the turn. Let's see how they do on the way back as opposed to these inside.
Well, these inside crews seem to be getting a little more wind, and that wind is bringing them back towards the finish line for sure, giving them a little push from behind.
Yep.
All right, who we got out there? It looks like Lanikai doing pretty good on the outside there.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a benefit coming out. I'm not sure. This is the crew number, and this is, I think it's this number that correlates to here.
Okay. That's right. If we have different clubs sharing
sharing canoes and all that, yeah. So a rudderless canoe, longer water line.
Yeah.
And the way you sit in the canoe, like a cockpit, is way more comfortable and way more akin to an OC6.
Yeah, what's nice about the V1s as opposed to OC ones is the sitting position and your juxtaposition of your okole to your heels.
Yes.
And anytime you can sit higher, it's going to be a lot
way
comfortable
better
on your low back.
And you can put more legs into it.
I know. Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
And
Me too. I feel that too. We're going to have an exciting finish here coming into the end, and it looks like that win was definitely a push for these crews on the more inside lanes. Again, photo finish, way too close to call. Who was that in lane 2? They had a nice race. Men's novice A, lane 2, club 2. That was Huinalu Canoe Club with their yellow alma. What a race.
Again, those outside crews were looking really good on the way down. Not quite as good coming back. So maybe there's a little bit of current out there.
Yeah, maybe. No race course is ever totally fair.
You got the river coming out by Suisan, kind of pushes out there.
We're going to have a quick replay of this race in just a moment. Again, we're here with the men's novice A's. After this, we'll be having our open divisions, getting into the meat and potatoes, so to speak, of today's racing, the freshman women.
Yeah, another half-mile event, one turn.
Yeah. So they're all waiting for all the crews to cross the finish line. But I have both a OC1 and a V1 at home, and I'm not very good by a long shot on either of them. but I would say, man,
what are you most comfortable in?
When it's flat, that rudderless just feels so good. But I would never take it on a Hawaii Kai run. I know there's guys that have the skill level to do it, but I'm not one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. But I tell you what, I think one of the things that I like about V1 paddling, and not about racing or going fast, is that it tends to be real cerebral. Is that
exactly? Oh my goodness, you nailed it.
With an OC1, you have a rudder. You're steering it easy. Now, V1, you have to contend with the swell direction, the wind direction, maybe the way your canoe is rigged. Maybe you're favoring the ama. All these things counter going straight, So this is all the things that with enough time in the V1, you overcome to develop to go straight.
Right.
And then, like I said, taking those 6 people doing that in a larger canoe, a V6 or an OC6.
And so what you're saying is it's more cerebral. There's a lot more stuff to be aware of. You have a higher level of situational awareness.
Yeah.
You're constantly weighing all these factors, consciously or otherwise, and trying to make your canoe where you want it to go. It's considerably more challenging because you don't have the rudder.
Correct.
However, I would juxtapose that by, I'm sure you've been out on your V1 at night in dead calm water. I have. And how quiet physically and mentally it feels, and how peaceful, and just the way you're coming through the water. I don't know, it just has that glide. It has a feel where maybe you get to a point where you're into it enough that it's no longer cerebral, and you're feeling it. And that's where, like you talked about our
in much
our Tahitian brothers.
In much respects, the OC ones and everybody doing their downwind runs has made the paddlers better in the surf. And then they can collectively bring that in the six-man. So when they're doing the open ocean channel races, they're surfing better because they're working together and they're not fighting each other.
Yeah, no, I would agree. So, again, Tiger, thank you so much for being here with us today. We're watching a replay of the men's novice A race with Tiger from Tiger Canoe. This is them going into the turn. Nice turn coming up here. This is Keoho on the inside, I believe. In there, it's got some of Tiger's amas out there on the course today. Tiger has been really kind of focusing on a new ama that he's got that was designed by Kai Bartlett, and he's manufacturing for him. Some nice turns there. Tiger's also building V1 canoes.
V1 canoes, and hopefully some OC6s.
And some OC6s in the future. But you have for decades been one of the mainstays, not only in canoe manufacturing here in the islands, but in being on the cutting edge of design. And so it's neat that I think of guys, like you and Carell and Bixler and Kai and Keizo guys and the Johnny Puakea and all these great minds. Oh, look at this finish. Tiger, what an incredible finish.
Oh, look at that.
I don't know, maybe in the middle, that canoe up there in the middle. It's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell, folks. Sorry about that.
It's funny, I got to just, when I first started, I was the younger guy, and we had John Martin, and we had Bixler and Walter Guild and these guys, and I was the young guy. Not anymore. I'm the old guy now. And now they're calling me for some assistance.
Hey, which is great.
Call them. They were my mentors.
And as you as you shared earlier, you seem to be excited about having a younger generation of canoe builders step up and take the mantle and continue to push the sport forward and push the design forward.
And I really like what Kamanu's doing. They're really pushing the envelope locally and trying to develop better products. Bigger crew. They have a big work crew, but they're training another generation to build these, and I think it's wonderful.
No, it's awesome. I love those guys, Keizo and Luke guys. But again, we're seeing some of your new amas that you're doing with Kai out on the course today. I've been getting rave reviews even before I talked to you. But really, Tiger, thank you for taking the time to come out here and hang with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so
Anybody
much.
Want to say hi to or say how's it to your crew You're a Big Island guy. You're still at home today.
This is a great event. I get to see people I don't often see for many years.
Awesome.
So it's nice.
Awesome.
Catch up with a lot of people.
Well, thank you for catching up with us, Tiger.
Right,
you have a good rest of your day, brother. Aloha. All right, we're going to get ready to see our next event. We're getting into the open races. So a lot of what we've seen here this morning is the age division races for our kids. As young as 12s and as old as 65 plus. That's our and our 70 women's and men's. That's our Kapunas to the Keikis happening this morning. But now we're getting into the open races, and the first one that we're going to get to view here, the start of, is the women's freshman. And a gentleman sitting to my left, our next guest at the table here is you're not foreign to open races. You've been doing that for quite a while. Hey, everybody, welcome Jim Fody. Thanks for joining us, brother. All right, we had mentioned you earlier when we were kind of trying to break down some of these turns, but we got the guru in the house today about how to do this. I'm going to expect you're racing today.
A little bit later.
Okay, what race are you in today?
40s and 50s.
40s and 50s. Okay, they're gunning for you now.
Yeah,
Now
right.
that they know what race you're in. 40s and 50s are gunning for you. But, Jim, you are a widely considered one of the best steersmen in the game. And you've been racing every season for how many decades now, you think? At least like 30 years, right?
Since 1975.
Yeah, so you've gotten the highest highs. You've won Molokai Hoi, those kind of challenges. You've won senior men, all these races. We're going to look at the freshman women's lineup here in the different lanes as we talk to Jim. But so we got a lot of experience we're going to try to get you to share with us here today in all levels and all parts of paddling. You've coached. You've done. I think. Have you ever been club president?
I have not been the club president.
Stay out of that. I heard that's the place you don't want to be.
and I haven't taken the head coach role, but, you're around for long enough. You're just part of all the bits and pieces of it regardless.
Right. And, of course, you are running, our off-season from the six-man, the one-man seasons and all of that. That takes up a lot of time.
Right, so Kanaki Kaika. And then I've been coaching with the juniors of the club. So here we go. Boom, and they're off.
What do you think? I see a lot of these clubs now doing like a rolling start. Like they're trying to roll up onto the starting line, praying that the flagman's going to have some consistency.
Yeah, the rolling starts are they're gamble. You gotta know when they're going to drop that green flag, and if they change their pattern, then you could be in big trouble. But it'll give you a little roll off the start.
So the green on the outside is Lanikai, yes?
Right. So
that's
I'm not sure.
Your home club, and we can tell you. I know your favorite color is green. I think you bleed green. I see you wear that jersey so much.
We're loyal.
Yes.
And you stick with it, through thick and thin, and you find success. And then there's times that you're not successful, but if you stay in one place, eventually
it comes back.
You get the highs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the lows are part of it. You got to work through the lows, and those low times you still have a good time.
Yeah, and a club or even a crew, that's an ongoing project. You're constantly building. You're constantly building and rebuilding, and people's lives change, and you lose crew members, and you lose club members and stuff, and you're constantly building and rebuilding.
Right, and you're talking decades of this, too. I mean, our club was high in the 70s, and then in 85, I mean, it was almost folded. We were getting 6 points at one of these races.
Wow.
In a day.
Nobody would have thought that.
Right. And so let's talk about highs and lows, right?
Yeah. And then in the 90s,
and then you build yourselves back up. You find one group and you stick with it, and you have fun doing it, and you keep doing it, and then eventually people build around stuff like that.
And I really think that building is centered around the magnetism of individuals you have at your club at every level. You got to have the kind of people that other people want to be around. And we're again watching the women's freshman race coming in here. Jim is leaning in.
So that looks like Lanikai.
Yeah,
Lanikai's out ahead.
Lanikai in first. They got a nice
and then it's a pretty
there.
tight one for second here. So these turns are critical right here. If you can spin this turn and get a good shake coming out, because it's fast. You only got and it's 10 changes and you're back to the finish line.
Yeah.
So you don't have a lot of time for mistakes and stumbling. So, and the turn can be, you can lose 3 seconds or you can gain 3 seconds. And as we see from a lot of these races,
is huge.
3 seconds can be 5
4-minute race.
Yeah, you're right, a 4-minute race. So, and with so many events these days, they had to pare the races down. In previous years, decades ago, I mean, the races were 4 miles. Talk about a little overkill, right? You'd sit there and fall asleep.
Everybody wants their moment in the sun, right?
Right.
But I think that's allowed for the canoe clubs to grow in size and have more participation.
Yeah.
Not everybody doesn't want to be part of a club all day, all summer long and get to race once,
Sure. And as us paddlers get older and older, they're still paddling, right? So you keep adding divisions, because you can't deny, the old guys. They're the ones that got these things going in the beginning.
We really started to see in the last 20 years, these older paddlers they're better at taking care of themselves. They're better at training. The science is better. The supplementation, the dieting, everything is better. And we're getting a lot more longevity out of our paddlers. And even more so than ever, paddling is a sport that you can do small cakey all the way to you in the grave, man.
Right.
Oh, nice.
It's okay. So
wow,
that is
those guys
not
come
Lonnie
out of?
Kai.
Wow.
That is, who's that?
I have no idea. That might be
right. What
lane
a
3
smashing.
or 4. Wow.
Who's in 3 and 4?
Wow, look at this. Holy mackerel, they smashed
Right,
it.
so second place, boom. That
Second place,
like,
Lonnie Kai. Who was that? We're going to look at this lineup here.
Right, that second was tough.
Yeah, that might be Hawaiian or somebody in the middle.
Women
there,
freshmen.
DNS.
Hawaiian or there's 35.
35 was Nakai Ivalu, another Maui crew.
Yep. So we'll find that out eventually. But that was a smashing.
Yeah, maybe Hawaiian. That was
so,
a heck
and
of
that's
a race.
the thing. The state race is it's
every island's best.
That's right. It's not easy. I mean, we watch that through the whole age group thing. It's you may be smashing all year, but you come across the other island's best, and there's variables that come into play, and stuff.
Yeah, everything
stuff
from the
out.
jitters to the conditions to whatever it may, borrowing somebody else's canoe. But yeah, it nothing's guaranteed at States.
No, and then now you see it's a preview of what's going to come for distance.
But then again, the clubs that have the most depth. They may not win a particular, but if they have depth, they can do really good at distance, right? Because
right. So here we may be spread out. So there's a lot of strategies, where you're.
Here we go, women's freshman again.
Yeah. Okay.
Watching this running start. Yeah, I think that may have been Hawaiian Canoe Club.
Right. The Blue Ama. And Hawaiian's got some. They're traditionally really strong in the Wahine department. A lot of those girls
Team Bradley.
are Team Bradley paddlers. So. There's no mistaking what they can do on the water.
Wow,
there.
look at that. They were way out.
Yeah,
Even
so that looks like Hawaiian, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so when we watched Lonnie Kai turn, we didn't even see the Team Bradley.
That's what was happening.
Hawaiian. Right, so they're smashing. That's just and a beautiful turn, right? So they spin it, and they're on their way out.
But, just like Lonnie Kai, a lot of the success for the adult crews at Hawaiian Canoe Club are built upon the shoulders of guys like Paul Lu'uvai. It's built upon their keiki, department, their keiki part of their club, and building those paddlers up and building a club that they want to stick with. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's it. You give them the tools while they're growing up and the opportunities, and then you give them somewhere to go. And, previous years in the past, there the freshman category.
Yeah, look at his finish.
Was it? Oh, yeah, that's huge.
That's
just smashing.
Wow.
Smash.
When your whole canoe's across the line before they see another canoe.
That's called romper room right there. Okay, that's Scotty Freitas' quote, but I'll take it.
There's a big list of Scotty Freitasisms. And hopefully we'll get a couple out of you here today. But Scotty Freitas is a legendary a legendary Lonnie Kai Canoe Club paddler and coach
and strategist. He's a really good strategist.
And he's a fun guy before, during, and after the
race.
Right. He's a really good fun guy. Yeah, he's a fun guy to be around.
But yeah, the whole strategies of setting up your crews, especially depends on what your strengths and depths are, and where are you going to get points? Where do you need them most? Where do you have to try block somebody else?
Right.
And all this is all leading up to states too to qualify, because you want to be that first seed. Really, you want to be in the prime lanes.
Right, and I think what seems to be important too is not only building these age group crews, but retaining them, because you see a lot of these guys are the 1-2 good paddlers, but they'll go someplace else.
Yeah,
to try to find other guys. But like you and that core group that you had, you guys stayed at Lonnie Kai and built from a race like this, as we're seeing men's freshmen. You came out of that, but you guys had a strong men's freshman.
That's right. Well, that's where we
kept going with
we
that.
started in the the late 80s, really. And that's when the freshman was truly its own category.
Before that, it wasn't.
Yeah, the freshman was an incubation period. It was sort of like age group is high school, freshman is college, and then you go into pro ball, right? That's sophomore, junior, senior, and that was the open division. So there was a place for the 18s and the novice to go, to grow and develop, because now you get these kids that are 18s or the novice. Oh, they got to jump in and they got to compete against the senior men, They got to compete against Igor and Karel. And
for boats.
Yeah,
for seats.
Yeah. Right. So it changed the game a little bit, which I personally liked the way it was. It gave them a place to go. But nonetheless, they have pride, and you have, loyalty, and some of it comes with convenience and things as people that are driving far, or, it's just you can't do it. You got kids or families or whatever, or the parents can't drive them, and they got to switch clubs, But yeah, we try, you try to build loyalism, and then the kids come back after college and stuff, and then they're men.
So while we have a little break in the action here, Jim, tell us about your personal history in paddling. What started for you? What was that trajectory like? And what you're doing now outside of Lanikai Canoe Club, of course, and share with us what's going on there, and what do you see for paddling in the future? I know that's a lot, but let's start. Right. Let's start with Jim. I think you're a name in canoe paddling that everybody knows. Everybody's heard, if they don't already know you, because you're an easy guy to get to know and talk to people. Everybody's okay. Oh, the Fodeys, Jim Fodey. But what was that like? What was it? Your history growing up and becoming that guy.
Yeah, okay, we'll try to synopsize it a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Okay, everybody, go get some popcorn now. Right? No, just, growing up, the Lanikai Canoe Club was on the beach across the street from, where we lived, and so it's kind of like a natural, right? The canoe club's there in the ocean, and you play around, and, and then when you're almost old enough, they're like, hey, we need kids, come join, jump in, and then you start paddling, and it's just kind of have fun, right? And, we got our butts kicked when we were kids and all that stuff. But it was just all fun. Like, you go out here, you try to make sure the kids are still having fun. Yeah, you kind of want to compete. And, they say winning's not everything, you want to win, and maybe that makes it funner. But at the end of the day, just being part of it and being part of something, and there's so much more to it, right, than just a sport. It's not just a sport, right? We got history and culture and lifestyle, and it keeps you healthy. And so we're growing up, this is the stuff we did, We played around, we had our play canoes, and we were in the ocean, right? We were surfing and paddling to go surfing, and then, you had the days where you're out surfing and paddling all day long, and you're exhausted, and then you're late for practice, so you got to bust ass to get back to practice, right? And then you practice, and then we'd win races. And, a kid, you had no idea. I wonder why. I don't know why we win races, It's because we really worked hard, And I had older brothers and sisters, my whole family, my parents, they paddled and they steered. And my oldest brother, he kind of led the charge, right? And kids. And then my sister was in there, and, and we were all the age group. And that's when, our club was strong in the 70s, and the kids. Right, so that was just our whole age group thing, right? And we were successful as 14s and 16s. We won states in those years. And,
nice.
And we had a lot of fun doing it.
Were you always the steersman?
I was always the steersman. Out of my friend group, I was always kind of the small guy, So
yeah, but like dynamite, it comes in a small package.
Well, I mean, there's elements of finding the right steersman. You want somebody that's strong, somebody that understands the ocean, that if it's possible isn't a huge guy, right? So I kind of fit in the bill. I wasn't the weakest link, and I was small, and I was out in the ocean all the time.
You're a pound per pound guy.
Yeah, pound for pound it worked, and then my friends were a little bit bigger, and and the whole group was just we just had fun. Everybody just backed each other up, and
men's freshman about to start here. Jim.
Okay, so this is action.
But in those days, when you got to the men's freshman, who are some of these characters that you, because you guys had a litany of characters coming out of Lanikai Canoe Club that were hammer paddlers. Nice clean start there.
Yeah, that was good. Lane 1 looked like they're rocking out pretty good. So when we finally became all adults, and then next thing you know, we're like, oh, wow, you mean we're now on the same crew as my brother and those guys, Kalani Irvine, guys like Charlie Cates came, as Kailua paddlers, some of the Cates, he came over, paddled with us. We had Vincent Olds, Paul Graham, Big Rich Lambert, if any of you guys remember him from back in the day. Of course, Peter Binney and Mike Smith, and these are my era guys.
Pete Binney, what was it like all these years being in the canoe with your brother? Nobody could give you more hassles than that guy. Huh?
Well, no, the thing about that is I always respected my brothers. They were always the best of their group, and I just wanted to be as good as them, them and their friends. And they were so talented, and they were so good at I looked up, my oldest brother is 8 years older, right? So I just, I idolized, my brother Frank. I was like, wow, he surfed so good, and he was such a badass paddler. And then John came and followed in his heels, and he was so good. And so I respect my, So then John ended up doing more paddling, and Frank became a Paniolo. And so I respected John, and so he and I made a really good team. And then he respected the fact that I was also talented and that he was a little bigger and stronger, and it just made a little more sense for him to sit in front of me and let me steer.
Speaking of steering, here we go. Coming into this turn right here.
So who's that in lane one?
Lane 1, let me get a...
they're rocking.
You can talk about what's going on, but you can go ahead and give the play-by-play.
Yeah. Tight, and then Lanikai was like lane 4.
That's Manu Okekai from North Shore, Oahu.
Manu's got some players. They've been one of those clubs slowly coming up, growing a talented pool of paddlers that are dedicated and loyal.
Yeah, Wailea Canoe Club was there.
And Wailea
in lane 3.
Yeah, so
some nice turns there.
Yeah, there's beautiful turns. So hard to
Is that your Lanikai boys right there?
Yep, that's Hokulele. So, you got Igor in seat 2.
Is that Corral in 6?
That's I think that's Corelli steering. Aaron Norris.
He's got that hunchback look.
Aaron Norris in 4. Not sure if that's Nick stroking. Okay, and so then there's the inside.
Ooh, it seems to be running.
Okay, so that's Wailea right there?
I think, yeah.
Is that Wailea? Okay, and then...
and this is Manu on the inside.
And that's Manu. So it looks like Manu's dropped a little bit, so this race is about to end here.
But they're getting they're getting a little backing from the wind.
Okay, so let's see. This is tough right here. So, but that inside lane, it's good in the end.
Yeah, it looks...
Right? How's it looking from that perspective? It looks like... it's hard to say what it looks like. It's a 1, 2, 3.
I think they got it on the outside.
It's a 1, 2, 3 show. Yeah, when you look back.
Oh, there's your boys from Lanikai.
Yep, it's looking like Lanikai. Boom. Wow, that was tough. That was a tight race.
Yeah, lane 3, I believe.
Right, so it ain't over till it's over, right? You want to get to that turn, and you want to pull a good turn, and that helps, but you got to have the second half of the deal. If you can't turn that second half into as good a half as the first half, then then it's over. Yeah, so
you're sharing with us about paddling with your brothers and
right. So yeah, paddling with my brother. That was all, just respected him, and
you guys were doing pretty. There's all your boys right there. Can you name some of those guys? Give them a shout out.
Yeah, that's Carell, I know 6. For sure. Igor in 2 and Aaron and Norris in 4. That Carell steering. Not sure if that's Nick, my nephew Nick, and stroking. Is in 3. I don't have my glasses.
They had a great second half of the race, though, man.
That
what a
was
strong
good.
finish.
That was
It
good.
really
But
did
you know
well.
what? I mean, awesome on Lake Manu because they're a fresher contender. You know,
Oh, yeah.
Wailea, Lanikai. Yeah, you know those names over and over and over, right? Keoho, you know.
And it's neat as a mainstay club to watch these other guys come up and like,
Yeah.
oh,
And it's
hey,
good.
here they come. Watch out.
I
you
like
know?
to see it. You
Yeah,
know?
guys like Puna has had a really good men's
Puna's
group.
got an unreal
Manu.
group.
Here we're gonna have a quick replay of the freshman race here.
Okay. Right, so I mean, Manu had just a fantastic start. I mean, they're just gone. Right, that's Wailea in the blue, right?
Yeah, and I think it's Wailea in 3. In
And
that
then
blue,
Lanikai's
I think they
further
came
out,
second.
right?
Yeah,
They're
and
2 out
Lanikai
from
is the
them.
second green.
Yep.
I think that's Kilohana in the
See, but
closer.
look at Manu. I mean, they're in first. They're owning this thing. So
they went into that turn first.
they
I think.
did. So you know, it was their turn to. It was their race to lose right here.
Correct.
Right? So you want
hell of
a
steersman,
good
though.
uni and a seat 2. He's just pulling it around. You see, there's a pretty darn good turn. He spun it right on the money. Whoa! Alma comes up. That was awesome. Right.
But look at Lanikai in the background. They're out already.
Right. Well, you see that canoe of
They caught
Lanikai
him.
just turns unbelievable.
Oh, yeah,
it's
Hokulele.
just hard to beat the Hokulele in a turn.
Oh, so all this time, that's what's been making you look good, huh?
Yeah, you know, it's all the elements.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, that certainly doesn't hurt to have a canoe that you know.
Right.
And that you know works well and you
Right.
know the where it
You
has
can make it
advantages.
perform how you want.
Right.
So after this, we're going to go women's sophomore, men's sophomore, and that's the end of the half-mile races.
Right. And then we
End
get
of the
the
Then we go to the 1
triple
mile
turns.
So
and
triple turns.
those are fun because you right here you get to see the close up
Yeah.
up and
That'll
personal.
be fun. We'll have to turn these chairs around. And
Yeah,
and
right.
I'll see
I
what-
know. I like the replay and everything, but you know.
Wow. So
yeah, so really, you know, I mean, right? As I said, our club was almost dead in '85. Right.
Wow,
so
I didn't know that.
I was boys 18s. It's actually the 1 year that I didn't paddle, and 1 year my brother didn't paddle. It was 1985. Boys 18s. The canoe went up on the trailer. It was game over. The Masters women kind of ran the club in the Masters race before. You know, that was when 40 was old. That was Masters.
Remember? I remember that.
Right?
I remember that.
Right? Now 70s.
Yeah,
right?
70s. You're still
And
in
you
the
got
running.
and you got these guys bucking for the 80s division.
Oh, yeah. And look at guys like
Nappy.
Nakoa guys from the west side of this island.
Right.
Those guys are in their 50s, and they're smashing all kind of guys. All you guys.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, no, 50 is young. You
50
know?
is young still.
I mean, you look at right now, everybody's, you know, all these half-mile races, so people gauge their half miles against the sophomores, against the freshmen, you know, the 18s. 18s are looking at the times. How far off are we of the freshmen and the sophomores, you know? So I mean, that's kind of cool, you know. It is a sprint event, so, you know, hey, we do sprints.
So, you know, after 85 wasn't too good, but you guys really built the program back up. Was in the 90s. What years were you guys winning channels?
Yeah, so that didn't happen till 95.
95, yes.
So in 87, we finally won a freshman race. That was the incubation freshman category.
Ah,
right?
okay.
And then
as you guys started building that core group.
That core group. Okay, we got the tunnel right here, right? So the
after you come off the
right, the winners, you know, you make the tunnel and it's kind of a prestigious thing. You run through the tunnel, everybody cheers for you. Sometimes
whether you win or not, I think all the clubs make a tunnel.
Yeah,
for you,
right. It's kind of a fun thing, you know.
It's definitely a fun thing.
That's it. You know, you make
but look
it
at
fun.
that beach. Wow, that's a good amount of people.
What
on
a
that beach
venue!
there.
I mean, you know, Hilo Bay is an awesome venue. I mean, there's so much room. There's ample parking. You know, you get the rivers. That's the only thing that play a little bit of a variable. But, you know, there's variables everywhere, right? Yeah. So, but, I mean, and what a day we're scoring, too. We had a light little rain drizzle earlier.
Minor.
But, yeah, minor. But how calm and beautiful was it before that? I mean,
great.
in the morning you could see Mauna Kea crystal clear. I mean, how often do you get to see Mauna Kea crystal clear?
You know, singing Hawaii Ponui, looking at the Mauna. That was pretty heavy, bro.
Yeah?
That was pretty heavy. Here we have our crews coming up in the sophomore race for women.
Okay, Kamehameha. That's Hilo. That's a local club, right?
Yep. Keahiakahoe, freshman women. qualified there.
Kihei. Kihei girls are good. I remember last year, they were solid.
Puna, we've been talking about Puna. Manu Kekai
Manu
again.
They got a good crew.
Hey, just being in this 14 means that you're kind of tops in your own, in your own association.
Yep, you made it to
You're
the
the tops
filtered
from
your
your
way
island.
up to the top.
Yep.
So it is the best of the best right here.
Oh, they're announcing it now. That's cool. Hey, to everybody on the beach. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Alex for a little bit, and he's going to be talking short with you.
All right. Right on.
Host break.
All right, so it takes about, for these half-mile races, it's about a 10-minute turnaround. The races are 4 minutes plus or minus, and then you've got the transition time, and that's kind of what really slows the day down. You've got 14 lanes, so that lane way out there is a quarter mile out to sea, and that in itself takes 2 minutes to get out there if you're blistering, and 2 minutes to come back in. All right, we got Alex. All right. All right, everybody, we got Alex Reinprecht. Alex, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's nice seeing you.
It's good to see you, too.
Thanks for coming by, man. We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I hope that everybody's enjoying what we're doing here today.
I think so. I got, I know there's people all over. I've been talking to my family. I got a family member. My son is in New York, Staten Island.
He's watching it,
He's a new coastie in the Coast Guard over there, and so he's missing home. He was in this last year. Right, so he won himself a state championship last year, so now he's frothing at the
How old is he
mouth.
now?
He's 19.
19, and then I saw you in Molokai, and that was Castle, right? That's crossing the channels now.
Yeah, that's right. His younger brother.
I just
he's
saw
17.
Jim. Look at that; they're just getting ready to start.
Right, so it's a fine line. You have to stay behind the line or get disqualified, but you don't want to be too far behind the line because you want every little edge. It's only a half-mile race, right? Yeah. And so you want to get out, and it's also
that's a start,
right? So they were pretty good on the line, but look at the
second one,
lane 13. They started behind.
Yeah.
Well, better to be cautious than disqualified, but. That's where a good boat holder. So the boat holders is a big strategy of this whole game too.
That's your anchor, right?
Well, they're your anchor. They're your eyes. They're pulling you right to the edge, but not pulling you over. And sometimes they're watching the escort boat and calling the starts. They're pointing you in the right direction. They're talking to the steersman, talking to the stroker, and so that's all part of the team. Okay, so this lane 14 is doing really good. Well, we got to look here.
Lane 14, what
lane
race
14,
is this?
women sophomores right here.
Women sophomore.
31, that's Hawaiian.
31.
Is that right? No, women sophomore. 26.
26. Let's take a look at this list. See, it's a tight race, yeah?
Yeah.
26.
26 is right here.
Oh, you got it. No, that's Koakai. That's 4.
Oh.
I'm not able to.
Yeah, this is the part with so many clubs. It's hard, but they're really doing good.
Oh my God!
And oftentimes it's not so easy to do good out in lane 14. You either bought a lane late, somebody dropped out, so you could potentially be the third seed, and you just barely got in there. But depending on the shuffle, right? You can put different people in. Okay, so that's that middle lane that's really killing.
Who is this? These guys are kind of like pushing. I mean, what is
we're
that?
Getting close. Is that?
No, the ladies. Sorry, I just stepped in here.
Yeah.
I didn't know what number race we had here.
That is that Wailea? No.
Blue top.
What's the number on their boat?
That's hard to see.
I should know. There's one canoe with that ama.
But beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that image how they're stroking.
Okay, so here we come into the turn.
How long can he keep that up?
Well, you got to keep it up for a half mile,
Yeah.
You can do anything for a half mile. You hold your breath for a half mile, just about.
If your name's
it's pretty
Brody.
tight, but look, that outside lane is kind of owning.
Ooh, this one was a nice turn here
right?
on
so
the inside.
The turn makes a difference, right? You can spin. It's a half boat length, and then you also get a mental boost or not. In addition, you come out, you're a half boat. ahead where you weren't, then you get more power. You get something that's deep in the owl that pushes you.
What's the rate they're stroking at here?
They're doing 70 plus or minus.
Yeah.
Some are lower at low 60s, mid 60s, and then you might get some that are in the high 70s. Just depends. And then sometimes you have gears, and you might pop it up and bring it down.
Yeah, look at that. Has the Tahitian paddle style, the rate, the stroke rate, has that impacted, let's say, this regatta race right here? Do you think?
That's a loaded question. The whole Tahitian stroke, and to be honest with you, you go to Tahiti, sometimes you'll see somebody paddling at a 50 strokes a minute, and other times you might see them at an 80 strokes a minute. So it's just paddling, and it's what rate you're doing it at, and it can be. It can be the same here.
What do you prefer? What gets you guys the fastest?
Well, a lot of it depends on your crew also. Right? This is a rockin' race. We got a tight 3, right?
Oh, this is going to be a tight finish. This is a photo finish probably coming up here.
Photo finish. Well, good thing there's some photographers around here with drones and lots of cameras, huh?
No,
that Ocean Paddler television. Look at it. On the spot, checking this out for us. Holy Moses.
Oh, my God.
Who is it? It's the middle.
Yeah, in the middle.
Okay, so the outside lost it at the end.
Maybe like what?
That was tough.
10 inches?
Right.
A foot?
Just barely.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
That is photo finish.
Now, my question is, how do you like seeing this live? Is this something that we should put on network television once a year?
Totally. I mean, it's it showcases it, right?
Oh, God, they're happy. Look at them.
Yeah.
Whee!
So that looks like Hawaiian Canoe Club.
It is Hawaiian.
Yep.
There you go.
Hawaiians women are their nails.
From Maui.
Again, they're they're not all Team Bradley, but some of them are, and they just have a lot of good female paddlers in Maui, and they
are the nicest girls too when it comes to Team Bradley and the effort they're putting into making sure Nawahini Okekai is going to take place this year. Congratulations to them for winning this.
Yeah, way to go, Hawaiian Canoe Club sophomore women. Way to rock.
Okay, no problem. So it sounds like we're going to take a look at a replay, see how this race went out. It was so tight. I mean, you had no idea if it was going to go.
Right, and that's just who's got that last little burst at the very end.
Okay, well, what's coming? Oh, that was not a replay, but that's the next heat, which we're going to take a look at in a minute here.
Okay.
Now, if you guys saw the setup, I think we need to bring a camera into the studio here. We're literally on the sand under a tent. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Well, you see how far back lane 1 is, right? So you don't need to be that far back.
No, that was too much.
Right. So I mean, it's a technical piece of the puzzle. There's just a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and like with most things, whoever makes the least mistakes has the best chance of winning, assuming that you have 1-for-1 quality.
So let's take a look at this turn. I remember seeing this crew here with the red. Who are they? You know who they are or no?
Well, that's lane 1. We got to go this darn thing again. So many clubs, you have this code.
Look at that turn. They're just going to
right. So we got lane 2 is a good visual, flag. Right? That's just a good spin right there.
Look at that. Now we're going to see it on the left side right there. It's just.
Right. Nice.
Look at that.
Yeah, that one is right on the pin.
And that's okay right there.
Yeah.
You just
can't. Yep. You just can't bury the flag.
Yeah.
So you can touch that pole. You can even knock it down a little bit, but you can't hit it so hard that the flag buries or catch your yakos on the inside.
Gotcha.
Yep. Okay. You see, so it comes down to who's got that little extra little.
See, they're opening up on them.
Yep.
Right?
Down the end. Right here. Look at that. Just push. If you want it bad enough, you'll keep your nose out in front. And so that's just what they did. They're just barely there. Wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah, what a race.
Look at that.
What a race.
That was our, a footer?
Yeah, that was a footer too. So, win, lose, or draw. I mean, you come second. You're bummed because obviously there's one more notch.
Yeah. And of course, it's all unofficial.
It's unofficial, but it didn't look to me like anybody was over their line, and it didn't look like anybody hit the flag at the turn. So, I'm going to say that's probably the way it's going to stand.
So I got to tell you something personal. It's like everybody goes like, "Oh, you ball ahead." My daughter, she's 6. She says, "No, you have baby hair, Daddy. You're pretty."
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, she loves it.
Well, ball ahead
is. I think it's good luck, right?
Ball ahead is kind of the in thing these days,
It is.
Right?
So I'm lucky, right? We are lucky. You?
Right.
No?
My wife keeps telling me, I get the pieces, that recede further and further in. I go, maybe I'm just going to be a ball ahead.
Ball ahead.
I got a lot of good friends that are ball ahead.
Yeah, ball ahead.
Some of them are nice people.
Some of them, some are not.
You're all right.
Thanks. Yeah, Jim. Yeah.
All right. So we got this, this is the intermission period, right? You got to go to the bathroom or something. You run to the bathroom because you got 5 minutes in between, right? The canoe's finished. They got to come in, transition out, get back out. And luckily, now I'm going to knock on wood and stuff that there hasn't been any hoolies.
Right.
And that'll
I haven't seen one yet.
That'll slow you down. Right.
I saw one at the just by the shore, but that was on the way back in. They were just jumping around and messing around.
Right.
But nothing during the race.
But yeah, it's the conditions are pretty benign enough where there's not a lot going on that's going to make you flip. And the canoes, if you're watching and you don't really know all that much about it.
Okay, so according to Dana Miyake, the president of the HCRA, we have around 2,500 paddlers here. And that's Hilo, right?
Yeah.
And now family and friends, they all come over here. We talked to the mayor this morning, and they just love it when the paddlers come and take over Hilo. We're one of the largest events that takes place in Hilo.
There's thousands of people, right? 2,500, 3,000 paddlers in itself.
Oh, what's next? Can you?
Sophomore men.
Sophomore men.
Right. So sophomore right here.
Okay, hang on. I think the graphic is going to come back on. Where are we at, 26?
We're at 26.
Event number 26. Can we?
Yeah.
Okay.
So men's sophomore looks like.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so you have lane 1.
Men's sophomore is Keho in lane 1. So this is going to be a showdown. Lanikai in lane 2.
It's on the screen right now. We can see it.
Okay. I can see it right here. H. Who's H? Who's H?
H.
Oh, is that Lokahi right there?
Oh, no. It is, yeah. Lokahi Canoe Club.
All right, Lokahi in lane 3.
Yeah, we got Wailea in lane 4.
Okay.
Kaiopua Canoe Club in lane 5. Keahiakakao. Sorry.
Keahiakahoi in 6.
Yeah, messed that one up. In 6. Kaneohe in 7. Puna Canoe Club in 8. Kihe Canoe Club in 9. 10 is Imua. Huinalu in 11. Keo Honaunau Canoe Club.
Okay.
Lane 12.
Yep, and Hawaiian in lane 13. So
Hawaiian.
So the way it works is each association qualifies crews. There's people that might not know, and you work hard to become the first seed. If you're the first seed, then chances are you're in these first few lanes. So it doesn't always ring out that those are the ones that win, but a lot of times those are your best crews.
Beautiful.
Okay, so again,
they're getting ready.
We're lining up. Come on, lane 1 needs to come a little closer.
I don't know. Why is that? The distance, some of them are like right next to the flag.
Yep, okay, so lane 2's creeping up a little, trying to get there. And you're watching. Oh, well, there's a crew coming out still.
Oh, they're still really.
So that's why. So we don't need to be right up on the flag yet.
That's what happens, right? That you start at 8 a.m. You have 43 events to go through.
Right.
And
it's a lot.
And there's some delays. And then we do what? We go from half a mile to what's the longest one?
A mile half.
Mile and a half.
Yeah.
Jesus. Sorry, pardon me.
Right, so we're fishing for time. What time is it? It's already 1:20.
1:20, yeah.
Right, and we've
I'll
got
do the math on that.
We've got till 6 or so. I remember one of those regattas, state regatta, never even finished in Maui.
What?
It was the last 2 races were in the dark at night, and they just had to cancel it. And
did not come
right,
for that one.
It wasn't
year
cool.
Was that one?
That was, I don't know. It could have been 2011.
Okay. Okay.
One of those years. It was so windy.
2011,
it was
yeah, we were down
super
there for
windy
2011.
outside.
There we go.
And they're off.
And
so you see, Lanikai was right on the line. They had a smashing
sliding.
Right. So Kehoe now. These are the Red Bull guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So watch out.
Look at their stroke.
Watch
look
out
how
for them.
Paddle. Oh, this is a
right.
This is a tough event right here.
Right. And these are the I could be wrong because you've got players in the different divisions, but Kehoe is for the most part they're going down to Samoa to represent Hawaii in the World Distance Championships next week. So some of these guys are probably in that mix.
There you go.
Okay,
so that's the angle coming from the from
the turn.
Yeah, from the turn buoy.
Right.
And
so we're honing in here.
And that just a technical mention of that. That's a quarter mile away.
Yep.
There's a lot of trees and people in the way. So at the and then the rain came. So you have to cover your wireless system. So it started coming in a little sparkly, a little dizzy. But we're still getting signal. Now it's clear as daylight.
Yeah, now it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It just stopped raining and that's it.
Right. Okay. So here we're getting close. It's less than 2 minutes to get down to that turn. The water's got a little texture on it.
Now, on whole speed, what's the whole speed when you have guys like that going for
whole speed right now? They're ripping in the 8s.
Yeah,
8 miles an hour. Not trying to push 9.
Oh
okay, so you see Kehoe. They're rocking.
Who's that?
Okay,
Who's that? Is that Lanikai back
the Lanikai's in 2, but who's in lane 3? Did we just say earlier?
Was it lane 4? I think.
Oh,
lane
so
4.
the yellow flag is actually got an edge. Okay, Hokulele made a nice turn.
Now, when you look at the conditions right now, it looks like it's really fair lanes, right?
Pretty fair.
I mean, the water seems to be pretty calm.
Yeah, that was nice. So I'm calling this lanes 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we said Kehoe, Lanikai, and 3 was men's sophomore. 3 was Lokahi. Was that right?
Lokahi. What is in 4? 39.
And lane 4 is.
Where's 39?
39's right there. Oh, Wailea. Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
No, that's
Wailea,
Team Primo.
That's Team Primo.
Yeah.
That's, Kai Bartlett's been at the heart of that team for years, and Kekoa Kramer. Right? He's been at the heart, and those guys have just been a solid force
so that's them,
for
right?
all these
so
years.
we got Wailea and
Kehoe on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Lanikai looked like they were scrapping on the third place end of that turn. So this is a half mile also, so we're coming up.
Now, what's your heart rate when you're done with this thing?
Huh?
What's your heart rate at when you're done with this?
Oh, when you're racing?
Yeah.
Well,
when you're done, when you go
depends
through
how old you are, but you're at the top of the chart, right? So what are you? 160, 170, 180, 190. Right?
Yeah, you're right there.
Oh, yeah. This is...
And it's a celebration after that, isn't it,
Yeah.
Jim?
Okay, Wailea, boom.
There you
Wailea
go,
ended
boom.
up smashing that open.
Oh.
Right, Kehoe. Oh,
Lanikai.
Lanikai. And whoever's outside looked like they're nip and tuck for third. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call that one. But definitely Wailea. Definitely Kehoe second. Third, fourth. I can't tell you who that fourth, that other canoe was.
Oh, congratulations.
We're
We're kind of spent right now. Look at them there.
Oh, yeah.
Just
They are
recovering.
spent. You're baked. So, number 50. Yeah, it could have been Kaiopua or Keahiakahoi. That was Keahiakahoi.
Okay, yeah.
The finishing with Lanikai. They got, Kaleko, Okele. They got a good group.
Oh, we got Mike O'Shaughnessy. Hello, Mike. How are you? He wanted to say hi at Puna Canoe Club.
All right.
That's the largest. Maybe we can go get a graphic with Christian. With him. Christian. Behind you. Oh, we got a replay going here. Sorry, we missed the start of the replay.
Oh shoot! Sorry. was looking at my text from my friend David Vincent in Oregon. He said people watching this all over the place.
Yeah, not a bad idea, I guess, what we started here, right?
Yeah, that was awesome. No, so what you were saying is, should we do more of this kind of stuff? Well, absolutely. I mean, how else are we gonna,
look at the
you've got top end athletes, outrigger paddlers. Just there's professional caliber athletes in here,
absolutely.
but it's not a professional sport. But I mean the
semi sometimes, right? I mean,
well, semi, right? So you go to Tahiti, and they call it professional or whatever, but
they get paid wages to go paddle, right?
So some of these guys get jobs, and their job is first to paddle, and they get you do work, but it makes practice because of your job. Okay, so right here.
Oh, I mean, is that a canoe length?
Wailea blew it open, right?
Okay.
So that's an easy canoe length. That's 6 or 7 seconds. Okay, Keho. Boom, and right there is...
yes, they got it.
I think
right?
Lanikai, right?
Non-official.
Unofficial, that's definitely unofficial. That's one they're going to have to review a little
far
bit.
away from being official.
Far from being official.
But we're showing it what's going on.
Yeah.
That's
it,
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Stop slouching here.
Sorry, we're slouching because we're looking at the TV. See, it's over
there's a
there.
TV right in front of us.
Right
next to
Bring
that
the TV
camera.
a little bit closer here.
We could, yeah. But then he would slouch even more.
Yeah.
Or put it higher. Put a little bit higher?
No, that's fine.
Does that work? Okay.
It's okay.
Well, we have Mike O'Shaughnessy from Puna here.
Okay.
And, I really appreciate you coming in.
Right on.
That was so much fun.
Thanks. My stint's over.
Okay.
I made it. All right. You guys.
Hey.
Thanks. Thank you guys for doing this.
No,
right?
thank you
I mean, this is an
for
awesome.
having us.
This is an awesome thing for the sport. For paddling. We're all behind it, trying to make more of it for the future because it really deserves, more. And it's a hard spectator sport to watch, but having partners like Ocean Paddler Television,
thank you
really
for the
helps.
plug. Hey, but you know what? That's right. Our mission statement is to make outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport. And today we just broke another barrier.
That's
I think the first really tough one was Molokai Hoi. That distance, cover that channel.
Yeah.
And now we're in Puna on the beach in the sand next to the judges.
Yep.
And everybody's coming by here and it's having some fun.
Cool. So we're gonna bring Mike up. Okay, Alex. Mahalo nui. Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff.
Right on, you guys. Aloha no.
Aloha. And I think Kalai is going to come back in too because he's looking at me like I should leave. I think I should leave. What do you think, Kalai? Should I leave? I'm just excitable. I'm excitable. Huh?
You don't say.
I'm very... Oh, thank you, sir. Kalai just came in. Kalai, sit down here. Here's your mic. Mike, why don't you come over here?
Thank you. We got Mike O'Shaughnessy coming in.
We got a Mike
out with us.
coming in here. Puna Canoe Club. Legend paddler family right there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Mike, please have a seat.
All right, here we go. Okay.
And let's go to the studio.
Can I have my pen back when you have a chance?
Okay, let me get you a lick.
This is Dougie's keys. Dougie's keys. Yeah, found it. Yeah, over here on the. He was just over here looking for him. All right, we got Dougie's keys. We got Mike O'Shaughnessy. Yeah.
Mike O'Shaughnessy, thank you for
Hey, so welcome, Mike. How you been?
Good, real good.
Great to have us over here on Hilo for the States. And tell us about the family. How's everybody going? I like you got the Puna Canoe Club shirt on today.
Oh, yeah. This is an old one from World Sprints in 04.
Oh, yeah, that was good fun. Right here, right?
Right here, yeah.
That was a good fun time. So, Mike, tell us what you've been up to lately.
Just getting this thing together.
Yeah. How's it been with all the setup and everything? You've been working real closely with Doug, I'm sure. And making everything happen.
Yeah.
What's been the biggest hurdle for you guys out here? What's been the place where all the work's been done mostly?
It's just not getting all the information at once.
Like anything, there's a trickle, right?
Trickle down information. Like, did you guys do this? Oh,
Oh, we have to do that?
Yeah,
I didn't know
right.
we had to do that.
Exactly.
Oh, for sure.
So-
but hey, it's no
But it's
small
all
task
working.
pulling this off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We got a really good board, our association, and we really work together really well. So
That's good. That's a gift right there.
yeah, it is. It is. So it makes
And, you're,
everybody.
talking, of course, about Moku Hawaii Canoe
Yes.
Racing Association, yes? Okay.
Yeah, and we all work really well together. I mean, some people seem to work a heck of a lot more than others, but
That's how it goes to Ace. And some people can make it seem easy, too.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You never know. Dougie was hanging out with us up here today, Doug Bumatai, earlier, and we were having good fun talking about all the things about bringing in these big trailers. But he, and a lot of people have said, even Dana Miyake, about how good the support has been from the mayor and Big Island as a county.
Oh, really good, really good. We've had a good rapport with the mayor, and I can't thank Mo from Parks and Rec enough. I mean, he's put so much into this, an awful lot into this. He's
I bet.
And he's coordinated a lot of things. Made a lot of things easier for us, and
it's one thing when you're talking to a city or state agency, and it's kind of like what you guys want, as opposed to, hey, what do you need? How can I help? How can I help you out?
Well, the state is kind of like,
right.
But Mo's been a good intermediary between us and the state. Getting them, and I think as things go along in this thing, it's going to be easier working with the state and everything.
Oh, great! That's good to hear. And as we mentioned earlier, we're getting ready to see our first 1 mile race of the day. This is the women's junior race. Yeah, in lane 1.
Yeah.
So we are, I think that is Keokaha in lane 1, Lanikai just behind them, but we are appreciating what a great venue Hilo Bay is for this type of event.
Oh, yeah, I think it's the best in the state. I think it's the most fair. We have more than enough parking. If everybody's kind of like,
Okay, we had just a great start to our first 1 mile race. This is the women juniors.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to be 3 turns on this one. And so even more so than in the earlier races, that will come into play. And the crew's ability to really buckle down and flow.
Oh,
In the different, they're going to have 4 legs where they need to just kind of settle in.
Yeah, so they get to settle in. Yeah,
right.
That's nice.
But at the same time, having enough power to come out of the hole every time they do the turn.
Yeah, you just got to power out of that turn.
Got to buckle down there. Yeah. But I do, as you were saying, I do love this venue. The beach is nice and deep. There's plenty of parking. There's a great area back there for the different vendors.
Yeah.
Food vendors and clothing vendors and clubs and whatever. And so I agree. Hilo, and you've got the hotels right next door.
Right next door, yeah.
Airport. Everything's in proximity.
Right, and we've got the best viewing, I think, of any venue. And, we've got unlimited space, so we can put in 90-foot lanes.
That is nice.
They require a minimum 80, but we do 90.
Which is nice. And I think it's evidenced by I haven't really took note of any incursions or collisions or anything like that. Every turn has seemed to be pretty smooth. There's enough room for every crew to get in there and do what they need to do.
Yeah, that's one of the things, that we really want to, stop any collisions or DQs on turns, too, for interference or anything like that.
Nice.
Because it's hard when a crew comes all this way, say, from off island or whatever, and then they make the turn and it's so narrow and they get DQ'd for interference or something like that. So, we try and make it as user-friendly as possible.
Oh, for sure. For sure. No, it works well. Like you said, this is a great venue. Our crews here shortly be going into their first turn. Looks like Manu Kekai there in, what is that, maybe lane 3?
3.
Lanikai.
Yeah,
2. Or no, this is Lani. This is Keho here, I believe. Keoka. Let's see. For this race, let me check in with our spec sheet. 55. That is Kamehameha Canoe Club in lane 1 right there in their pink jerseys.
All right.
Kamehameha from
Oahu.
Hawaii, yes. Yep. So we have 17 crews from here on the Big Island. 17 crews, nice. That's a pretty good 28 from Okra on Oahu, and another 26 or so from Huiva. So Oahu definitely has the most representation. We have the most people in the state, so that makes sense. But I think our Outer Island paddlers, our Maui paddlers, Kilohana's 18s, they did great. I think all the Mokuhova Punas had a great showing. Keoho is looking really good today. Of course, Kaiopua is always super solid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's been pretty good for the Big Island.
Yeah.
Pretty
you guys
good.
Been growing clubs. What do you, Puna is still your home club?
Oh, yeah.
And have you folks seen a kind of a resurgence post-pandemic of bunch of the – have you seen it on the older paddlers, the younger paddlers, in the middle? Where have you seen it?
The whole club, all spectrums. More kids. We've got more kids. We've got a lot of our open paddlers that came back from, like, one of my sons. I don't think he paddled for 6 or 7 years. And another one, same thing, 2 of them.
Came back, jump in a canoe.
Yeah, so they're back. And then older, too. We kind of like filling up everything. It was just like a lot of older people came back. I mean, old paddlers came back.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Get some experience. Oh, here they go into their, I guess this would be their second turn of the day happening right here behind us.
Yeah.
Oh. This looks like Huinalu right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Manu's still going. That was a nice turn on the outside, though. This crew that we're watching on the screen, I think that would be Huinalu.
Yeah.
Hard for us to tell.
Yeah, that's another thing about this course is that it's. I think it's the most fair course in the state too.
What makes you say that?
Well, the old course we used to have, it was kind of next to the river, and we moved it down to here, and so we don't have the effects of the river disrupting.
Right, depending on the tide and stuff, the
and
river
whether
could be
it rained
pushing
a lot,
out, right?
Or
if there was a lot of rain, it would be pushing out.
So all these lanes are pretty equal. There's no really bad lanes.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and
Manuoke Kai, as a smaller Oahu club, has really been looking good today. This is their Wahine paddlers going into their last turn of the day. This would be the third quarter of their race that they're in right now.
Yeah, they're really out there. Yeah, that's another
smooth
club that years ago was a pretty small club, and they've really.
And, Mike, what I noticed, too, is that earlier it looked like the wind was going to pick up. I know you can get some really heavy winds in this bay that you wouldn't normally think of looking at these conditions.
Yeah, no. Definitely.
It's kind of really sat down.
Definitely. Yeah, Thursday we had a big wind day.
Even last night, I heard some of the tents were getting blown over.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
All that kind of stuff. But
this
crew is looking pretty smooth right here.
That's our Puna women.
Okay. All right. Again, this is the women juniors race.
And that's my daughter steering.
Oh, yeah, right there?
Yeah.
Nice. So that is Puna Canoe Club there then?
Yeah, Yeah, I hate to brag, but she's a pretty good steersman.
Right on. We're getting a lot of really cool comments from our friends logging on live on Facebook, whether it's at the HCRA site or the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. And they're just commenting how great it is to be able to spectate this from abroad. Not everybody was going to be able to make it to the Big Island today for the races. Whether you're, on another island, in the mainland, kind of watching and maybe learning something, or maybe just sizing up the competition. Maybe there's folks in Australia, wherever they're logging in from. If we miss you, we wish you were here, but it's great to be able to share this with you. Share this beautiful Hilo Bay and the great racing that we're having here today, and really being able to make paddling a spectator sport. I mean, back in the day, when you guys were groundbreaking this sport, it's like, you wave goodbye at the You wave goodbye at the start, and then, in a long-distance race, and then you hope somebody's got a cold beer for you on the other end, right?
Yeah.
And that was about it. So,
yeah, it's really, really grown. I mean, unreal.
Yeah. But now they get to watch you and make sure that you were actually there.
Yeah, this is amazing, having this. Yeah, just, God, yeah, like you say, transmitting it all over the world.
Yeah. And I think the shot like you have right now, this drone shot, being able to follow them from this angle, this perspective, 15, 20 years ago, that would have to only been done with a helicopter.
Oh, yeah,
Which would have not only been dangerous, you could never get that close, but it would have cost you an arm and a leg.
And you'd have to get FAA
approval, to come in here. That's right. That's right. So we're looking at our women's junior race coming in here. This is the final stretch coming into the finish line. This is our first 1 mile race of the day.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. Nice race.
Nice
finish.
Yeah.
Looks like your daughter had a good race. What's her name? Send her a shout out.
Pulama.
All right. She's obviously has been paddling for a little while. You had her out there as a little kid.
Oh, yeah. All my kids from when they were 10 or so in there. And my oldest grandson, he's 10. He's steering. The boy's 12.
Oh, no way. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think that's a shot right there. That is your gang from Puna Canoe Club, yes?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
All right. Congratulations. I'm not sure if they were first or second, but
yeah,
they sure had a heck of a race.
It was a good
race. That was a really close finish. We're going to have a little recap of the race here once we get all the other canoes across the finish line. And we'll be able to kind of check out some of these turns and see who had a good start, who had a good finish. Again, we're coming to you live here from Hilo Bay on the Big Island of Hawaii for the 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships. Coming up on our replay in the women's junior race. Here we're going to start. I know, in a race with this many turns, I'd rather be a little conservative at the start. You wouldn't want to ruin the whole race by, having a illegal start.
Oh, God,
here
yeah.
we go. Manu coming into the turn here. I think that's in lane 4, Manu. That looks like Lani Kai in lane 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lani Kai. Lane 1, you're watching there. 4F. Yeah.
Glorious.
We're coming up on turn 2. This is the first turn we've seen all day on the hotel side of the bay here, on the inside of the bay. Look at that steerswoman just leaning into that thing and yanking over. Wow, look how far that girl out into is. Just kahi that canoe right over. Nice turn right there.
Beautiful turn.
Yeah, look on the outside there. That's the girls from Puna Canoe Club. Nice. Coming up after this race, we have our gentlemen in the junior division. Yeah, you really put a lot of torque into it. And then we're going to have our finish here after the fourth and final quarter-mile leg of this 1 mile race. Yeah, I'm not sure. That would be lane 3 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, it looked like.
Junior 84. Oh, that might have been Pu'uvai Canoe Club from the island of Kauai.
Yeah, Kauai.
Look at that beach full of paddlers ready to go out. All the men jumping in their sophomore crews there, jumping in, getting ready to go out. So again, a lot of logistics here to pull this race off in Hilo. Just kind of getting, as you mentioned earlier, getting all the information, checking all the boxes, making sure that you needed to do. But as you had said earlier, everybody from your Mokuo Keawe Racing Association really worked together
really
well
did,
as a team.
Yeah.
A lot of favors called in this week, Mike.
A few here. Yeah. It's the time to call them in.
Yeah, got to find out who's really your friend, whether they're going to answer the phone or not.
Yeah, really. Oh, no. I'm not answering this.
Yeah, right? Right. No, for sure.
Yeah, no, it's worked out really well. And like I say, I just want to thank Parks and Rec, too. They've been...
Yeah, the Parks and Rec guys. Who else were you really thankful for? Members of your team, if you want to.
Oh, well, our coach, Afatua Olo, he's the one that puts all this together. And then we've got two younger coaches coaching the younger men, Jonah Kalima and Koa Samira Lee, and then Office coaching the women, too. And then we've got... yeah, those are the main ones there. So.
Okay, awesome. That's a full plate right there.
Oh, yeah.
Of people to thank. But, as anything like this, it takes a lot of hands to pull it off.
Oh, yeah. It's not just one person. It's a whole bunch of people working together.
Yeah. We definitely have had our gang from HCRA here coming in and making this all happen. And that's one of the things that Dougie said he was dealing with was all the officials and setting up this stage here and the tent and everything else. And, man, for you, it's you've been, volunteering and helping out at this level for how many years now? Helping out with Mokuo Keawe?
Over 40.
Over 40. My goodness. Were you one of the founding members of...
No, I wasn't.
It was in existence already.
Yeah.
And so over 40 years, you've had World Sprints here and got it coming up again next year. Here we go. Junior men coming up. Keaukaha Canoe Club in Lane 1. Lani Kai, Keoho. Manuoke Kai, again, man, they've qualified in a whole bunch of races this year.
Yeah, they sure did.
Only 12 entries in this particular race.
Huh.
A couple of lanes empty on that one. Yep. Yeah, 12 lanes. This is a pretty competitive race.
Yeah, junior man. Yeah, there's a lot of good crews in this race. Well, there's a lot in every race.
For sure. And after this, we're going up to the big leagues with the 1.5 mile race for the women's senior and the men's senior. Then we're back down to the half miles.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
That's where the 1.5 miles you can really stretch it out.
Yeah. The 1.5 miles, we have 5 turns in that race. Yeah. And you talk about it really becoming a technician's race. I remember back in the day when we had a half-mile course.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We had a quarter-mile flag and a half-mile flag. And so it was the 1.5 mile race that was 3 turns.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And that
was a long way down, a long way back.
That was a long way, man. You talk about stretching out. You felt like you were almost in a distance race.
Oh, right? Yeah, for sure.
Woo! Settle in, boys. Settle in,
Settle in because this is a long one.
Yeah, it's a long one. And so a little bit of a different strategy having that much longer of a race. You're having that many more turns, so it's more technical for the steersmen. But at the same time, I would say they're putting in, every club is putting in their best in the senior men race.
Yeah.
And with being able to race 2 different races, you may see a lot of repeats. These guys may race freshmen and seniors. That's kind of one that used to happen a lot. Freshmen and seniors. Yeah. Or seniors and 40s. They'd race 40s after, something like that. A lot of different strategies. I see some guys right at the line and some kind of hanging
back a little.
Yeah, they kind of get a running start at it.
Yeah.
Which seems to pay off.
it can also, if they're a little slow on the flag.
Yeah. We want to send a shout out to Patty Freeman, who's watching us in North Idaho. He's enjoying the view from way back there. So it's nice to have everybody kind of tuning in. We appreciate you wherever you are in the world, wherever you are online, joining us here for our live coverage of the 2023 State Regatta Championships here, whether you're catching us on the HCRA Facebook page or the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. It's great to have you with us. We're getting ready once again for the start of a 1 mile race. This is the men's junior race coming up. These are getting ready. Next race is the big dogs, and we'll see what's happening with the senior. That's where the prestige is.
Yeah.
Definitely the prestige is.
Yeah, I really used to like that.
The longer race,
the longer race.
course.
Yeah.
That was a fun way to do things back in that day.
Yeah.
Having a little longer. Here we go, getting ready for the start. And here we go, start of the men's junior race, 1 mile course, 3 turns. Wow, they are out like a shot.
Yeah.
You know, watching this compared to like the 12-year-old kids, it's you can see just the amount of power these 6 men are able to generate in that canoe.
Oh, yeah,
getting
it's amazing.
that 400-pound canoe out of the water and down the course, lickety-split. That's Karel Tresnick, again, steering this canoe. We saw him earlier in the freshman race. So I guess somebody else will be steering the senior man. I think you're only able to do 2 races a day, yeah?
Yeah.
And what some people will notice is that there's a little slower stroke count in a farther distance race. You know, with the small kids, they need more strokes in the water per minute. They don't have the power, and they're only racing a quarter mile. It's like a 2-minute race.
Yeah.
But these guys that are racing for 8 minutes, it's a lot of work, you know, and so they need to kind of have a chance to stretch it out, bring the heart rate down just a little bit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say recover.
Breathe a little.
Yeah, breathe a little, because every time you're in and out of that turn, man, you are from a dead stop, basically.
Yeah.
It's like having 4 starts to your race.
Yeah.
Here they come into their first turn. Yep, coming to that first turn there.
Oh, pretty close.
Wow, it's tight, man.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow.
Again, with these longer duration races, it's about consistency, right? How can you get that many turns nice, you know?
Yeah.
That many turns cherry. And being able to settle back in and get going again, it makes a huge difference.
It sure does. Yeah, releasing the canoe in time as you come out of the turn.
What was your favorite seat to sit, Mike?
Bud?
Your favorite seat in the canoe for you to sit?
Oh, 2.
Yeah? Why do you like 2 so much?
Well, I like it in long distance and regattas both. It's just I was stuck in 3 and 4 for about 35 years.
Well, you're a big, tall guy, right?
Yeah. And, you know, that's the engine room, and you sit there, nothing much happens. And moving up into 2, you're right in the action, you know, so you can...
This looks like Heilani Canoe Club right here.
Yeah.
Heilani Canoe Club look like they're having a great race out here. Let's see what lane they're in. Again, this is the men's junior race. Wow, that's tight.
Yeah.
Oh, Lanikai is not up there. Manu's a little bit back. Wow, that's a pretty tight grouping.
Yeah.
Again, aloha to all our friends and family out there watching from, we have Joan and Tommy Kelly Nohomoku watching us from Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure they're missing the islands.
Yeah.
I would be. Missing the rain. They're probably looking at the rain we have over here going, wow, we need some of that up here.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. But getting a nice glide here going into the third turn.
Yeah, that's a nice, strong crew.
Yeah. Can't quite tell who that is. Well, it might be Wailea. I'm not sure. Wailea's got a really strong men's program. That's basically all of your, what used to be Team Primo guys. Kai Bartlett and a bunch of his gang.
Yeah. They've pretty much always had a really good men's program.
That canoe is moving, though. We're coming into the final turn on the Mauna Kea side of the bay, I'd like to say. So we'll kind of check the steersman out as he gets himself sliding in there. He's giving it a little. And right here, he's going to call a uni. 1 and 2 reaching, trying to push that water under the canoe. I wonder where Outrigger is in this gang out here. 8.
They didn't have that many entries for this.
They didn't have that many entries?
No, I mean, they didn't have too many. I think they only 6 or something like that.
Huh. Really? Not a big showing from them this year. But like you said, I'm sorry. Like Jim Fody was saying, a lot of crews or a lot of clubs go through their ups and downs.
Yeah.
There's years where, you can't get butts in the seat, and there's years where you don't have enough parking stalls in the parking lot.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, it is one of those kind of things. But we've definitely, like you were able to mention earlier, we've seen a real resurgence this last year of people coming to paddling for the first time, but a lot of people, I think, coming back to paddling and bringing their families back to paddling.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these people that have kind of maybe been regrounded by the pandemic, realizing what's important. I think there is a bit of that, too, where here we are coming into our finish line, but, not every kid's going to get a college football scholarship.
Yeah, right.
But you can paddle for your whole life.
Yes.
And so, and it's an expression of your culture.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. 1, 2.
And just being on the water. I mean, there's so many benefits to paddling. It's
hard to tell what canoe club this is here. Anybody in studio got an idea who that is finishing first?
No.
Manuoke Kai. What lane was that? Maybe 4? 1, 2.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Manuoke Kai, maybe right after 39. That would be Wailea. That makes sense. So that's Manuoke Kai right there with the orange ama, and just outside of them, Wailea Canoe Club. So nice showing by Wailea. Nice showing. It's interesting, paddlers won't know the name of every member of their club, but every member of the club will know the name of their koa canoe.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah. Everybody will know what is a name of their, Jim Fody over here earlier talking about Hokulele, that's the name of their canoe.
Yeah.
Ours used to be Maiha Piti, so it's always these, it's like a revered senior member of your club.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
We just went through both our canoes and just thoroughly redid them.
Who was your canoe builder for that?
The first one was Reverend John Hawanio from Kalapana.
Okay.
That was a Li'ikai, and then Kalapana was built by a man from Tahiti, Poneo. And he came up and
What kind of changes did they make? Were they repairs, or were they actually altering the way the canoe?
No, that was the first carvings of those canoes. Ali Kai, was only 39 feet long when she was finished in 1980. And as time went on, she wasn't that competitive anymore.
Right.
And we didn't want to change the shape.
We're seeing our replay of the junior race here, but please go ahead, Mike, telling us about your canoe.
And then so we decided to get another log, and then a good friend of ours, Boogie Kalama, had a good friend down in Tahiti and brought him up to do our carving.
Who was that?
Puneo.
Oh, Puneo, yeah.
Who also carved Huinalos.
Yes. That was when Kalakukea and all those guys went up to Tahiti to learn to train with them.
Yeah.
And his son Freddie now lives here.
Yeah.
He's a tree trimmer. Yeah, I know Freddie pretty well.
Actually, we were trying to get a hold of him when we were re-blessing Kalapana, but we couldn't get through to him for some
reason. Here's a replay of the second turn here and the men's junior race. You can see those guys yanking that canoe over, how much pressure they're putting in there.
Congratulations, Nick Foxley, Aaron Norris, Andy Penny, Tristan Joaquin, Igor Sobrera, and Corel Tresnick Jr.
Nice replay coming in. Here's the finish line. Now that is Wailea Canoe Club up there coming in first in the men's junior race. What an effort by those guys.
Yeah, what a solid
Yeah,
win.
It's an unofficial, of course, right? But look at this. They are an easy canoe length, if not 1.5 to 2, in front of the second place canoe. They're in lane 1. That was, let's see, that was Keaukaha Canoe Club. They've been having a great day. Keaukaha is
they've got a really good
doing well
program
today.
too.
From the Keiki on up, they've been having a really good day. Getting a lot of points out there. I don't know. I haven't checked in on what the point lead is for today in the different divisions. Would you be able to explain how there's like A, AA, AAA?
I can't think of the division. I mean, AAA is the biggest division.
Okay.
And it's over 24, something like that.
Entries you have to have. That many crews entered.
Yeah. And then AAA is 21 or under, I believe. And then
Single A.
Single A is 6 or under.
Okay. So the clubs get to have a sort of a competition within the competition to see.
Each one going for their for their division title.
Right. Them being able to see them being able to see how they stack up against clubs in their similar size.
Yeah.
So here's a congratulatory tunnel for these paddlers here. That first guy is really seeming to eat it up. And they're just pooped, I'm sure. That was one heck of a race. Coming up, we're going to have the women's senior event. This is one of our only women's 1.5 mile event here today. That one, 5 turns, Mike. 5 turns.
5. That, like you said, it's a technical race.
Yeah, can be a very technical race. And it can be very taxing because every time you go into a turn, it's like you're coming out brand new and fresh to it, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of work there.
A lot of pressure on the steersman. So I'm glad I'm not a steersman.
Yeah, we kind of had mentioned that earlier. This is for the women's senior event, only 11 entries. Not everybody wants to pile a 1.5 miles, Mike.
That's for sure.
So 11 entries. Kyle Poole is there. Manu has been just doing really well over at Huiva.
Yeah, really.
Lani Kai, Huinalu, Healani, Hawaiian, Waikiki Surf. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I know. Look at that. And from Keiki to Kapunas, everybody there just helping out, making sure they're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing about paddling. It sure does bring everybody together.
Yeah. And so it's like that for you, right? You have yourself, your kids, and now your grandson that's going to be paddling.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty awesome. All for your, home club.
Yes, yes. We even brought our surfer boy home to paddle, too.
Definitely. That must have been fun watching his career and going through all that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he moved over there when he was pretty young, 16, and
wow. Awesome.
That was his dream.
Hey, good for him. He able to make it come true.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they don't have a printer. Man. Okay, so do I have to log on to HRA? Okay, I'm going to look it up. So we are going to hcra.com. Is that what I'm doing? Say. So everybody who's watching online right now, so we're going to go hcrapaddler.com. Hold on, Braggett. Dial up. Give me a second. I'm not even there yet. Okay. On the top left, 2023 regatta results or state championships results. Okay, I see it on the left. The wheel of death is spinning. It's spinning. Come on, you can do it. Oh, we just had our start of the women's senior race. This is the creme de la creme, the best of the best. This is the top women in the state racing a 1.5 mile course. There will be, it's a quarter-mile course. They're racing a 1.5 mile on a quarter-mile course, and they're going to be doing a total of 5 turns here. So some of the best paddlers, these are the women that would win Navahinio Kekai, win races like the Queen Liliuokalani race here on a short course, showing us what they got. Awesome. All right, so all the race results are up right now. Look. Okay, some of these clubs really kind of settling it in. They know they got a long way to go. 5 turns coming up on this one. Wow. We hard to tell from this angle who's actually in the lead, but we're going to have a nice view of our first canoes going into their first turn here, the women's senior event. The field looks pretty even there, Mike.
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, this is like it's anybody's race.
Wow, the water has really come down here. It's like a lake out here right now.
Yeah.
Really fair, really even paddling conditions, man.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, lane 1.
Kaiopua.
Women's senior. 55, that's Kamehameha Canoe Club, according to our women's senior 55. And right behind them, Kaiopua in lane 2. And in lane 3, Manuo Kekai with their orange hama. Beautiful drone shot.
Yeah.
Looks like we're following our leaders here. Are we calling that Kaiopua?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Big Island has had some really strong showing in both the men's and women's divisions for the last couple of years, easily. Wow, look at these ladies go. Beautiful in sync paddling. Still got a little bit of a ways to go. Again, if that is hard to tell from this angle if that's lane 1 or lane 2. I think that would be lane 1, and that is, again, Kamehameha Canoe Club from the Big Island. Lani Kai there. So Lani Kai is club number 4. Who's right outside of them? That's Kihei Canoe Club, looking good. Just outside of Lani Kai.
All right.
Kihei, maybe. Look at that turn.
Nice.
Hi, Carly. Hey, Alex, we have a visitor. So going into their second turn of the race. Looks like we have none other than the legend Carlene Ornelas entering the tent here today. We're going to get her up on the commentary table coming up shortly. And that girl is no stranger to the women's senior race. She's won a bunch of them.
That's for sure.
She's won a bunch of them there.
If Carlene's in there, you can be pretty sure.
Yeah, right.
Who's going to win?
These ladies are really stretching it out. This is the middle of the race right here. They're approaching their second. No, this would be their third turn. Just having come out of the second turn, working their way back up Mauka here in Hilo Bay. Really kind of settling in. This is the part of the race where you need to kind of manage your effort, manage your heat, your expenditure of energy, all of that. You need to make sure that you've got enough left in the tank to come out of this turn and hit that last quarter mile sprint coming home, Mike.
Yeah, you got to have that reserve for that last quarter mile
Oh
sprint.
yes.
Although it's hard to hold.
It's hard to hold back, right?
Yeah.
You just want to make sure you got enough left in the tank, and I guess you do that early on in the season with the training, right?
You figure that out pretty soon.
Yeah. So lane 3, I believe that is Lani Kai. No, F. I don't know if this is all correct. Lani Kai and Manuoki Kai. Kamehameha Canoe Club making a turn. The ladies canoe club, the ladies program at Lani Kai Canoe Club has been doing really well the last couple of years. I believe in C3, that might be Danaka Hakui. I think she's still with them and kind of helping develop their women's part of their club there. Coming in the last quarter mile right now. Yeah, man, that's a lot of work on a muggy day like today.
Yeah.
What are these paddlers feeling right now, Mike? In your experience, what are they feeling coming into that finish line?
I think they're starting to see stars at this
Starting
point.
to see stars?
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Yeah, they're just, it's just like, now it's just total all out.
Yeah, Worked all season for this. There's no leaving it in the tank, right?
No.
You got to burn it all out right here. But not getting too excited that you kind of lose your rhythm out there, right? You want to make sure that it's going to be a really tight finish coming across. Looks like we have Lanikai might be in second. See how this comes
really
across.
Close.
Super tight. Oh, that is photo finish.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. This is another turn. This is turn number 4. Kalamai, this is not the finish. It's turn number 4. Right? Mile and a half race. Lanikai, and who's just outside of them? Lanikai, women's senior, mile and a half. 33. 33 would be Kihei Canoe Club. Wow, Kihei.
Doing good.
Yeah, real good. Ooh, that's a lot of work right there, man.
Boy, it sure is.
I can feel that. Wow. But, it is a nice day to be out here paddling, and this is what these ladies have been working for all season long. But really, for most of them at this level, they're seeing their regatta season as a prelim for distance, right?
Oh,
really,
yeah,
when you're at this level, for the kickies and stuff, a lot of them, this is it. This is the end of their season. This is as far as they're going. But for these senior crews in particular, this is kind of their first chance this season to get to see everybody from all the islands and really kind of find where they measure up, where they look against some of the other girls.
Look to where they need work and improvement, and
because this is almost like a medium distance race. Mile and a half is not very short.
Yeah,
they say it's a sprint, but that's one hell of a sprint.
Yeah.
Funny, we're getting a lot of flack from the commentary from the officials booth. Our drone pilot's a little aggressive.
Oh.
But that's how we get the good shots, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Excuse me.
That's how we get the good shots.
Yes, you do.
You got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
That's right.
Our drone coverage, which is kind of bringing us some of our really neat shots today, especially of our leaders looking above them. Last turn, right here, fifth and final turn for this women's senior race. We were getting a little bit of flack from the judges booth about flying too low. That's okay. Maybe it's that point in the season where they need a haircut. Hey, if you don't win, you got to shave your head, right?
That's right.
Even in the women's race. Wow, what a change of favors in this race. We got a heck of a race being run here by, I believe that's Kihei again. Let me check not that I don't believe it, ladies. My apologies. I don't want you to think I don't believe it, but I want to say that is crew number 33, Kihei Canoe Club.
Kihei.
And they are putting it together. Look at that. They look great. Very smooth. But don't count out Lanikai just yet. Lanikai is just inside of them. They have some strong paddlers, and if anybody can dig deep and make it happen, it's Lanikai. So some nice work being put on by these crews. And in these longer races, you really get to see how the top crews will be able to differentiate, how they'll be able to split themselves off and really get ahead of the other crews and create a gap. Look at that gap between first and last place in this. Yeah. And there's only 11 canoes. Yeah, like I said, not everybody wanted to paddle this far. Little bit of chop as they come towards the finish line. Oh, Lanikai, it is tight.
Yeah. Coming
They may not look very tight from this angle, but as they come into that finish line, you're going to see the angles sort of change up. But it looks like it's going to be Kihei Canoe Club.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Look at that.
Yeah, geez.
What a finish. An easy, that's almost a full boat length in front of second place. Third place on the outside. Wow, ladies, nice work. Kihei Canoe Club.
Well,
Wow.
I think it's time for me to
Oh, you're gonna
turn it over
you
to
turn it over to
Carleen.
Carleen. Mike, we appreciate having you here. Thank you for coming to
appreciate
join
being
us.
here. Thank you
you
very
for all the
much.
work you put into making today's event happen.
Well,
We're gonna be throwing back to this replay of the women's senior race, but mahalo to you and thank you for all the work you did.
Thank you.
To
Thank you
let us
for
come
all
to
your
your
coverage.
your
This
town
is
here.
great. This is really great.
We're having fun. We're having fun.
Really
No, thank
appreciate
God.
it.
All right, you take care, Mike. Have a
You
good
too.
one. Thank you. Yep, thank you. All right. We're going to have a quick recap as we say mahalo to Mike O'Shaughnessy here. We're going to take a recap of that women's senior race that looked like it was brought home handily by the ladies of Kihei Canoe Club. And as Mike departs, we're getting ready to welcome the queen of Kailua Canoe Club. Yeah, none other than once she walks around the whole tent, say aloha to everybody, goodbye. Legend in her own time, in her own mind, and a legend in our minds too. Ladies and gentlemen, none other than Carleen Ornelas from Kailua Canoe Club. Carleen, hi. How are you doing?
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. Nice to see you. He says you got to come close to me. Sorry about that. It's a good day.
It's a good day for a
Yeah,
race.
it's a great day for a race. Everything looks really fair out there. You raced this morning?
I did.
And W's again, as always, for you, Carleen. Yep.
I had a good day. I was lucky. My crew was on it.
Awesome. You tend to have a lot of good days, Carleen. Always fun to be chatting with you and talking story. We just had the finish of the women's senior race, and I know you're not unfamiliar with this race. So here we go on a start. And for you as a paddler, as a steers woman, what are you kind of feeling as you're sitting in that
Senior
starting line
women
waiting
race,
for things to come out?
Those are our seniors, man. They're the ones that are gonna, show us all how to race.
Yeah, these are the best of the best,
Best of
so
the
to speak,
best,
right now, right?
5 turns.
5 turns is a lot of turns.
It's a lot
Carleen.
of turns. It's a lot of loops.
It's a lot of loops. Round and round she go.
Around and around and around we go.
How do you
I couldn't tell who was coming in where as I watched it, but
yeah, I think it's I think this is another turn we're looking at, but in the pink hats, I believe that's Kihei.
Okay.
That's what it says on our paper. Anyway.
Okay.
And Lani Kai right going into the turn with them.
Yeah, was a battle.
What
Look
is
at
do
those
you have
turns.
a certain theory or saying or something that you try to stick to when you're making these type of regatta turns? What are you thinking as a steerswoman?
I'm asking them to go in hard, don't let up, and go hard coming out. You go in hard, you come out hard. The paddlers are going to get me there as a steersman. And then, hopefully I'm there to pull the turn that it takes to get the canoe around with the crew to give you a good race.
Carleen, would you rather have the pit gang, the 3, 4, 5s, pulling hard in the turn, or would you rather have them let up for a quick second?
You have to back off for the pivot. It's automatic, but I'm asking them to go hard. To go
The whole
hard
time.
in and hard out. Our canoe, it's women.
Sorry. Go ahead. No, yeah.
It's women racing, and they have the power. They're going fast. It's not men, it's women. But for me, the faster it's going in, you can
whip it.
So
Whip
going
it
in,
around.
I'm asking them to set it up. We're going in 2 changes before the turn.
2 changes
set
in
it
hard.
up,
Okay.
Set it up, get us there, and make sure everybody's in place. 1's on the right, 2's on the left for
Right.
the uni, getting ready for the uni. Call the uni, and they're ready. Now, when you come out, it's not always that simple too, because I'm calling out. 1 and 2 are still in the uni and pulling in kahi, and 3 becomes the stroker to keep the boat moving. So, we're coming out. Coach says, call a change as soon as you call the out. Get that boat moving again. Like a start. So I'm asking him to get it revving up like a start.
Get back onto your glide, right? From where you were. And
get it moving.
With a race.
Like the start.
With a mile and a half race with, 6 legs like that. It takes an experienced crew to be able to work your way up, settle down again. Work your way up, sprint, and then have another start coming out of it, and then settle in again and settle in again.
The turns are super important, can help you, make or break a race. And if you're going to take a breath, it's going to be there. It's going to be at your turn. So, maybe by the 3rd turn, 4th turn, you can take a breath there. But, look how tight it was. Nobody was taking a breath, okay?
Oh, yes.
Nobody, you breathe, but you're not backing off.
Yeah. Well, we have the lineup here in front of us, Carlene. The 13 crews participating in the men's senior race. Keho in lane 1, Manu Kekai, who for a kind of newer club is having a great day.
Is having a great
There's that powerhouse.
Upper division
Lanikai Canoe Club in 3rd. We got Puna, Hawaiian Canoe Club, Huinalu. Kilkaha has been having a great day too, Carlene.
Yep, they have.
Kiayakahoi.
They have a great kids program.
So looks like a lot of good crews right there today. I only see, I don't see our. Oh, we do have Huinalu there. Oh, and we do have Kailua Canoe Club.
It's a full slate here.
No, it is.
Yes.
Well, there is one lane open. I'm not sure from where, from why, but it's a number of really good good canoes coming out there. And again, this is another chance for these gentlemen to kind of look at the other crews and kind of measure and see what, we're going into distance season, who got what.
Right.
But you kind of measure a whole distance program off just a senior race in the regatta, right? But this is your meat and potatoes, though.
Yeah. It helps to, be top 5 in this race. And then your freshman, sophomore, junior, and then your 40s is who you're looking at to back you up, right, from this senior race for distance.
Right.
It's, when you go into distance, you got to be paddling regatta to get there. Regatta's fun. It's a fun thing. Keep coming back for it.
And so you started paddling way back when. Were you still a Hanley back then?
Way back when, yeah. I was. Not for that long. But I was, we had a lot of family paddling. Kailua Canoe Club that has always been our club. Mm-hmm.
And there was a time where your husband Cliff was club president, was he?
Cliff, my husband Cliff, and his pal Jimmy Marcial are the founders. The founders,
of Kailua Canoe Club.
They're the founders, yeah.
That's what it was, okay.
And they just recently, both passed, and so we were able to honor them and,
cool.
Give our 55 years later.
Wow. Has it been that 55?
It has.
Wow.
But you have clubs up here that are 100 years old.
That's true.
That are just
like Huinalu Outrigger there. Yeah.
Surf Club. I mean, they're just so outrigger, right?
Right.
Top.
Right.
Top dogs. It's hard to keep your club going. It's a lot of work.
And there come times where you have a certain, person or a group of people that take the helm, and inevitably, it's something with a history that long. You have to pass the mantle, right? You have to hand it over at some point.
Yeah, well,
and you pray that you have the next ones ready to go.
You are mentoring. You're always mentoring. We look to mentor, whether it's the administrative part of the club, the board,
right?
Running the club, the coaches. That it all comes together. Your head coach. You hope to keep mentoring head coaches because it's a heck of a job with a lot of time. And
here we go. It's the start of the senior men's race. And mention what you talk about. It's about having people that other people want to be around. You have to have running. Some of these guys get running starts. Yeah. I don't know how much it's going to matter in a race this long.
Right. I personally wouldn't take that chance.
Yeah. You don't want to mess with that, right? You could ruin your
some people practice for that, you know.
Yeah. They get the timing of the flags down.
Right. And you kind of know, I mean, the flags are consistent. The start is really consistent.
So the flagman's going to give you the same cadence all day long.
Yeah, I believe so, watching them. Yes. And they tell you that. They tell all the clubs. It's the same everywhere you go, the start of the race. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, red, green.
So right here we're seeing a little bit slower stroke rate than we've seen earlier. These, of course, are better, smoother, bigger paddlers. So they can really...
the power can...
Yeah, they can really achieve a nice glide.
Long and strong.
Yeah. Big reach. Is this your gang here? Or who is this?
No, this is not. This is...
this might be from this island.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of neat to be watching regatta paddling live from a drone.
Oh,
Carlene.
This is awesome, you guys. I've only heard fabulous things about this.
Awesome. Awesome.
Sent it all, to everyone who couldn't be here. Watch this.
Well, we're looking forward to doing Navihini Okekai with you folks.
We're on.
Yeah,
we're
on.
We're going.
How is it going for that? This is kind of really the resurge year coming out of the pandemic.
Out of the pandemic, 3 years we didn't race. So, here's the turn.
Yeah, nice turn, Lanikai
nice
Canoe Club.
Turns.
Geez, nice turns all the way around. Look at these guys.
Yeah, Lanikai have an awesome canoe that does awesome turns with awesome steersmen.
So Navihini Okekai, the sign-ups are now. It's a goal.
The registration is open.
Okay.
With the help of, our network and our bridge with Molokai, the Molokai community, they've set up flights to get to Molokai on Mokulele. Mokulele has a parent club that, are helping bringing planes in to set up more flights, which is not going to interfere with the community's flights.
Right.
The community can get onto these flights, but you can get on and make your flights online to get to Navihini and Hoi. It's I don't know if Hoi started, but Navihini
that's
started.
important because there is only that one carrier, and because of limited services like medical services, whatever, the people on Molokai, they really rely on being able to fly
on that
to Oahu
transportation
when they need to. Right? They rely on that transportation for sure.
We absolutely will not use the community's flights.
Right, use or abuse. So here we're coming into the second turn with a look back at the beach here. This is the big dog race right here. This is the senior men at the 2023 HCRA State Championship Regattas here in beautiful Hilo Bay. And it's turned into a beautiful day of racing. We might have had a little bit of texture on the water, maybe a little bit of rain earlier, but everything kind of really cleared up.
Hilo. Hilo did well today. Hilo Town was good to us.
She was good to us today.
Yes.
This is a really great place to race, Carlene. I really like this venue.
It's a fabulous venue.
Yeah. This is a really, really good
There's
venue.
Plenty of room for everyone. The community here, the Mokuo Keawe, who put this race on, did a great job. Only good things. Okay, are we following the leaders?
As we're hoping for Navihini, and again, the registration is up for Navihini Okekai. What's the date again for this, Carlene?
Sunday, September 24th.
Sunday, September 24th.
This year.
Okay.
Registration is open.
Okay. And should women be worried about getting to the island and flights and all that, or you think we're going to have enough?
We're going to have enough. We're going to have enough flights. If you want to, take your escort boat to Molokai, I've done that before. Everybody needs to try that once. Once.
Ain't nothing like a plane, huh?
Right.
Wow, what a great overhead shot of, I believe this is Lanikai Canoe Club. I mean, look at that precision. This is like a training video right here. You don't get to see that kind of real nice overhead shot, and these guys are looking great.
It's a clinic.
Yeah, look how they're bodying through that whole thing, right? Providing a lot of body into that.
Move together.
Everybody thinks it's arms. It's the body.
It's the body.
Here they go. Coming into their turn. Oh, where's the drone shot on that?
Whoa.
Oh, look at that whip it around. That is a good canoe in the turn. Look at that. She really stays up, yeah?
She does, just spins. Just
Wow.
spins.
So that was turn 3 of 5. They got 2 more to go. So again, we're going to be doing the live for the Navini Okekai. And we're looking forward to a good, clean race for that. Sign up is now. Please, ladies, get your crews together. Sign up. It's going to be a really, really fun race for us. And what's another fun one that I love seeing you at, Carlene, is the Queen Liliuokalani race that happens in Kona.
We will be
every
there.
year. That is
we will
a
be
fun
there.
race.
I hear there's more entries than ever. Everybody
entries
wants
than
to race. Everyone's
coming out of their
from
shell.
Everywhere, over 100.
Yep.
Over 100. And they're like thinking, Kevin, I'm like, no, let them come.
Yeah,
right?
let them come. Open it
let
up.
Them race.
Right? Let them race.
It's a big ocean out there.
Yeah. I don't think it would be a problem. 100 entries?
Over. There's over.
Just in the women's?
In the women's. Just in
Wow.
the women's.
That would be for the Queen race.
The Queen race,
Wow.
Saturday morning.
Yep, and that is Labor Day weekend.
Labor Day weekend.
It's just in
and
about 1 month from now,
there's a division for everybody.
Yeah.
There's so many divisions. Everybody can place in that race.
And there's several days of racing, and that's why I think for a lot of these crews coming in from,
Yes.
out of state,
Yes.
it's a lot of bang for their buck. You know,
It is. There's
if they
3
really
days
wanna
of
get in there and
racing.
participate.
Lots of racing. I know Tahiti's coming. Hong
Wow.
Kong. I think Japan's coming.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. Look at that. So easy, huh? So easy.
Not making it any harder than it needs to be. Look at that. Nice turn there.
Nice.
It's like Keho on the bottom there.
Manu, is that Manu or is that
I think.
Manu's been doing really well.
Yeah,
there
Manu has had a
in their
great season this year.
open races.
But you can see, look at that stroke count compared
Look
to
at
what
that.
we were watching earlier in some of the
In the half-mile
other
races.
crews, half-mile races, or even in the keiki races, right? They have a lot less power, and so they want to have a lot of strokes per minute, right? When
right.
you have the power, you want a big, long stroke that's going to let you glide out there, right?
Right.
Nice shot here.
Yes. The crew has to
This
fit
looks
the
like
stroke.
Wailea.
And the race has to fit the stroke, yes.
Right. Well, what's funny, even in a long race like the Queen, you're going to see different stroke rates, different stroke styles, and one is not necessarily better than the other. It's more so about that crew being able to come together and do the same thing, right, Carlene?
Well, the Lilio race, is an iron race, 18-plus miles, which is hard in, hot, flat Kona. But everyone can do it. You just prepare yourself, be ready, be hydrated, and anyone can race that race. Anyone who trains.
That's the caveat, right? Anyone
You
who
need to
trains.
train.
But they also you can enter a 9-person crew or a 10-person crew, right?
Yes.
Depending on
Yes.
what age group and all of that. So,
A race for everybody.
all right, here we go. Last turn here, coming in for Lanikai Canoe Club. After this, it's a
Turn
quarter-mile
and
sprint into the
burn.
finish. Wow, what a nice lead they have
Turn
coming
and
into that.
burn.
We've seen Wailea have a great showing in the men's, in the earlier divisions, and Lanikai is really here. Man, look at that. Just showing how it's done. I believe in lane 1, that's Keho. Let me check in on that right now. Yep, Keho Canoe Club.
Oh, there you go.
In lane 1, they're in the top 3. But right now, they're not rushing. They don't need to. They're a couple of boat lengths ahead with, an eighth of a mile left to go. They just need
Yes.
to not mess up at this part.
Sometimes that lane 1 and 2 can creep up on you
Oh, yeah?
towards the finish. Halfway back, we've been seeing that. We've been seeing them have a surge. Oh, there's some crews.
A little bit back.
Just make their turn to go. Their third turn.
I believe, though, this would be their last
This
leg.
is it.
This is it right here. Recognize
Cool
any of those
head,
guys?
main thing.
Yep. I didn't see many entries today from Outrigger, Carlene.
Outrigger came with their top 2 qualifying.
Wow.
They,
Right there, picking it up. Look at this
rebuilding.
guy. He's turning it on right here.
Oh, there you go. Okay, strong finish. Got to have that strong finish. Yay.
Nice.
Junior,
Nice
right?
race. I swear this is the 3rd race I've seen him in.
Maybe we better check. We better check that.
I thought I saw him
The
in freshmen
roster.
and juniors, but hey.
No, I don't think he was junior.
1.5 mile race here. The longest race of the day, that is the men's senior open race. 5 turns, 1.5 miles. And what happens after this for you as a long-distance paddler? Do you guys switch up the training from here? Do you take a week off? Are you back at it Monday morning?
Well, the crew's going to Napoli next weekend.
Okay. As always, Napoli is the weekend after, unless it's when...
They're on States.
Yeah, unless States is in
It's on.
Hanalei. Yes.
Then
okay.
it's the next day.
All right.
Yeah. So
And-
Napoli's next week. The Duke race is the week after that. Dad Center's after that. Kona's after that.
It's a lot. It's a lot,
a
but
lot.
it's fun. And you've been doing it for
Elamoy.
quite a few years now. And it never seems to settle down for you. You're like always there.
You know, it's. I don't like to be left out of things. You know, I don't like to be left out of a good race. You know, so I don't even want to take the chance to not be there. Right?
Oh, I miss out.
Yeah. Yeah. You missed it. You missed it.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh,
So,
good for you.
You got to be there.
Okay. All right. We're getting ready for the replay of the senior men's race, and we want to continue to encourage everybody to go to hcrapaddler.com to check out race results from today's festivities. If you get to their page, hcrapaddler.com, look on the left corner, and you'll see the 2023 state regatta results, and they'll all be right there. We're going to go to replay right here of the senior men's race. This is a 1.5 mile, 5 turns, and alongside me with the breakdown is none other than Carlene Ornelas. What do you see here in this turn coming in with Keho?
It looks like they're all even, Steven. Look at that.
Lonnie
Alma
Kai in
kissing
lane
that
3,
flag.
right? Look at that.
Look at that.
Wow.
It's going to be a competitive race,
And
huh?
it takes a lot of power to be able to have a nice, clean, sharp turn like that. Here goes Lonnie Kai
here we go.
again into turn 2.
Has a
You
little
can see they
edge.
made up a little bit of ground there. Lonnie Kai.
Yeah. Beautiful. You can't get closer than that.
No, that is a heck of a race. Wailea was just outside of them. I believe they came in 2nd or 3rd place in the end. We're going to be able to tell you right here. So this is, again, Lonnie Kai
Picked up a
hitting
little
their
lead
turn.
there.
Very well-known Karel Tresnik steering this race. He was, remember when he came out, like 18-year-old, smashing, winning all the one-man races? He was like a phenom.
Winning the Molokai races before he was 18.
Yeah.
He couldn't even race Molokai, Hoy,
Yeah.
because they had an age limit.
He couldn't race the 6-man.
But he was winning all the solos.
Yeah. Well, he had quite a lineage and a legacy that was supporting him and how he trained and just his knowledge of the ocean. He spent a lot of time in the water, that kid. But again, that's Keho in the near side and Wailea from Maui. So what's great about this race, I think, this being the big race today, I think. This is like the big dog race.
It's the blue ribbon.
Right? You have Lonnie Kai there from Oahu finishing real strong. I mean, and they've always had a really strong men's program for like the last, I don't know, almost 30 years, right?
20, 30 years,
right.
Yep.
But
Yes.
seeing Keoho and Wailea from Big Island and Maui respectively, man, that really tells you that all the talent in paddling is not centered on one island by a long shot.
Yes, not necessarily
Yeah.
one island. That's right.
Yeah. So we're headed back in here to the women's 60s event. This is a half-mile race. So this is all of our clubs for here. And, man, the participation from the age group adults is
full slate.
Unreal, Carlene. Unreal.
Yep.
Looks like we might be getting a little sprinkles coming our way.
Well, you know,
Some
when
more
you
blessings from above.
become the master 50 or 55 and over, you can race twice.
Are you racing twice today?
I am not, because we had people who got us there.
Oh, right.
Right?
No.
So we're not going to bump someone to put someone else in. So we have to, you know, Okra, the rules are different in HCRA and the state race and the Okra that I'm a part of, where you cannot step up like you can at states.
Okay.
The kids can step up. You can step up in the open races, but the masters cannot race twice until you come to states. So we have to fill all the crews, right? All the Okra clubs, you got to fill your crews. And so whoever took us there, got us there,
they get the first.
They're going to race. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That's cool. Now look at the wind direction is switched. Now it's a little bit offshore, yeah? A little bit. Kind of offshore in Malka a little bit. Was headed towards the hotels earlier.
Yes, it was. But before that was going the other way.
What do you think has been a key to this real increase in, you know, the participation of the older age group paddlers? I mean, are we, you know, in the old days, was it simply like, you're too old, you cannot paddle, and changing of the mindset? Is it we can train and take care of our bodies better, we eat better, what do you think it is,
Right. I think, you know, the progress, like you say, in training, in nutrition, can get you there. You know, you've been paddling 10, 20, 30 years. You have a lot of depth in you. You have a lot of homework to make your race not as hard. That's how I look at it. You train so that you can have a good race. And, you know, you're on the ocean. You're on the ocean, which is why we're all here. We want to be on that ocean. We want to exercise. We have a crew of pals that, you know, you've been paddling with all year or the last 10 years. So you count on each other. If someone's out, say, I can't race anymore, it's like, you know, they got to go find someone. Someone has to move in. So you're there for each other, yourself.
It's a good support network for sure.
You know, it's like you have your club, you're trying to help your club, your crew, yourself, you know, in that order.
Yeah. And a lot of those ladies, you know, especially in the older group, men as well, a lot of them maybe have retired. And now the kids are all off on their own, doing their own thing. And, hey, you know what? Now it's my time. I'm going to get to do the things that I want to do. And I think that's part of it as well.
Yeah, the masters probably have a little more time, maybe a little more money. It's, you know, it's like they, you know how to have fun. You earned it. You've earned being there.
Right. I think that's
I agree. Yes.
Of key importance to be able to make that happen. You know, we also were talking earlier about seeing kind of a resurgence in club paddling. Now, pre-pandemic, we're talking like the 20-teens, right? Hey, paddling was trucking along really smooth, but you really didn't see a big bump in club numbers from year to year. Then the pandemic hit, went to zero, right? Everything was out.
Right.
Thank God for the one man. Yeah, or whatever, surfboard, whatever you were doing to get in the water. Then, and you are a lifer at not only Kailua Canoe Club, but in Kailua. It must have been amazing to see Kailua Beach again with nobody.
It was nice.
Yeah,
it was
nice having nobody on the beach. Anyhow, last year people were kind of coming back, but it seemed to me like really this year, man, it's exploding.
You're absolutely right.
So I talked to Dana Miyake, the HCRA president.
Mm-hmm.
She said that their numbers are up 30% as far as registered paddlers. Big Island, Dougie Bumatai. Their numbers are up 30%.
Kailua Canoe Club we had 100 more paddlers this year from last year. So last year was like the low 300. We had 400 paddlers this year. Lanikai, probably same thing or more. So, with the pandemic, people came back. They're reassessing themselves. Where am I gonna go paddle? And they went to probably a club that is really building and has great coaching, and it's Lanikai probably picked up more than 100 paddlers.
Wow. I think it's great to
program.
see. But I really think what had a big deal to do with it, from what I'm seeing, is that the pandemic kind of really made us step back and think about what's important. And now paddling is something that's not only great to get out in the ocean, be part of your community, because our clubs are really community centered. I think of it as you representing your moku, your aupua, right? You are representative of your hometown, but it's something that can be done generationally. And I see these paddlers that are coming back to paddling, adult paddlers, and they're bringing their whole family with them.
Yes. Well, it is a sport that is generational.
Yes.
You have
today there were entrants today as young as 9 and as old as 85 in today's races.
And that's 7 generations in there.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's families with 5 generations in here.
Oh yeah, somebody earlier said they got 4.
4, yes, to see those stats. Because you can if you do it.
Yeah. No, for sure. And I think it's been great. It's just something I've been noticing, and I think too, a traditional American or ball sports and stuff like that, they're great, and they take a lot of time and dedication, as does anything, and paddling can be like that too, for sure. But hey, not everybody's going to get a college scholarship for football,
right.
And after 30, do you really want to be going and playing football? Paddling you can do forever.
Till you're 85.
Forever,
right.
And it's good for you.
Yes.
It's good for you. It's healthy. And in more reasons than the obvious. More reasons than the physical. You're getting in the ocean. You have a support network of friends. A lot of time, I think, people in their older years, as they, pull away from work, their kids grow up and they're not running them around anymore, they're a little bit like, oh, where's my network now?
Now
and
what?
Going back to the
now
club
what?
Or going to paddling or back to paddling is a great social outlet that is also physically very healthy for them as well.
Yeah, so there's, those paddlers, this is in many clubs, that are not competing. There's the off-season, or there's the morning. In our case in Kailua, we have the fossils.
Yeah.
Right? They paddle in the morning. They don't care if they're racing.
Yep. And this is the women's 60s right here.
This is the
Speaking
60s.
of women's 60s going into the turn, I think that might be ladies from Lanikai once again. Hitting that turnaround number 2.
Lanikai has an awesome 60s, been winning all year.
So, but they're just getting out, and it's a network of not only your friends within the ones that you paddle with, and the ones that you are in the canoe with, maybe about your age, your contemporaries.
Yeah,
but
your peers.
You're part of something bigger too. You can give back to the younger club. Whether sometimes it's just a donation, sometimes it's your time, coaching or whatever it is. But being able to be part of something bigger than yourself,
Right. Yes. I mean, for Kailua, we do a lot of community events. Schools come out to us. We do a lot of people call us out of the blue to scatter ashes all year long. Our big playground, Kailua Beach, right, is good place for your final resting.
Yeah, not a bad view, right? Yeah.
So we do that as a community service. We appreciate being nonprofit, and we don't have a fee. Just call us. We'll take whatever you want to do. We take you out, your family. We the schools come out, the workplaces come out, ask to borrow canoes, and we take them. We're very we're careful. Everyone has to be approved, waived,
right,
and all that. But we have the resource for other people to enjoy being on the ocean too.
And a lot of times that's a jumping off point for them into something else. Again, we're watching the 60s women here in a half-mile race. This is Lani Kai Canoe Club coming in. I don't know about you, but those girls don't look 60. That's some top shape.
Yeah, we better check their IDs.
Slim, fit mamas right there, I tell you what.
Yeah.
All right. Coming into the finish line here.
Go smoke
60
them, go.
women's. Wow, what a finish.
Lane 1.
Nice.
And here comes the rest of the pack.
Yep. Wow.
This is competitive.
Actually, I think that was lane 2. They were just that far ahead.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, here comes the rest of the pack.
Nice race. Here comes everybody else. Wow, nice race by the women's 60s from Lani Kai. We're going to follow this race up with a quick replay, and then we're on to the men's 60s. And doing the rest of the, yep.
You were in lane 2. You're right. That's another race down.
We got you. All right. So we're going to have a quick replay here, but Carlene, for you, like we talked about earlier, you were, what? You started on this journey of paddling relatively young.
13.
13. And, X amount of years later, you're as dedicated probably as ever, as we watch this replay of the women's 60s race.
I think club legacy is really important, club legacy. Most clubs have families, the core family that networks and are probably still around, You have, the Fodies at Lani Kai, who's been there forever. The Blankenvilles at Huinalu, right?
Right.
The Pine is at Heilani.
You have the Ornellises and the Kalamas at Kailua.
At Kailua.
Right?
It's, they're all core family. And from that, they all become your family. It's lifetime friends. And you support each other through everything, births, marriages, deaths. So it's a real family affair here with generations of family and friends.
And it seems by your dedication, the way you talk about it so fondly, that it's really something that's added to your life experience in ways that, how do you quantify? But, can you imagine your life without paddling, without your paddling ohana? Even, your son Kino is, does stuff with the club. It's every, I'm sure you have Opuna that are paddling with you.
Yeah, we had, the last Molokai 2019, I raced, my daughter raced, my granddaughter raced. 3 generations battling out there trying to beat each other, right?
Yeah, as always.
Shall prevail.
I love you until we leave the beach.
Right. Oh, they want to beat me bad. I want to beat them bad.
Yeah. But
we had a great fun training and sharing our experiences with our crew, getting ready to go to Molokai, being on Molokai. They're really, they like that I'm part of the organization, that, Kailua, we started Kailua Canoe Club way back when. They're all still part of it. It's, you have Surf Club, Luana.
Yes.
At Surf Club.
The Froisets.
And now she's race director of HRA. I'm, have to really give it to her for that because, I'm not there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Doing what she's doing.
Yeah, but you're still doing, and I think it seems to me like paddling's given you a lot, but you've also given a lot back to paddling, you and your family.
We hope so, and you don't even know. Well, thank you for that. You don't even know because it's what you do, right? It just,
yeah.
You just
it's just how you do things. It's not a conscious gift or I'm doing this. It's just
right.
Yeah, and that's beautiful. Well,
yes.
I really appreciate you spending some time with
welcome.
us, Carlene. We look
Good
forward
fun.
to
doing a great job.
jumping in with you for Navahini Okekai.
Navahini.
That's going to be great. We'll see you there.
Sign up, everyone.
Is you want to send a plug out to all your fellow Wahine paddlers about signing up for the Navahini Okekai?
Navahini Okekai 2023 is on Sunday, September 24. Sorry.
Yep.
Registration is open.
How would they register right now?
NavahiniOkekai.com.
Okay.
Online registration. Email if you have any problems.
So, ladies, if you're hearing this, Carlene's calling you out. If you can beat her.
Come on down. Come
and
on
not
down.
many can.
If I can be there, you can be there.
Yeah, roger that. Well, thank you, Auntie
Thank
Carlene.
you.
Congratulations on another W today.
Yes,
I'm sure the umeke full of medals is overfloweth, but we're here for the experience,
love, right?
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
Okay.
Auntie. Good to see
Welcome.
you. Mahalo.
The 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with the Kama'aina Rewards. County of Hawaii. Hilo Hawaiian Hotel by Castles Resort. Hilo Hospitality and Charm redefined. Matson. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.
Oh, boy. All right, welcome
Yes,
back,
sir.
everybody. We're thankful to Auntie Corleen Arnellis for joining us. And now we have none other than Brian Miyake here to tell us what it's like to be the boss's husband.
It's been fabulous. I don't have to do much, So I love that role, to be honest.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
His wife and Dana Miyake, his brother Keone's wife, they are a couple of the gals that help run the whole association here for HCRA. They also run Kauai Outrigger Association as
Amazing.
well. And so you guys, Pu'uvai is your home club.
That's been my club the last couple of years. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. We're paddling with my brother Keone. So it's the last couple of years. Can't ask for more. It's been awesome.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. So again, right in front of us, while we're looking at the lineup for the next race coming up, that's the male 60s. This is a half-mile event. Kiahiako'e Canoe Club over there from
Awesome.
Kahalu in Lane 1. Hawaiian Canoe Club from Maui. Lanikai, Puna from Big Island here. Manu Kekai, Kailua. So we got a bunch, again, real wide-ranging representation. Not quite sure who the favorites are today, but these young men are out here to crack some skulls. Leave it all on the line.
Let's
this
see
is
it.
a
Oh, yeah.
half-mile race with one turn. Did you have a chance to race today?
Not me.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually enjoying being a spectator today. My daughter raced today, so I'm just enjoying that. And I'd rather watch today.
Did you have a chance to jump in this year with the Hawaiian Sailing Canoe Association?
Oh yeah. It's been a hell of a season.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Hawaiian Sailing Canoe Association is another small association within the paddling family. They race canoes very similar to what you see here on your screen, but they race with a sail. And
Yes.
these are long-distance races, and should we say the longest distance races. An average race is 35 to 55 miles, but the big race, as we watch the start of the men's 60s here, we'll continue to talk about that's Kiahiako'e in 1 right there. We'll continue to talk about Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. The big race just happened. That was Naholokai.
Naholokai was amazing this year.
Yeah, Naholokai, basically, it's a race from Haleiwa Oahu across the Kai'ie Oahu Channel, which most people just think is called the Kauai Channel.
Yep.
And takes paddlers all the way into Nawiliwili on the island of Kauai. Now, people say that's roughly just shy of 100 miles in the 90s.
Somewhere in there, 90, 92, but yeah, definitely.
And so race times for that race are usually anywhere from 7 hours and something to over 10 hours.
Yes, depending on the conditions. If it's a flatter, lighter wind day, it can be, a long day paddling. If we get some wind, hopefully we can have some fun. Catching a few waves. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Talk about hitting the wall. You hit the wall, then you fall down, then you get up, you climb over that wall, then you hit the next wall. And
that's it.
It's about how many walls you can keep running into.
It's a lot of strokes the whole way. Make sure you eat. Hydrate. That's the key. Just keep going. And adrenaline takes you. The last half of it is just all adrenaline. Just once you start seeing Kauai, you just want to reach for it in the worst way.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
We're watching our men's 60s coming into the turn here. But Keone, you're part of that Olukai crew that once again has had a great season. You folks pulled off the season, winning the whole season, and not only the Olukai but the whole season this year. What is that like? I mean, that's got to be like 20-something in a row for
yeah.
Nice turn by these 60s men right here.
Amazing, these
nice
guys.
Turn.
Yeah, this is the goal. These guys.
Yeah, this is the goal,
This
right?
is the goal. If you're paddling here, that's what you want to do, yeah?
In your 60s, still going. And so a really good season for you guys.
Very good season, and Naholokai is always kind of like the Super Bowl, for us in the sport. It's the one that, especially being from Kauai, it's special for us, crossing from Oahu to Kauai, it's coming home from bringing, taking the canoes, send them over from the Big Island and slowly making our way back through the summer.
Yeah,
from each island.
That's what's so neat about the season is that it strings together the islands. You start the racing season on the Big Island, Keokea.
Exactly,
and then you get to Maui. You go from Maui, Molokai, Oahu, Kauai. So you're really stringing together the whole island chain in a way that you can't in almost any other paddling event.
Yes, and to see, just to see the coastlines, the different channels that you get to, go through the season is just amazing. And to me, it's kind of almost like the next frontier, in paddling. I mean, the last 10, 15 years, paddling, outrigger paddling and just water sports in general, has just progressed so much. We went through the one mans to the Ionos, the Unlimiteds, right? And the crossing channels, the solos, the paddle boards, the stand-ups, the foils, wing foils now. But, to me, the Hawaiian sailing canoes are kind of like the next frontier. It really is. We were more of a smaller contingency this year, but I can see it really growing, because we get the cross channels. And how great is that?
Here we go, the finish of the men's 60 race. It looks like, once again, Lani Kai in first place there. Perhaps just outside of them. Let's check on that stat right there. So that will be Crew 57, Puna Canoe Club, just outside of them, putting on a nice race today. All right, congratulations to the 60s men. We'll have a quick replay of this half-mile race here as we get into the festivities. So just so you know, Brian, that was race number 32 of 43. So we had 11 races left to go. We're almost in the fourth quarter of this whole thing. Hopefully it goes a little quicker. Some of the rest of the races for the day are all half-mile races. So hopefully we'll get these sliding through here quickly and let everybody begin to enjoy the festivities
amazing day
here
already
in beautiful Hilo Bay. It's been decent weather here today, though. I mean, we did get a little bit of rain. Brian was nice enough to pick me up this morning as I was walking from the hotel. They wanted me to leave the hotel at 5:30. Again, we're going to see the replay here again.
Here we go.
And I told him Princess needs her beauty rest. You know what I mean? 5:30. You don't want me here that early.
There you go. Well, true.
You're going to have to listen
I recognize that guy. Hey, get in.
You're going to have to listen to me bitch and moan,
We're headed the same way.
I figured as much. Yeah. I figured, hey, I'm going to walk that 1 mile from the hotel to the race site.
Good warm up.
And if nobody picks me up, then I know for sure that nobody watches the show.
That's a good one. I like that. Yeah.
If nobody picks me up, then I really have no friends. And I didn't even make it half a block.
Let's go with that.
And Brian was there. Thanks, man. You made me feel loved this morning. Brian.
Right on.
You made me feel very
Thank
loved.
you, my friend.
So that was great. A good replay, nice turn over there from our 60s men. You can see the winners of this race, Lanikai Canoe Club, coming into a strong finish there. An easy half boat right in front of what looks to be Puna Canoe Club, just outside of them. Crews from Big Island and Oahu finishing there. I'm not quite sure where that was on the outside, maybe Kailua. But, hey, let's get back to talking about canoe sailing and how it pieces together the islands. It's really long distances. And, again, there are no changes in these races. You start and finish with the same 6, whether they're broken or not, whether there's still a heartbeat or not. And you think it's going to have a bit of a resurgence coming.
I feel it.
What makes you feel that?
Well, I think in the last couple of years, especially after, we had this break, with the whole break thing, you're starting to see a lot of even elite paddlers coming in. We got the paddle last couple of years with guys like Travis Grant, Tristan Cole, Kelly's brother, Nalu Sampson. We've had even a lot of first-timers. Even for our crew with Olokai, my cousin boy Kealoa from Kauai, he paddles for Hokulele first time, and it was, he told me it was just, one of the highlights of his lifetime. Just sailing, crossing all these channels. Just the weather that we go through. In the Holokai, we hit a storm, and it was just, we got broadsided, I think, by this huge wave. It felt like it was just throw the whole thing over, But we made it through. But it's just the best feeling, just paddling to me in the purest form, sailing. Anytime you take a canoe from this island and you get to pull it out of the beach on the other island, it's just something special,
Yeah. No, really to connect the dots like that and be able to kind of, that's the whole purpose of these, right? It is to voyage. And whether you voyage out and come back, but to go, like you said, from one island to the next
always
is something special. And people are used to, seeing distance races. Oh, yeah, we go over here, we paddled from here to there, whatever. But to really cover those distances in the way you do at the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association, it's a much bigger experience because it's a lot of times that weekend is 2 days of racing.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to get there.
Alone.
You got to rig your canoe.
Logistics.
Right? Which is rigging a sailing canoe and rigging a regular canoe is night and day, brother.
It could take you 4 to 6 hours just in the beginning to rig your canoe.
And that's if you're good.
And that's if you're good. You know what you're doing. Could be longer. Yeah, you're right. Exactly.
So, it's a much more encompassing experience, I think. And what's neat about it, too, is that, man, if the weather's decent, imagine being in a 6-man and catching waves, catching bumps like you're on your 1-man.
Yes. Catching bumps in front of bumps, it's just like hitting the speed, just all of a sudden, just a nitrous, just like puts you back in your seat, Amazing feeling.
Yeah.
And then when you have to, the paddles, because we're paddling the whole way, it helps a lot to draw into these bumps, because it is a race, and everybody's getting better. Competition is just out there. Guys, Hui Nalu fielded two crews this year in the last few races. Ray Gloucester, his group, they can come out and win. Anybody can win. Maui Jim, those boys are amazing. Ikaika Kincaid.
Yeah, Awahi Win.
Awahi Win.
Those guys have come back.
Those guys did well this year. So
the
it's
Kincaid
not.
Family,
the competition is just not easy to win these. Yeah, you got to be really out to do your work. If you want to be up there. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And on screen right now, coming to the starting line. This is the women's 55 and over event. This is again another half-mile race. We'll be able to track some of these crews. That's Waikiki Yacht Club in lane 1. Ekalamai. That is, Waikiki Yacht Club in lane 1. Let's see. That is, I think, Puna Canoe Club in lane 2. Checking out some of them. So, again, HCRA, look it up. Ocean Paddler, we're some of the guys nutso enough to be able to film you guys mid-channel, and it's always a good, fun adventure. But if anybody's interested in canoe sailing, they should really just check out online, not only at oceanpaddler.com, but at HCRA's website.
Yeah, the
HCRA.org.
website. Yeah,
Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association. So
there's
check
contacts
them
for
out.
all the crews, yes.
But let's turn our conversation, Brian, not only to this race we're about to see with the women's 55, but so your wife and your sister-in-law, Dana, they kind of are a couple of the gals up there running the show today. What has that been like for you as a husband? Tell me about how proud it is, how proud you are of them and what it is like to, your dedication, dedication for that.
I'm proud of these ladies. They put a lot of work in it, and I believe they're really good at what they do, and just watching my wife, I think she enjoys it, so just watching her enjoy being, part of the, HCRA and the COA Association, it's fun for me, just having her find something that she really enjoys, and Dana, that's just up her alley too, and it makes me feel good, like, I'm always, I know, what a great event. I know the people that pull this off, so, it makes me proud, just knowing that they're there working, somebody's got to do it, and I'm glad they're good at what they do.
I'll make the dinner.
Definitely. I'd rather be in the back of the scenes.
Right.
But they're doing their job, and I think they're doing it great.
And speaking of being proud, you were a parent of a paddler today.
Yes.
How was that?
Oh, amazing! Just to have her out here, with the whole experience. It's the first time being off island, with her teammates. So just the beginning of her paddling career, hopefully, and she loves the ocean herself. She loves paddling and diving and scuba diving and loving the ocean. So I'm just happy for her.
Shucks, how can she not? Look at the family that she come from. So it's you and your brother paddle. Both your wives are involved in canoe paddling and just passing that legacy on to your kids. And you guys are kind of all with the same club now, or your daughter is at Hilo?
Yeah, well, my daughter's paddling for a club that's close by the house.
Okay.
I mean, basically
Perfect.
she can walk there to practice. So,
Nice.
it fits her perfect. And, it's something that she wanted to do on her own. She said, hey, Dad, I want to go paddle, I want to go try out, So I say, by all means, it's not something I wanted to force her into, but it's totally her own doing. So I'm really happy that she did that. And I think she had a great year, through the regattas this summer. Awesome.
Hilo Hana had a strong showing today with their
Hilo Hana, amazing club.
Really
The
strong
effort
showing.
is amazing.
Really
All
strong
of these,
showing.
yeah.
And these ladies up here having a nice strong showing. Again, this is the women's 55 here, event number 33. We got 10 more to go after this. Getting down to the nitty-gritties here at the state race. Hopefully we can get out of here by dark.
True.
But everybody wants their race, right? Everybody wants their moment in the sun.
Yeah.
Especially the kupunas. It's been over the last few years, right? Hey,
paddling right here.
We don't need we need a 50s. We need a 55s race, and then we need one 60s. We need, and nobody's gonna tell the aunties no, right?
No.
Yes, auntie, you can paddle too. So
they're amazing.
That's great.
They're fast.
All these, these ladies, they really, man, they. You talk about like some of these crews being close, being tight with your crew. Man, some of these ladies, they are tight.
Exactly.
They are real, good friends. They have
Yeah.
an exceptional support network. And,
Unreal.
And, hey, don't get me wrong. Every time that canoe leaves the beach, whoever is in is trying to win.
Oh, anytime.
Yeah, we have our turn
Anytime.
coming in here, the one turn for this half-mile race. But, man, when they come back on shore, just that broader support network that they have, you know, friends
How
and
great is that?
people that are there for them.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, some pretty tight racing here in the women's 55 and over division. Yeah, that's funny, yeah. You got to be, you know, for the kids, you have to be that age or under.
Yes.
And for the older kupunas, it's that age or over.
Is a broader, yeah.
You go, the two sides of the spectrum are going out that way.
Yeah, it's a little more room.
Yeah, a little more room for everybody. Awesome.
For everyone, yes.
Awesome. So do you feel like kind of your paddling has transitioned more towards the sailing, or are you still getting in on the 6-man and doing your training? Or
lately, yes. The sailing, I kind of love that, yeah. So I'll jump in a 6-man anytime I got a chance, yeah, for a long-distance race, especially if I need to see, nothing beats that. But as far as training, I kind of always set my sights on the longer races. Maybe the Noholakais, the Maui to Oahu. So it's something to train for that way. But yeah, definitely more. It's been the last couple of years of sailing. But I'm just a paddling fan, overall. I love being a fan also and just watching the up and coming, every day.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Women's 55 coming in the
go.
last stretch of their race, coming into the finish line here, half-mile race number 33 here of 43 at the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association's 2023 State Regatta Championships. If you're looking for race results, you can log on to hcrapaddler.com. Look on the top left corner for the race results section. Click there, and you should have all of your times and your crews, top finishing crews today. So a lot going on here. There's a lot of excitement still on the beach this late in the day, watching these girls kick it up to another gear.
Yeah,
nice finish there. Lane
finish.
2. Let's look up who that is. That was team number 57 from right here on the Big Island of Hawaii, Puna Canoe Club. Yeah, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Nice finish right there. Yeah, there's a lot of paperwork and breakdown, all that kind of stuff that your wife and Dana are involved in on a daily.
I don't envy their job.
Yeah, all the paddlers will get
But
to
we
go
need that.
home after this, and they're still going to be.
That's a good point. All the paddlers. We're lucky we get to just show up here with our paddle and get in a race and have fun. Yeah, they take care of everything. We don't have to worry about.
Awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are really thanking Hilo Town and
Oh,
HCRA and, of course,
Amazing
Mokuo
being
Hawaii
here.
Racing Association just for hosting a great event. Hilo did not disappoint. It rained a little bit. It's Hilo. You wouldn't know you're in Hilo.
Minor.
if
Manini
yeah.
kind. Oh,
But,
yeah.
Yeah, small kind.
Small kind.
Small kind.
Yeah.
And it was at a time of day that was the hottest.
Oh.
And kind of cooled everybody off.
I'd rather be in the shade.
We got ample room here for all the tents, for the booths. Actually, the
Fabulous venue.
Mokuo Hawaii guys were commenting that this venue has more showers, more freshwater showers than any other racing venue.
That's a
in
big
the state.
thing,
Yeah,
That is a big thing. Being comfortable at the end of
They
the
were
race.
they were talking about going back and forth for states every other year between here and Hanalei. I said, I don't know. You're going to have to ask those wealthy landowners on Veke Road if they're cool with that.
Well, Hanalei is always beautiful too,
Yeah.
and I think over here in Hilo is just as beautiful.
Yeah.
That wouldn't
Yeah,
might not be a
Hanalei
bad
is
idea.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Hanalei is a gorgeous
be a
place
bad
to race.
idea.
But man, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard getting in and out of Hanalei.
That is true. Getting in there is no small task in itself. Yeah.
Yep. We're gonna have a replay right here of the women's 55. Okay. Wow. All right. Sounds good. Okay, we're going in for our replay of this last race. This is, again, the start of the women's 55. Not quite sure in lane 1 if that was a little of a short start, but yeah, I'll leave that up to the officials. We don't call anything officially from out here.
Exactly.
So here we are going into the turn. Hitting a nice turn here. Comes sliding out. Now, these are 55-plus women. Hey, these ladies are in top shape, man. Look at that.
That's how you
They're
do
working it right there. Coming out of that turn really smooth there in lane 2. And again, the last leg of this women's race, 55 and over women, coming into the turn. I'm Kalamai coming into the finish line here, and it looks again like that crew. That was lane 3, I believe, right? Lane 3, lane 2, and 3rd. So lane 3, we're unofficially going to say that was number 9. Number 9, that's Waikiki Surf Club. All right, so we're going to have to actually cut our feed here for 5 to 10 minutes. We can only be online for 8 hours before we got to be able to reboot this. It might be some kind of Facebook rules or whatever. I'm not sure. But we've enjoyed bringing you this coverage of the 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association's Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association's annual state canoe regatta. We want to thank Brian Miyake for joining me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for. Hey, you never thought that little ride over here this morning was going to get you on camera, pal. We want to thank him again for.
I appreciate you guys
for supporting
his
wife and sister-in-law in making all of this come off today.
Yeah.
And we always are happy to see your smiling face in the canoe at the
and we missed you last year.
Hawaiian sailing canoe.
Yeah.
We'll be there. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. Good to see you, my brother.
Mahalo, brother.
Take care.
Okay, aloha.
All right, everybody, we're going to cut our feed now, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes right here from beautiful Hilo Bay, where we're keeping dry and keeping alive here, enjoying some fantastic paddling at the premier regatta event for the state of Hawaii, our state championships here at Hilo Bay, put on by the Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association.
The 2023 Hawaiian Canoe Racing Association State Regatta Championships are brought to you by Par Hawaii and Hele. Save 25 cents a gallon with the Kama'aina Rewards. County of Hawaii. Hilo Hawaiian Hotel by Castles Resort. Hilo Hospitality and Charm redefined. Matson. And by Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to making outrigger canoe paddling a spectator sport.